A cinematic extravaganza. Visitor. Fox lay slumbering upon the perch, wings unfurled, resembling a silent golden-red statue. Behind the desk, Dumbledore sat quietly, his gaze serenely resting upon the window. The night was deepening, and pale blue snowflakes drifted past the window pane like silent sighs, gradually accumulating a delicate layer of white upon the sill. Dumbledore seemed to be awaiting something. Indeed, before long, a soft knock echoed through the air. He raised his voice and said, "Enter." The man who entered was tall and slender, with cascading black hair and eyes that burned like crimson flames. He was enveloped in a floor-length black cloak, his visage pale as the snow that gathered upon his shoulders, exuding an aura of forbidding chill. Dumbledore, seated behind the desk, displayed no hint of surprise. This meeting had evidently been arranged in advance. "Good evening, Tom." Dumbledore spoke with a relaxed tone, gesturing, "Please take a seat." "Thank you," Voldemort replied as he complied, his voice betraying no emotion. "I have heard you have become headmaster. A commendable choice. I am pleased to have your approval." Dumbledore smiled faintly. "So, Tom, what brings you back to this place?" "They no longer call me Tom. I am now known as—" "I am aware of your current title." Dumbledore's smile remained gentle. "Yet to me, you shall always be Tom Riddle." Perhaps this is one of the drawbacks of being a teacher. One cannot easily forget the initial countenance of their students. Voldemort fell silent for a moment before slowly speaking. "I am surprised you would linger here. After all, the Ministry of Magic often relies on you, and I have heard you have been nominated as a candidate for minister not once, but twice." "Actually, it was 3 times," Dumbledore corrected. "However, the positions within the ministry have never captivated me. In this regard, I believe we share some similarities." Voldemort lowered his gaze impassively, while Dumbledore did not shatter the silence, merely observing him quietly. "I have returned." After a brief pause, Voldemort raised his eyes, his scarlet gaze fixed upon Dumbledore's face. "I seek your permission to return to the castle as a teacher. You must have heard that after leaving here, I have seen much and accomplished even more." Dumbledore peered at him over the rim of his glasses, and after a while spoke in a calm yet weighty tone. "Yes, I am aware that you have undergone numerous experiences and achieved much. The rumors regarding your actions have long since reached your alma mater, Tom. If even half of those rumors hold any truth, I would find it deeply regrettable." Voldemort's expression remained inscrutable, yet his tone bore a hint of barely perceptible coldness. Greatness will always incite jealousy, and jealousy breeds resentment, which in turn gives rise to lies. You should know this better than anyone, Dumbledore. You refer to your deeds as greatness. Dumbledore's tone was elegant, though a glimmer of sharpness lay hidden in his eyes. Indeed, Voldemort's crimson eyes seemed to blaze even brighter. "I have conducted countless experiments, perhaps propelling magic to unprecedented heights." "Only certain branches of magic," Dumbledore interrupted him calmly. "Merely certain. And in other domains, if I may be so bold, your ignorance is truly lamentable." For the first time, Voldemort smiled, a sneer laced with disdain, his malice more chilling than fury. "It is merely the same old rhetoric," he murmured, his tone laced with disdain. "However, Dumbledore, everything I have witnessed in this world fails to substantiate your renowned assertion that love is more potent than the magic at my command. Perhaps you have erred in your search from the very beginning." Dumbledore's voice carried a hint of melancholy. "Then, what could be more fitting than Hogwarts for me to embark on my new research?" Voldemort retorted, his tone imbued with an undeniable conviction. Dumbledore set down his empty cup, straightened his posture, and let his fingertips gently touch, a customary pose during his contemplations. A profound sorrow flickered across his face as he softly uttered, "The days of scaring you with a burning wardrobe to compel your atonement are long past. How I wish I could still do so, Tom." In that fleeting moment, Voldemort's hand shot toward his wand in his pocket, his knuckles whitening from the force. Dumbledore merely narrowed his eyes, remaining still, his fingertips still lightly touching, as if he had already grasped the entirety of the situation. Unexpectedly, before anyone could take action, the entire room began to spin violently. The surrounding walls crumbled away like melting snow, while the ground beneath their feet slowly rose, inducing a disorienting sensation of weightlessness. "What in the blazes have you done?" Voldemort's voice was tinged with anger for the first time, his crimson eyes fixed intently on Dumbledore. "I have done nothing," Dumbledore replied, spreading his hands as his gaze swept over the tumultuous surroundings. "I had presumed this was your doing. It appears the course of events has exceeded our expectations." When all finally subsided, the two found themselves standing in an expanse of pure white. Before them lay a pristine marble-long table, encircled by a ring of chairs crafted from the same material, arranged with a precision as if enchanted by a freezing charm. Dumbledore and Voldemort stood at opposite ends of the table, facing one another across the distance. Surrounding them were several towering white columns that pierced the heavens, topped with a transparent glass dome through which bright sunlight poured, illuminating the entire space with a sacred and solemn glow reminiscent of the fabled heavens. Just as these two wizards of good and evil surveyed their environment, several figures appeared near the table in quick succession. On the side closest to Voldemort stood Abraxas Malfoy, Lucius Malfoy, Severus Snape, and Regulus Black. Meanwhile, by Dumbledore's side stood James Potter, Lily Evans, Sirius Black, and Remus Lupin. The Death Eaters, upon seeing Voldemort, were overtaken by fear, immediately bowing in reverence, their voices subdued with awe. "Master, damnable Death Eaters, and you fiend." James Potter was the first to react, his wand instantly clasped in hand, aimed directly at the opposite side. "What devious scheme have you concocted to bring us to this place?" Voldemort narrowed his eyes, a glint of malice flickering within his crimson pupils. "It seems this is indeed a splendid arena for a duel." Before he finished speaking, both sides had drawn their wands, the tips aimed at one another, and the air instantly thickened with palpable tension. At that moment, the air shimmered, and another figure materialized in the center of the space, precisely at the intersection of their gazes. This individual appeared to be of similar age to Dumbledore, with a mane of unruly silver hair and mismatched eyes that sparkle with sharpness under the sunlight. Despite his advanced years, his countenance bore a rebellious demeanor. He raised an eyebrow, his tone laced with mockery. "What is this? As soon as I make my entrance, you all point your wands at me? The last time I enjoyed such treatment was half a century ago. When did my name regain such prominence?" In a peculiar twist of fate, a colossal screen materialized in the void without warning, its luminous white glow swiftly eclipsing the sunlight that streamed through the dome above, capturing the undivided attention of all present. On the screen, a series of clear inscriptions gradually appeared. Viewing guidelines. 1. Please remain seated in your designated spot. Exchanging seats is strictly prohibited. 2. Fighting, loud disturbances, and any actions that may disrupt others' viewing are forbidden. 3. Any form of interference with the screening is expressly prohibited. 4. Leaving the venue midway is not allowed under any circumstances. 5. The ultimate authority on these rules rests with this space. Any attempts to challenge them will result in a delightful surprise package. What absurd regulations. Sirius scoffed, a disdainful smirk adorning his face. Before he could finish his sentence, he brandished his wand at the screen and declared, "Shatter into oblivion." The spell, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind, shot towards the screen, only to be absorbed instantaneously as if it had plunged into an abyss, leaving the surface of the screen pristine and unblemished. Soon after, a transparent membrane seemed to envelop the screen, which then rebounded with a blinding flash of white light, striking Sirius with pinpoint accuracy. In a matter of moments, amidst the astonished gazes of those around him, Sirius's form began to shrink visibly, curling up until, in an astonishing blink, the dark-haired young man transformed into a fluffy white Pomeranian, bewilderedly wagging its fluffy tail. "Big paws," James exclaimed, his eyes nearly bulging in disbelief as he hurriedly scooped the small dog into his arms. He poked at the snow-white fur, bewildered. "Aren't you supposed to be a large black dog? How did you shrink into this little white pup?" But Sirius could emit no human sounds, only managing a couple of adorable, high-pitched barks, a stark contrast to his usual demeanor. This spectacle rendered everyone present momentarily speechless. The next instant, the Death Eaters promptly sheathed their wands within their robes, with Lucius even retreating slightly. It seemed we had no choice but to adhere to the rules of this space. With a cheerful demeanor, Dumbledore suggested, "Perhaps we should locate our respective seats?" Following his gaze, the crowd turned to the backs of the chairs, each inscribed with names. Some attempted to occupy other seats, only to be repelled by an invisible force, clearly indicating that seating was assigned. At that moment, one name caught everyone's attention. Prominently etched on one of the chairs was the name Gellert Grindelwald. "You are Grindelwald?" James asked incredulously, looking at the silver-haired elder. All eyes shifted to the elderly man with mismatched eyes before darting back to Dumbledore. It was common knowledge that Dumbledore had famously defeated Grindelwald, ending the dark reign of this first Dark Lord. Now, these two were to coexist in the same space, even seated adjacently. Voldemort narrowed his crimson eyes, scrutinizing Grindelwald with a hint of recognition, as if acknowledging a kindred spirit. Mr. Grindelwald, both of us have sought greatness that transcends the mundane. Perhaps there is room for collaboration between us. Huh, Grindelwald scoffed, not even deigning to cast a glance at Voldemort as he sauntered to the chair bearing his name and sat down, positioning himself comfortably beside Dumbledore as if they were merely long-lost acquaintances rather than former adversaries. This nonchalant demeanor left many in the room astounded. Voldemort's expression darkened at Grindelwald's dismissive attitude. His grip on his wand tightened, though he refrained from speaking further. With Sirius still prancing around in his Pomeranian form, no one was eager to discover what that delightful surprise package might entail. Meanwhile, James continued cradling the fluffy white Pomeranian, having searched in vain for Sirius's designated seat. With the little dog barking in his arms, he reluctantly placed it on his lap, realizing that due to his earlier assault on the screen, Sirius had temporarily lost his human privileges. As everyone settled into their assigned seats, the arrangement unfolded clockwise as follows: Dumbledore, Grindelwald, Lupin, James, still holding the Pomeranian, Regulus, Voldemort, Lucius, Abraxas, Snape, and finally, Lily sat to Dumbledore's right. Just as they settled, Abraxas suddenly erupted into a violent coughing fit, as though he were expelling his very lungs. The onlookers soon noticed his pallor, as white as a sheet, and his emaciated form, barely able to support the weight of his robes. The dark circles beneath his eyes were pronounced, revealing the toll of serious illness. "Father, how are you feeling?" Lucius exclaimed, panic overtaking him as he rummaged frantically through his robes, searching for a vial of medicine, only to find nothing but cold fabric. Clearly, he had brought nothing with him. At that moment, a crystal vial appeared on the table, filled with a silvery potion. The screen then displayed a new message: "Time stands still in this space. All ailments will not worsen. Consuming this potion may alleviate discomfort." Lucius intended to verify the potion's safety first, but seeing his father's face turning purple from coughing and his breathing becoming labored, he hastily uncorked the vial and administered the potion to Abraxas. Within moments, Abraxas's cough began to subside, and his complexion improved slightly. Lucius exhaled in relief, realizing the efficacy of the potion in this space. My dearest friend, the last time I saw you, you were in excellent health," Voldemort remarked, his gaze fixed on Abraxas, an unusual glimmer of empathy flickering in his crimson eyes. "I never anticipated you would fall so gravely ill. The oaths we forged together, the ideals we pursued, shall I be the only one left to chase them?" Abraxas composed himself, coughing weakly before responding with unwavering respect. "I sense my time is limited. My son Lucius will carry forth my will and serve you. The Malfoy family shall always remain loyal to the great Dark Lord." Lucius, hearing this, cast a worried glance at his father before bowing deeply to Voldemort. "Master, you have my unwavering loyalty." The members of the Order of the Phoenix observed the father-son loyalty display in silence, while Sirius, still a Pomeranian in James's arms, barked discontentedly. James, with a derisive smirk, muttered just loud enough to be heard, "I truly cannot comprehend why some choose to abandon their humanity, opting instead to play the role of a sycophantic beast, seeking a master to find comfort." This remark struck like a thorn, piercing the hearts of the Death Eaters. Lucius shot up, glaring icily at James. In an instant, the Death Eaters directed their ire towards him, and the atmosphere thickened with tension. Voldemort, however, chose to ignore the provocation, raising an eyebrow. "Before I entered this space, you had no son." Dumbledore stroked his beard thoughtfully, his gaze sweeping across the assembled group as he mused. "The conversation we just had has led me to a hypothesis. While you all appear familiar with one another, there are many here whom I do not recognize. I suspect we may hail from different timelines." At this revelation, the crowd exchanged glances, and Lily suddenly realized. Dumbledore appeared younger than she remembered, the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes less pronounced. James seemed to be of a similar age to her, exuding youthful exuberance. Lucius appeared significantly more mature than she recalled, his brow furrowed with a solemnity that bespoke experience, while Snape and Lupin were evidently older still, their hair flecked with gray. "Perhaps we should each share our origins?" Dumbledore suggested with a smile. "Tom and I both come from the year 1955. We were discussing his employment at Hogwarts when we found ourselves here." "Joining Hogwarts? Voldemort as a professor?" James was so astonished that he nearly tossed the Pomeranian he was holding into the air. How could this possibly be? "Oh, I certainly did not consent to that," Dumbledore quipped, blinking casually. "A wise decision, Headmaster." James immediately concurred, not forgetting to tilt his chin defiantly at Voldemort. Dumbledore turned his gaze to Grindelwald, who languidly reclined against his chair, 1955. Succinct and to the point, as though uttering another word would be too tiresome. Remus spoke gently, his eyes flitting between Dumbledore and Snape. I hail from 1997. You may not yet recognize us, Headmaster, but we are all your future students. Wow, Moony. You've grown so mature. James leaned in curiously to scrutinize Remus, as if he had discovered a new continent. I'm only in my 6th year, 1977. Came with Lily, and just confessed my feelings to her. Lily shot him an exasperated glance, though her ears had subtly flushed with crimson. Seated beside her, Snape cast a fleeting glance her way before quickly returning to his contemplations. The white Pomeranian in Potter's arms barked anxiously, seemingly eager to interject, but alas, it was unable to articulate human speech. When it was Regulus's turn, he first glanced at the dog in James's arms before softly stating, 1979, I graduated not long ago. Voldemort and Dumbledore both belonged to 1955, no further explanation needed. Lucius glanced at his father beside him, his voice low. I too hail from 1979, the same year as Regulus. My father's health has not been well lately. I was just conversing with him when we suddenly found ourselves here. Lastly, it was Snape's turn. He lifted his gaze and regarded Dumbledore intently, his tone flat, yet laced with a barely perceptible complexity. 1997, like Remus. As his words settled, a profound silence enveloped the long table. The convergence of timelines spanning decades twisted the past's grudges and the future's entanglements into a single, eerie amalgamation, rendering the very air heavy with an inexplicable weight. Viewing Body Extra 3, Coming of Age Ceremony. Dumbledore chuckled. So, why have we converged from different times here? And what purpose does this space serve? There must be some intent behind it. As if in response to his words, the screen in midair suddenly flickered violently. The white light, so blinding that one could scarcely keep their eyes open. This time, the transformation extended far beyond the screen's content. The entire space was abruptly shrouded in a haze of gray smoke, imbued with the sense of damp earth and aged wood. Once the mist dissipated, the surrounding scenery was entirely renewed. First revealed was a black and white marbled floor, its patterns intertwining like serpent scales, followed by a lengthy staircase adorned with intricately carved railings entwined with lifelike serpentine reliefs, culminating in walls interwoven with deep green and pure black, where sconces resembled serpent heads with flickering emerald flames casting shadows across the ceiling's subtle designs. The white Pomeranian in James's arms scrambled against the chair, attempting to leap down, only to be thwarted by an invisible barrier. This shield, akin to a transparent wall, firmly confined everyone to their seats, not allowing for even the slightest movement. Several Death Eaters fidgeted uneasily in their chairs, their hands instinctively clutching the hems of their robes. This place was uncomfortably familiar. So familiar that it sent chills down their spines. Only Voldemort appeared unfazed, his crimson eyes narrowing slightly, his brows imperceptibly lifting, a cryptic smile gracing his lips. Where are we? Lily instinctively leaned closer to Dumbledore, her voice tinged with unmistakable anxiety as her gaze warily scanned the serpentine decor. Voldemort finally revealed a haughty smile, his fingertips lightly tapping the armrest. Welcome to my Dark Lord Manor. Their long table was placed in a corner of the hall, allowing them to behold the entirety of the space. It felt as though they were observing memories within a pensive, yet this vivid scene surpassed mere recollection. In the heart of the hall stood an imposing black cage forged from magic, within which a massive white wolf was locked in a fierce struggle with the youth. The wolf's claws rending the air with a sharp sound, the boys' stifled cries echoing clearly even through the bars. On the second-floor balcony stood an array of elegantly dressed men and women, wine glasses in hand, leisurely leaning against the railings, their gazes akin to spectators at an amusing performance, occasionally emitting low chuckles. Above the staircase, an intricately carved high-backed chair resembling a throne dominated the high platform, upon which lounged a striking young man with black hair and red eyes, none other than the youthful Voldemort. He twirled his wand between his fingers, his indifferent gaze sweeping over the battle within the cage, as if observing two ants in conflict. Only when the magical black cage dissipated into a wisp of green smoke did they discern the boy who had plunged a dagger into the giant wolf, none other than the youthful Lucius Malfoy. His golden locks were spattered with blood, his face still bearing traces of youth, and his eyes conveyed a blend of terror and confusion. Under the watchful eyes of the onlookers, young Lucius ascended the lengthy staircase at the behest of his father, Abraxas, ultimately kneeling at Voldemort's feet, his voice trembling imperceptibly yet distinctly pledging his loyalty. Lucius. Dumbledore sighed softly, his gaze landing on the present-day Lucius, a hint of melancholy in his tone. You seem quite young at this moment. You should not have graduated yet. Lucius's body stiffened almost imperceptibly, his fingers fidgeting anxiously as his eyes darted swiftly towards his father before he replied in a low voice. Yes, this is the summer before my 7th year. I am about to advance to my final year. The individuals at the table fell silent, their gazes laden with complexity as they rested upon him. None had anticipated that this pampered heir of the Malfoy lineage would be compelled to endure such a bloody rite of passage while still a student. Even James, who had often mocked him, fell unusually silent, unable to suppress memories of his own 6th-year summer, spent either frolicking in Godric's Hollow with friends or racking his brain to make Lily smile. The sunshine and laughter of that time starkly contrasted with the bloody dagger of young Lucius in the scene before them. The white Pomeranian in his arms suddenly barked, breaking the heavy silence. The scene shifted once more, this time transporting them to the garden of Malfoy Manor. Several white peacocks strutted across the meticulously manicured lawn, their splendid tails trailing behind them, as sunlight filtered through the ornate iron trellis, casting dappled shadows upon the stone pathway. Beside a wicker tea table in a small flower house, young Lucius practiced transfiguration with his wand. James could not help but laugh, his tone brimming with his usual bravado. This basic transfiguration spell, I mastered in one go back in the day. You're struggling with it this much? Lucius furrowed his brow, his fingers unconsciously rubbing the chair's arm. In the recesses of his memory, this incantation was far from difficult. He had not dedicated time during the holiday to practice it specifically. Just then, footsteps echoed from the distant archway. Abraxas was accompanying Voldemort, the dark cloak sweeping through the blooming rose bushes. Voldemort walked directly to young Lucius's side. The essence of transfiguration lies not in pronunciation, but in understanding the nature of the object. His voice was deep and resonant. The material form is merely a facade. True magic is the ability to touch the tremors of the essence of all things. Dumbledore stroked his beard, his gaze resting on the present Voldemort, a note of regret lacing his tone. I must concede, Tom, you do possess a remarkable talent for magic. Had your ideology not veered astray, you would have made an excellent professor. Voldemort at the long table scoffed, a glimmer of mockery flashing in his crimson eyes. Dumbledore, we merely hold differing perspectives. You always perceive every thought contrary to yours as erroneous. Grindelwald, who had been shrouded in silence, lifted his gaze to cast a fleeting glance at him, his heterochromatic eyes betraying an inscrutable emotion. Ultimately, he uttered not a word, instead raising the wine glass that had mysteriously appeared on the table to his lips for a sip. Dumbledore gently shook his head, a heavy sigh escaping him, imbued with an inextricable weight. Tom, there are myriad things you fail to comprehend. Such obstinate ignorance, even with formidable magic at your disposal, will ultimately lead you nowhere. The onlookers observed Voldemort patiently instructing Lucius throughout the afternoon, secretly admiring his magical prowess. They were astonished by his unexpectedly gentle demeanor. Could it be that Voldemort was not as brutal in private as the legend suggested? The scene abruptly shifted, transporting everyone into an exquisitely appointed large chamber. Silver-green drapes cascaded down the sides, and the carpet was embroidered with the serpent emblem of Slytherin. A faint scent of cedar lingered in the air. This is the place, Regulus muttered, furrowing his brow, his voice low, the Slytherin common room. No sooner had he spoken than the door to the common room was thrust open, and a youthful Lucius stormed in. His golden hair was tousled, his face aflame with suppressed fury, his chest heaving with tumultuous breaths. Attempting to calm himself by grasping a spellbook on the table, he found his focus elusive, and in a fit of frustration, he flung his wand to the floor, turned, and collapsed onto the bed, his shoulders trembling uncontrollably, muffled sobs escaping him. The assembly at the long table instinctively turned their attention to the present-day Lucius. He sat rigidly in his chair, his fingers tightly clutching the hem of his robe, his ears tinged with a hint of crimson. Clearly embarrassed by this display of emotional turmoil. I do not recall much of what transpired back then, he murmured ambiguously, his gaze evasive. Fortunately, it was not long before someone knocked on the door. Lucius swiftly composed himself, smoothing his robes and taming his golden locks. When he lifted his gaze again, his expression had reverted to its customary arrogance and aloofness, as though the earlier disarray had been but a fleeting illusion. How pretentious, James scoffed quietly. In the unfolding scene, Lucius opened the door to reveal a similarly youthful Severus Snape, who still bore the fresh innocence of youth, his dark robes somewhat faded. Severus had come to deliver the custom potion to Lucius, who graciously invited him to join for tea and refreshments. I do not intend to flaunt anything, Lucius remarked, displaying a semblance of regret, but I thought it best to offer my guest the finest. If I have inadvertently caused offense, please allow me to apologize. Their conversation revealed Lucius's remarkable conversational skills, subtly complimenting and attempting to win over Snape. Grindelwald raised an eyebrow. taking a closer look at the platinum-haired youth seated at the long table. As the two in the scene discussed selling their potion class assignments, James shot a furious glare at Snape. "You little thief! How dare you sell school potions for profit? What a disgrace!" Snape's expression darkened, his face clouding with fury as he glared at James, his lips pressed into a taut line. "At least Severus ensures that every ingredient is utilized to its fullest potential," Lucius remarked evenly, a hint of barely concealed sarcasm in his tone, unlike some individuals who squander precious materials into worthless poisons. No sooner had he spoken than the younger Lucius echoed his words precisely, not only refraining from disparaging Snape's actions, but leaning forward to offer a more thoughtful suggestion. "With your talent, Professor Slughorn would surely welcome your participation in his laboratory research. Academic exploration inherently requires consumption and experimentation, does it not?" The youthful Snape was momentarily taken aback, disbelief flickering in his dark eyes as he clutched the hem of his robe, quietly asking, "Mr. Malfoy, why do you wish to assist me?" Lucius sipped his tea, shadows cast by his lashes over his eyes, his voice imbued with the perfect touch of warmth. When those mundane individuals busily measure a person's worth by bloodlines and family names, he paused, absently tracing the rim of his cup with a fingertip. "I understand far better how rare true talent in potion-making is." The young Lucius slowly raised his gaze, exuding an undeniable confidence, as if reciting an epic inscribed upon the scrolls of destiny. He spoke in a hushed tone. "You shall become the most distinguished potion master of our era, standing at the lectern of Hogwarts, imparting the flame of knowledge to countless eager minds. One day, the seat in the headmaster's office will be vacated for you, and the cauldron in your hands will bottle renown and brew glory." Even, he lowered his voice, the final words lingering in the air, even defying death. At the long table, Snape fixed his gaze on the astonished visage of his younger self, then turned to glance at the present-day Lucius, ultimately pressing his lips together in silence. Lily observed their interaction, then glanced at the downcast Snape, softly inquiring, "Is this the reason you have persistently chosen to align yourself with them?" Snape's shoulders jolted, as if scorched, and he averted his eyes from Lily, bowing his head further, his dark hair obscuring his expression. Ever since he realized his seat was adjacent to Lily's, he had appeared increasingly anxious, occasionally stealing glances at the bright, youthful girl beside him, yet more often wishing to retreat into the shadows. In this moment, silence seemed the only refuge for the tumultuous emotions swirling within him. Lupin, sitting across from him, smiled and remarked, "What he said has indeed come to pass, has it not, Severus?" At this pronouncement, the assembly fell silent, collectively turning their gaze toward Snape. Incredulity etched across the faces of several young students. Snape's brow furrowed, his countenance darkening further. Yet Voldemort revealed a satisfied expression. Speaking slowly, "It seems we shall soon gain a remarkably talented companion." "That," Potter exclaimed, incredulous, "you expect that sniveling little wretch to become a professor? Even a headmaster? Absolutely impossible. As long as Professor Dumbledore is alive, no one is more deserving of that position." Upon hearing this, Grindelwald narrowed his elongated eyes slightly, casting a seemingly casual glance at Dumbledore, his tone laced with subtle inquiry. 1996? "So, by then, you were no longer present, were you, Albus?" As the words hung in the air, gasps of shock echoed through the room, all eyes darting toward Dumbledore, except for Voldemort, who remained unfazed. 1996, you say? Voldemort chuckled softly. "That sounds like a date worth remembering." "Everyone dies," Dumbledore replied with serene composure, his tone as light as if discussing the most mundane of topics. "And for me, all of this remains a distant future. Let us continue watching." The surrounding scene rippled once more. However, this time, their environment remained unchanged. It felt as if time had subtly slipped by a few days, still within the same headmaster as common room. Yet the arrangement of the room's furnishings had shifted. And outside, the inky darkness of night had deepened, signaling the late hour. The common room was so still that they could hear the sound of their own breaths. After a moment, they noticed an adult clad in black robes seated by the desk. As they discerned the man's features, several Death Eaters instinctively recoiled. It was Voldemort. At that moment, the door to the common room swung open. The young Lucius stood at the threshold, his eyes widening in surprise at the unexpected presence within the room. He swiftly closed the door, raising his hand to cast several spells upon the doorframe. "Seems you are aware that your master prefers solitude." James Potter chuckled at his actions. Abraxas, evidently unaware of Voldemort's prior visit to Hogwarts to see his son, cast a puzzled glance at Lucius. Grindelwald let out a cold laugh, remarking, "It seems the security measures of this school are far from comprehensive. Anyone can enter at will." Dumbledore, stroking his beard, responded gently, "Your observation is indeed valid. It is imperative to enhance the school's security." The attention of the gathered crowd shifted back to the scene. At the desk, Voldemort spoke. his voice laced with intrigue. Highlight key points with a light yellow ink mixed with shimmering wing powder, and compose rhyming couplets for the easily confused spells. As he casually closed the book titled Transfiguration Mistakes, tapping his fingers lightly on the cover, quite fascinating. Lily instinctively glanced at Lucius, hesitating before speaking. Oh, that method. Noticing the collective gaze upon her, she added shyly, it sounds remarkably akin to Muggle school techniques, with highlighters and mistake collections. At the far end of the long table, Voldemort scoffed lightly. Though he said nothing, the disdain and mockery in his gaze were unmistakable to all. Offended, Lily pressed her lips together and fell silent, a hint of displeasure knitting her brow. The events in the scene continued to unfold. Everyone could see that the young Lucius was taut with tension, struggling to maintain an elegant demeanor while bowing before Voldemort. Their ensuing dialogue seemed to probe into his academic life and performance, even compelling Lucius to reflect upon his herbology assignments that were not his own handiwork. A sense of confusion spread among the onlookers. Surely Voldemort could not have come to Hogwarts solely out of concern for Lucius's studies? Could he truly have such leisure? Evidently, the young Lucius was also engaged in private speculation. Thus, when they heard Voldemort suddenly retort, "Oh? Did you not just feel that you were merely going with the flow, considering this a trivial matter? Did you not think I was too idle?" It became clear he had employed legilimency. Observing Lucius's expression of utter trepidation, the onlookers displayed sympathetic expressions. Even James Potter involuntarily recalled his own moments of shame when neglecting assignments, internally exclaiming, being scrutinized by such an elder is utterly terrifying, especially when that elder is Voldemort. Lucius, feeling the weight of their gazes, shifted uncomfortably, murmuring defensively, in truth, none of this ever occurred. Apart from that initial incident at the Dark Lord's manor, it seems none of the rest transpired. Unfortunately, none who shared the timeline with him could vouch for his claims, leaving others unable to ascertain whether he was lying. However, the vividness of the scene was too tangible, the details so clear they seemed almost palpable, leading everyone to feel that this was a reality that had indeed transpired, albeit one Lucius was unwilling to acknowledge. In the 5th extra chapter of the viewing experience, the youthful Lucius, under Voldemort's subtle oppression, appeared on the verge of collapse, incessantly reflecting upon his errors, yet Voldemort remained unsatisfied with his responses. The typically graceful aristocrat lay prostrate on the plush carpet, his voice quivering slightly with emotion. A few young students glanced at Lucius with empathetic eyes. Lucius himself seemed on the brink of burying his head beneath the table. Yet, the scene persisted. I should value each assignment. I ought not to rely on others, for the Dark Lord has placed great expectations upon me, wishing for my excellent graduation across all subjects. My herbology skills are already lacking, and I have been remiss in my assignments. I failed to regard the Dark Lord's tasks with the seriousness they deserve. Repeat that last sentence, Voldemort interjected suddenly. Lucius paused, then promptly reiterated, I failed to regard the Dark Lord's tasks with the seriousness they deserve. No sooner had the words left his lips than both the onlookers and Lucius himself, seated at the long table, experienced a moment of clarity, their faces reflecting understanding. What task did I assign you? Voldemort's voice resonated, calm yet tinged with an oppressive weight. Lucius, startled by the question, hastily lowered his head, replying respectfully, My lord. During my graduating year, you instructed me to maintain excellent grades across all subjects and to recruit classmates into the organization. So, your earlier remarks to Snape were merely an attempt to win him over in order to fulfill my task? Voldemort pressed, directing his gaze towards Snape. That must be the case, my lord, Lucius replied, stealing a fleeting glance at Snape. At that moment, Snape's eyes appeared vacant, his gaze hollow like a bottomless abyss, clearly employing a mental occlusion to lock away all emotions deep within. You have a remarkable son, Abraxas. Voldemort suddenly turned, bestowing a smile upon Abraxas, who merely inclined his head respectfully, without further comment. I have not prioritized your commands, nor have I diligently fulfilled my tasks. My attitude has been improper, provoking the Dark Lord's ire. At last, Lucius in the scene began to articulate his reflections clearly. I am not angry, Lucius, Voldemort interrupted, his voice devoid of any discernible anger. Do you comprehend the consequences of failing to complete tasks under my reign? This statement swept through the gathered Death Eaters like a chilling gust, leaving them all shivering, their faces drained of color. Voldemort, however, revealed a faint smile, evidently pleased by the fearful response of his subordinates. The kneeling Lucius appeared exceedingly frightened as well, but Voldemort abruptly shifted his tone. In truth, your errors do not yet warrant a failure of the task, but allowing your laxity to persist makes failure merely a matter of time. Voldemort caressed his wand as if in contemplation. You have not yet truly joined the Death Eaters. The disciplinary rules of the Death Eaters seem rather out of place. As the head boy of Hogwarts, applying school regulations would be quite justified. Would you not agree, Lucius? Following this, 3 writhing tendrils of venomous slime appeared on the carpet, each appendage clawing and grasping as if alive, while a bucket of viscous slugs crashed down upon the pristine white wool carpet, with some slugs oozing over the rim and leaving repulsive trails upon the lavish fabric. Let us commence. I wish to witness your genuine remorse. The scene felt overwhelmingly authentic. The stench nearly palpable, James commented. Lily had already covered her nose. In the scene, Lucius was prohibited from wearing gloves, a wand pressing firmly against his shoulder, the invisible pressure compelling his entire arm to plunge into the bucket brimming with slugs. The onlookers witnessed the tremors in his back as he knelt, the viscous liquid causing ripples in the bucket. Above him, Voldemort observed with keen interest, his crimson-slitted pupils gleaming with unabashed mockery, his expression distinctly reveling in the moment. Voldemort squinted his eyes, all too familiar with this expression of his, gazing at the version of himself in the scene. He suddenly realized that his visit to Hogwarts might have ulterior motives. As the Voldemort in the scene lifted Lucius's chin with his wand, it became evident to all that Lucius had long lost his usual elegance and composure. Now, his brow was furrowed, tears welling in his reddened eyes. The tip of his nose flushed from breathlessness, his pale lips pressed into a tight line, and the veins in his neck throbbed violently with each swallow. Undulating beneath his skin, a peculiar sense of fragility emanated from the scene. As the onlookers at the long table found themselves entranced by the face that resembled a peach blossom, unable to tear their gaze away, Lucius, himself, felt the heat of embarrassment creeping up to his ears, longing to disappear into the ground at the sight of so many eyes scrutinizing his discomfort. What added an intriguing layer to the tableau was Voldemort's reaction. He let out a low chuckle, his voice imbued with an indescribable meaning. "How pitiable," he remarked, his wand gliding along Lucius's trembling jawline, deftly catching a tear on the brink of falling, his tone surprisingly gentle. "Even I feel a pang of sympathy." Voldemort raised an eyebrow, certain that his visit was purely for amusement. Not far away, Dumbledore exchanged a glance with Grindelwald, both revealing a hint of contemplation and inquiry in their eyes. Voldemort slowly rose and circled behind Lucius. He raised his hand and, with remarkable ease, tucked a few stray strands of hair behind Lucius's ear. "Aren't you always so fond of your hair? How unfortunate it would be to let it get dirty." With that, Voldemort conjured a hairband out of thin air and leisurely tied Lucius's hair back. This unexpected gesture left the witnesses utterly speechless, their eyes darting between the two in astonishment and disbelief. Lucius, at the table, had lost the flush of embarrassment, leaving behind an almost translucent pallor. He was no longer the naive youth of yore. He understood all too well the implications hidden beneath Voldemort's seemingly playful demeanor and the boundaries being crossed. Instinctively, he glanced at his father, Abraxas, who remained a portrait of unflappable calm, his expression betraying no hint of turmoil. Yet, within Lucius, a tempest raged. His father's frail condition and the Malfoy family's precarious position left him feeling as though he were treading on thin ice. In reality, he had never been entangled in such a transgressive drama with Voldemort. If the future Dark Lord harbored such intentions, it might indeed offer a glimmer of respite for his family. Yet, the price of such a path was steep, demanding that he shatter his own backbone, forever entwining himself in the shadow of another. Moreover, he need not have reached this juncture. Despite the Malfoy family's struggles, they were far from being at their wits' end. In the 6th chapter of the viewing experience, the scene of Voldemort's departure left the audience in a heavy silence as they observed the young Slytherin prefect scrambling to the potion cabinet, trembling as he consumed a potion to regain his strength. He then mustered his resolve to tidy himself up and restore order to the disheveled room. Perhaps sensing the secret and awkward relationship between them, not a single soul dared to speak, not even the usually boisterous James Potter, who kept his lips tightly sealed in rare silence. As Lucius obediently tied the hairband left by Voldemort in his hair and arranged the 3 pots of venomous tentacula on the windowsill, preparing to tend to them meticulously, the onlookers could not help but silently admire his remarkable composure and restraint in the face of such treatment. Outside the prefect's lounge, Snape stood in contemplative silence. From their dialogue, it was evident that tonight was the night Lucius had promised to escort him to Professor Slughorn's Slug Club. Little did he expect so many interruptions before their arrival. Snape, uncharacteristically, broke the silence, casting a complex glance at Lucius. "Severus, none of this exists in my memory," Lucius admitted, his tone tinged with a hint of helplessness. As soon as he spoke, the surroundings shifted abruptly to the familiar scene of Slughorn's Slug Club. The classroom was adorned with vibrant balloons and streamers, imbued with a lively and warm atmosphere. Invited students lounged about, sampling exquisite treats while engaging in spirited conversations, laughter resonating throughout the space. At the entrance, a red-haired girl leaned against the doorframe, holding a plate of cookies, seemingly detached from the revelry inside, her expression betraying a hint of ennui. "Lily, that's you," James exclaimed. "Oh, that was me in 5th year," Lily remarked, astonished to see herself featured in the scene. "Miss Evans?" The Lucius in the image inclined his head ever so slightly, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he inquired, "Why don't you come in?" "Hey, Malfoy," James Potter interjected, visibly displeased. "Aren't you the one who looks down upon Muggleborns? What are you pretending to be nice for? That insincere smile of yours is all too transparent." Lucius frowned, his agitation rising in response to Potter's provocation, and retorted, "It's merely a courteous greeting. Do you even know what manners are, with your incessant chattering like a foolish monkey?" However, the ensuing events swiftly redirected Potter's ire. "Severus," the image of Lily exclaimed, stepping forward with a gust of air billowing her wizarding robes. "Oh, Severus." Her face lit up with a radiant smile, her voice brimming with joy. "I'm so glad you came. Now I won TB board." Her expressive eyes glimmered with anticipation as she raised the plate of cookies, asking, "Would you like a cookie?" Suddenly aware of Lucius's presence, she quickly extended the plate toward him as well. "You should have some too, Prefect." At the long table, a noticeably older Snape fixated on the animated image of the lively girl before him, unable to tear his gaze away, though the Real Lily sat beside him. He dared not look, instead locking his eyes on the memory of the girl conversing with a younger version of himself. The 6th-year Lily Evans turned to him. "We were quite close back then, weren't we? Perhaps these memories feel very distant to you now." "No," Snape unexpectedly interrupted her. Lily raised an eyebrow, surprised by his assertiveness. Snape summoned his courage to meet her verdant gaze. "It doesn't feel distant at all. It feels like just yesterday." Lily regarded him with astonishment. James Potter could no longer contain himself, slamming his hand on the table and leaping to his feet, shouting across the table at his rival, "You filthy little snot. Stay away from Lily." Before he could finish, the original screen materialized once more. A beam of white light shot towards Potter, and in the blink of an eye, he transformed into a yapping chihuahua. The screen displayed, violation of viewing rule number 2, no loud noises. Thus, all that remained of Potter was 2 dogs. The former marble seat vanished into thin air, and the 2 canines were suspended mid-air by an unseen force, as if searching for their owner. The chihuahua that was once James Potter was thrust into Lupin's arms, while the Pomeranian that had been Sirius was tossed into Regulus's embrace. The chihuahua continued to yip, but Lupin promptly covered its mouth. Meanwhile, the Pomeranian attempted to leap from his brother's hold, but, much like before, it found itself unable to escape the chair, leaving it no choice but to reluctantly settle on Regulus's lap, leaving claw marks on his robes. The story within the scene continues to unfold. They observe as Lucius, honoring his prior promise, persuades Professor Slughorn to allow Snape to join his specialized research laboratory on Wolfsbane potion. "It turns out that you have been researching an improved version of the Wolfsbane potion since that time. Remus," he speaks gently, "you have been immensely helpful to me in this regard. Do not flatter yourself. My studies on the Wolfsbane potion have no bearing on you." Snape interrupts impatiently, his tone laced with disdain. Lily scrutinizes Remus, and, as if a light bulb has gone off in her mind, exclaims, "Remus, so you are a werewolf?" This is what James often refers to as the furry little problem, isn't it? "Indeed, Lily," Remus concedes gently, turning to Dumbledore. "Thanks to the kindness of Headmaster Dumbledore, I have had the opportunity to study at Hogwarts and later serve as a professor. The wizarding world has always harbored prejudice against werewolves. It is only at Hogwarts that I have been treated with equality. I am deeply grateful to you, Headmaster." The chihuahua in his arms barked twice, seemingly in awe of its owner's ability to teach at Hogwarts. Dumbledore smiled. "I have always hoped to alter society's discrimination against minority groups. Yet progress has been elusive until now. If my future self can indeed provide such significant assistance, I would surely find joy and fulfillment in it." Grindelwald, standing nearby, scoffed in dissatisfaction, but upon Dumbledore's glance, he immediately fell silent. As this scene concluded, the surroundings shifted once more, and everyone found themselves back in the initial, pristine white space. Above the table, a floating screen revealed new text. "Today's viewing has concluded. Everyone may rest at their leisure. We shall continue tomorrow. Whatever you desire. It shall come to you. Whatever you desire." Someone quietly echoed. Dumbledore and Voldemort exchanged a glance, and both raised their hands in unison, causing the long table to be instantly laden with a variety of food. Behind them, a row of rooms appeared, reminiscent of the common rooms at Hogwarts. However, the room behind Voldemort was predominantly silver and green, while Dumbledore's was adorned in gold and red. "Very well, children," Dumbledore said cheerfully, "let us first enjoy a splendid dinner, and then we shall rest. It seems this space must reveal all it wishes to show before we are allowed to depart." After a flurry of activity, everyone was quite famished. Faced with the feast before them, they cast aside their reservations and began to indulge. Once satiated, as they chose their rooms, they discovered that the two unfortunate little dogs had no room of their own. Remus carried James into a Gryffindor-themed common room, but Sirius vehemently refused to accompany Regulus into the Slytherin room, even biting Regulus's arm fiercely. In an instant of white light, the snow-white Pomeranian was confined to a dog cage and unceremoniously tossed into Regulus's room. In the seventh side story of the viewing experience, Lucius assisted his father into a room interwoven with silver and green. As Abraxas gently tapped his serpent-headed cane on the ground, the space suddenly expanded tenfold, transforming into the master suite of Malfoy Manor, complete with an en-suite bathroom and dressing room. He carefully helped his father to sit on the edge of the bed while he stood by with his hands at his sides. Abraxas cleared his throat a few times, his voice low and nearly hoarse. Were the images we just witnessed all events that have transpired? Only some of them, Lucius replied. The segment involving the Dark Lord's presence at Hogwarts is certainly an occurrence that has never taken place. Abraxas nodded slowly, a flicker of understanding flashing in his murky gaze. I had the same inclination. Given your temperament, if such an event had truly occurred, you would not conceal it from me. He paused, his breath growing increasingly labored. What do you surmise these images originate from? Lucius furrowed his brow in contemplation. Could they be events that transpired on another timeline? Time, Abraxas murmured, his throat erupting in a violent fit of coughs. Gasping, he pressed his hand to his chest, his frail fingers whitening from the exertion. My time grows short, Lucius. I must confess, he continued, his voice imbued with a near-death frailty yet crystal clear, regardless of whether these events have occurred. The mere act of viewing them will undoubtedly alter the expectations in everyone's hearts. The current Dark Lord is still young. He does not know you. If this changes his attitude, once we return to our original timeline, everything will shift accordingly. Abraxas paused, his breathing becoming more difficult. We can only observe how things unfold. Prepare thoroughly for all possibilities. Meanwhile, the members of Gryffindor had already connected the adjacent rooms and were now seated in a circle for discussion. Remus, being from 1996 and privy to the most information, spoke first. Headmaster Dumbledore, he said solemnly, in my time, Voldemort had nearly conquered the entire wizarding world. Both the Ministry of Magic and Hogwarts fell under his control, muggles were slaughtered, and half-blood wizards were stripped of their wands. Lily gasped sharply. Grindelwald leaned against the wall, a cold smirk playing on his lips. Your compassion has ultimately bred your downfall. Such has always been your way. The chihuahua on his lap barked incessantly at Grindelwald, who shot at a frosty glare, prompting Lily to hastily cover the dog's mouth. Steadying herself, she pressed on. You mentioned Severus becoming headmaster. Was that during that period? Was he assisting Voldemort in managing Hogwarts? Indeed, Remus nodded, but Severus is actually a member of the Order of the Phoenix. Headmaster Dumbledore has always trusted him. He is our embedded spy, but I believe this is knowledge that Voldemort should not be made aware of. He gestured towards the Slytherin common room. Lily's eyes widened in astonishment, her chihuahua mirroring her expression. Dumbledore stroked his beard, deep in thought. Headmaster, you have not disclosed all your secrets to us. Hence my limited knowledge. Remus continued. I only know that you placed all your hopes in Harry. Harry? Dumbledore furrowed his brow slightly, perplexed that his future self would place such weighty expectations on a single individual, a departure from his usual approach. Yes, Harry Potter. The chihuahua suddenly fixated on Remus, who continued. He is the child of James and Lily. No sooner had he spoken than the chihuahua erupted with excitement, barking joyfully, while Lily blushed and lightly tapped its head. The prophecy states that Harry is the one who can defeat Voldemort, Remus said, his tone heavy yet clear. Voldemort seeks to kill him, and Headmaster Dumbledore hid your family, entrusting the traitorous Wormtail as your secret keeper. On October 31st, 1981, the very day Harry turned 1, Voldemort came to your doorstep and murdered you. But when he aimed to strike Harry, he suddenly vanished, and Harry survived. Yet 10 years later, Voldemort returned. During Harry's 4th year, he formally declared his resurgence. As Remus recounted the past, he hoped to prepare his friends in advance. Lily exchanged a glance with her chihuahua, both pale as ghosts. So in your timeline, we have. Her voice quivered. Yes, Remus's voice softened, smiling at Lily and James. You have been away from us for far too long. I am genuinely elated to see you again. Lily suddenly recalled the sorrowful and pained tone in Snape's voice when he spoke to her earlier. It seemed to hold an explanation. It appears you have suffered greatly. And in the end, you did not even catch a glimpse of hope. Grindelwald scoffed, his tone dripping with derision. Perhaps this is indeed the most profound darkness before dawn? Dumbledore blinked, his tone remaining gentle yet imbued with an unwavering certainty. Regardless, the ability to foresee future events within this space is undeniably advantageous. After a brief pause, He inquired, "By the way, do you believe that the images we witness are events that have truly transpired?" Lily contemplated for a moment before responding. "From what we can ascertain, the scenes predominantly revolve around Senior Lucius Malfoy. However, the segments concerning me have indeed occurred in reality. Thus, it stands to reason that the narratives within those scenes are likely authentic." Dumbledore appeared contemplative. Lily nodded. "Then we can extract further information from this, which would be immensely beneficial to us," Dumbledore remarked. "Let us observe the developments for now." "Very well, everyone, it is time to rest." The following morning, as everyone awoke, James and Sirius finally regained their human forms. Sirius shot out of the Slytherin common room like a cannonball, his expression suggesting that staying there another moment would suffocate him. The hall outside remained pristine, the white marble dining table laden with a sumptuous breakfast. Once everyone had feasted, the familiar screen gradually materialized, revealing a few lines of new text. Viewing mode upgraded. During today's viewing, all participants may move freely within the scenes, but must still adhere to the viewing rules. Violators will bear the consequences. Moments later, the space around them shifted once more, and as the scene came into focus, they found themselves in the Three Broomsticks Inn in Hogsmeade. Dumbledore raised an eyebrow. The inn was abuzz with activity, the proprietor leaning against the counter, grumbling as he polished a glass. A cursory glance revealed that the room was filled predominantly with seventh-year Slytherin students, clearly gathered for a small celebration. Faintly, they could overhear discussions about how today was hosted by Lucius Malfoy, with everyone indulging in revelry, laughter echoing loudly. Yet, Lucius himself appeared as pale as a ghost. The attendees recalled his punishment at the hands of Voldemort the previous night, understanding that he had been overwhelmed by fear and was now forcing himself to endure the gathering. Young Lucius could no longer bear it. He rose and retreated to the alley behind the inn to collect himself. "Look at the mire into which you have dragged your family. You have forsaken them, aligning yourself with those mudbloods and the madman Dumbledore. And now, your pathetic brother, barely in his third year, is being thrust forward to pledge loyalty to the Dark Lord." A voice echoed from the alley, drawing their attention to the youngest son of the Lestrange family. Sirius scoffed. The Sirius in the scene appeared slightly younger than his current self, yet his combative spirit remained intact. He shouted, "Your entire family is composed of mad dark wizards. A bunch of lunatics pledging allegiance to a madman. I would rather die than associate with you. Regulus, he will understand." "Understand what? That he has a selfish and foolish brother?" Lestrange sneered. "He will, like all loyal members of the family, sacrifice everything for the Dark Lord, while you are destined to be disowned, becoming a despised traitor." Outside the scene, Regulus stood beside Lucius, his face pale, lost in thought. Sirius glanced at him, hesitating to speak. The two squabbling within the scene fell silent as they caught sight of Lucius standing at the back door of the inn. Lucius re-entered the pub, approaching Narcissa, subtly indicating that Regulus had been sent to monitor him, and seized the opportunity to request books on the art of mind blocking, exploiting Narcissa's guilt. Upon hearing the direction of this conversation, Lucius outside the scene was momentarily taken aback. Snape too appeared surprised, glancing at Lucius. The events of the previous night were still fresh in his mind, recalling how young Lucius had been subjected to Voldemort's mind probing. And now he was eager to learn the art of mind blocking. Who, if not Voldemort, was he guarding against? Lucius's complexion was ashen as he hastily turned to Voldemort, his voice trembling. "Master, what transpires in this scene is false. It has never occurred. Please, you must believe me." Viewing experience extra 8. Unbearable to watch. Voldemort's lips curled into a slight smile, his expression revealing no trace of disturbance. "Do not be anxious, Lucius. I have noticed that these scenes revolve around you. In due course, your true intentions will become clear. There is no need for haste. We shall observe at our leisure." Lucius's panic was nearly impossible to disguise as he quickly glanced at his father, lowering his head in trepidation. "Whatever you see, please be assured that the Malfoy family will always remain obedient to you, with no divided loyalties." Voldemort smiled again, his tone as casual as discussing the weather. "I certainly trust Abraxas." The unspoken implication of that statement pierced Lucius's heart like an ice-tipped needle. "As for you, that might not be the case." Clearly, Voldemort had dismissed Lucius's defense outright. In his scarlet gaze, he had already determined that these images foretold the future. Most of the others present shared this sentiment. After all, seeing is believing. Who would choose to disbelieve the vivid scenes before them in favor of Lucius's feeble protestations? The surroundings subtly shifted. They remained in Hogsmeade. Yet the landscape had transformed. The leaves on the branches had long fallen, the bare limbs pointing towards a leaden sky. Thick snow blanketed the rooftops and ground, and the cold wind whistled through the treetops, carrying the sound of whimpering. Clearly, considerable time had passed. It appeared to be a weekend. Students from Hogwarts strolled in twos and threes across the snowy ground, adding a touch of life to the frigid winter day. Not far off, a young man clad in a deep green wizarding robe approached. As the cold wind lifted the hem of his robe, it accentuated the breathtaking curve of his narrow waist. He raised a hand to secure the silver ribbons that had been blown askew, his platinum hair cascading down like an untarnished waterfall. Glimmering with a cold sheen in the sparse sunlight, even the falling snowflakes appeared particularly gentle upon his shoulders. It must be said that Lucius was indeed stunningly beautiful. He remained oblivious to the fact that his fellow students, regardless of gender, could not help but follow him with their gazes, frequently glancing back. "It seems you are quite popular among your peers, Lucius," Voldemort remarked with a hint of amusement. "Your flattery is unwarranted," Lucius replied quickly, bowing slightly. "I have heard that you were once the most distinguished and handsome student council president, recognized throughout the school. Such trivial attention from my peers pales in comparison." Voldemort raised an eyebrow, his amusement deepening, yet his tone turned inquisitive. "There are not many who are aware of my exploits during my student days. My father often speaks of your past brilliance and achievements, always with a tone of deep respect." Lucius's voice carried an almost imperceptible tension. In the scene, young Lucius entered a deserted courtyard, carrying a potion box. Beneath a phoenix tree, a figure in a black cloak sat on a stone bench. Engrossed in a book, Voldemort once more. "I find you quite idle," Sirius could not help but interject. "You seem to frequent Hogwarts daily." Voldemort, far from offended, replied nonchalantly, "Typically, I would not be so idle, and I do not particularly enjoy lingering beneath Dumbledore's watchful gaze." "I am delighted that my presence can instill a measure of apprehension in you," Dumbledore cheerfully retorted. "I would be even more pleased if you kept your distance from my students." "Ah, you are mistaken there, Dumbledore," Voldemort chuckled. "You see, this time it is he who sought me out. It is your student who is actively approaching me." Lucius, overhearing their exchange, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him as the topic shifted back to himself. He remained oblivious to the more embarrassing events about to unfold. When Voldemort unexpectedly began to scrutinize Lucius's knowledge of magical history, the expressions of everyone present morphed into one of bewilderment. "Surely, you cannot be so devoid of other pursuits?" James murmured to himself, staring at the unfolding scene with palpable confusion. "Oh, Tom, I never anticipated your fervent enthusiasm for teaching." Dumbledore observed the spectacle with a flicker of perplexity in his cerulean eyes, beginning to question whether he had misjudged someone so ardent about education, inadvertently dampening their enthusiasm. Grindelwald, however, appeared to pierce through Voldemort's true intentions, emitting a brief, derisive chuckle as his gaze flitted mockingly between Lucius and Voldemort. The rapid-fire exchange that ensued for 20 minutes left all the students present in a state of dread, their faces paling at the sheer audacity of the questions posed, so convoluted that merely listening felt suffocating. "Lucius, your ability to secure the top spot in your year is indeed legendary," Lily Evans remarked, unable to suppress her genuine admiration as she observed Lucius respond with alacrity. Yet, Voldemort evidently held a different opinion. He snapped the book shut, raising his eyes to Lucius and blandly inquired, "How many did you fail to answer?" Seven, master." Lucius's voice trembled, beads of sweat forming at his brow. "What shall be the punishment? Must this also incur a penalty?" Even James could not refrain from voicing his indignation on Lucius's behalf, considering he had answered over 100 questions correctly, with only 7 errors. Was that not commendable? "Feel attention from my peers pales in comparison." The young Voldemort, however, curled his lips in a sardonic smile, his gaze imbued with an unyielding coldness. "You are in no position to interject, little brat. Furthermore, when I graduated, I excelled in all subjects, flawlessly reciting every point of knowledge. Should that not be the most fundamental expectation?" Upon hearing this, the crowd fell into silence. After all, Voldemort's academic record was notoriously exemplary, and invoking his own standards left no room for rebuttal. All could do was silently fret for Lucius. "Let the master administer the punishment." Lucius lowered his eyes, his voice hoarse yet obedient. At this, Voldemort's face broke into a particularly delightful smile. "Raise your hand." Everyone watched in disbelief as Lucius knelt, dutifully lifting his right hand, his fingertips trembling with anxiety. "Both hands," Voldemort added. "Ha, I knew it." The sudden sound of mockery drew everyone's attention to Grindelwald, who raised an eyebrow, his expression suggesting he had accurately discerned Voldemort's intent. Dumbledore shot him a glare, prompting Grindelwald to promptly silence himself, adopting a mute demeanor. In the snow, Voldemort's fingers delved into the sleeves of kneeling Lucius, extracting his wand. The yew-wand gleamed with a chilling luster as it twirled between Voldemort's bony fingers. The tip gently pressed against the open palm of the young Lucius, hovering momentarily before striking down with sudden force, leaving a ghastly white mark on his palm, which quickly morphed into a faintly bruised pink. Lucius's body tensed sharply. a muffled groan escaping his lips. Students outside the scene collectively gasped. Lily even covered her eyes. This is corporal punishment, which is forbidden, Sirius protested quietly. To strike someone with their own wand is profoundly humiliating. It is utterly excessive, James murmured in condemnation of Voldemort's actions. Snape frowned as well. Indeed, compared to Voldemort's penchant for deeper, more excruciating torment, this punishment was hardly severe, yet the humiliation imbued within it was strikingly potent. Treating Lucius as if he were merely a pet to be toyed with. Voldemort outside the scene watched the tableau in the snow with an amused glint, a smirk playing at the corners of his lips. Lucius, meanwhile, had turned a deep shade of crimson, entirely resigned to the absurdity of the spectacle, wishing fervently for everyone to cease their chatter and pretend as if nothing had transpired. In the snow, after 3 resounding strikes, Voldemort continued to punish him while revisiting the knowledge points Lucius had failed to answer. How terrifying. It was fortunate Dumbledore had not appointed you as a teacher, James thought, his eyes glazing over from the unending interrogation. Yet, Lucius, despite enduring the blows to his palm, managed to respond correctly to every question without faltering. The onlookers regarded him with a sense of awe for his formidable capacity for learning. Unexpectedly, Voldemort posed a question entirely unrelated to knowledge. How many times have I struck you? His crimson eyes danced with mischief as he pressed his wand against Lucius's heated palm, gently rotating it. Several students were left confounded, wondering how such a game could be played. You cannot be serious, Sirius exclaimed, aghast. Regulus and Snape exchanged glances of sympathy, unable to bear the sight of Lucius's plight. Meanwhile, Grindelwald leaned casually against a nearby tree, his expression one of bemusement, reveling in the unfolding drama. Abraxas glanced toward his son, and Lucius subtly shook his head, signaling that nothing of the sort had truly occurred. Indeed, Lucius found himself at a loss. For who could keep count of the blows while simultaneously enduring the pain? Then we shall begin anew. The moment the words left Voldemort's lips, the wand struck down once more. When the punishment finally concluded, Lucius's eyes were rimmed with red, clearly on the brink of tears. Everyone presumed the encounter between the two had reached its conclusion. However, Voldemort plucked a hair from the potion Lucius had brought and commanded him to drink it. Thus, before the eyes of all, Lucius transformed into a petite, charming girl, her tousled black curls cascading like seaweed, her doll-like face adorned with wide, fearful eyes, and her soft pink lips parted in bewilderment. Voldemort raised his wand, conjuring a knee-length black dress that materialized around the girl. The pleated hem barely grazed her knees, exposing her delicate legs to the frigid air, while her feet adorned a pair of Mary Janes with metallic buckles. The girl, evidently unaccustomed to skirts, stood awkwardly with her legs pressed together. Wow! Sirius and James gawked in fascination, unable to resist approaching and circling the girl, scrutinizing her appearance. Outside the scene, Lucius had long covered his face with his hands, utterly mortified by the absurdity of the display. As the viewing shifted to a Muggle neighborhood, Voldemort extended a hand to steady the nearly toppled girl, instructing her to call him brother. Sirius nearly spat out the water he had just sipped, incredulous. You're nearly half a century older than him. How could you utter such a thing? Voldemort paid him no mind. The group followed Voldemort to the exterior of a jewelry store, and before they could enter, a boisterous voice erupted from within. Delacroix, I told you just 3 days. If you fail to pay the rent within 3 days, I will toss all your worthless junk out of this shop. The door burst open with a bang, and a rotund, brutish man stormed out, muttering a stream of unsavory curses. Delacroix? Dumbledore stroked his beard, lost in contemplation. This surname seems to belong to a pureblood family. Sirius interjected. They are an alchemical lineage, though this generation has fallen into decline, Regulus added softly. Indeed, Voldemort had come for this pureblood alchemist. The onlookers observed as he harmonized with Lucius, transformed into a little girl, gradually drawing closer to the father-daughter duo, ultimately revealing his true intentions. Do you know who the most powerful being in the current magical world is? Voldemort's voice dripped with seduction. He can cure your daughter, allowing her to live normally in the magical realm, and she can seamlessly enter Hogwarts at the age of 11. Imagine Evie clad in a brand new wizarding robe, selecting her very own wand in Diagon Alley. His words flowed like a honeyed poison, sweet yet lethal. Instead of hiding here each day, fearful that her magic might spiral out of control and consume everything she cherishes. Such eloquence. The temptation was undeniably captivating. Dumbledore removed his spectacles to wipe them, reflecting. Had it been me, I too would have been swayed. I do not believe you can cure a squib, Sirius scoffed, clearly skeptical of his claims. His daughter is not a squib. Grindelwald interjected, his expression inscrutable. On the Muggle street, Lucius, in the guise of a little girl, posed the very same question. Voldemort replied with a smile. Dracovich's daughter is not a squib. When her magic first erupted, her mother was so startled that she succumbed to a heart attack, sealing her magic deep within her heart forever. She is unable to wield magic due to psychological reasons, so all that is needed is to erase that memory. You did not inform the father that the price is for his daughter to forget her mother. The little girl version of Lucius spoke softly. What kind of arduous choice is that? Voldemort laughed dismissively. A muggle mother is but a stain on life. Forgetting that time would surely set them on the right path. Forcing a child to forget her mother is indeed a cruelty too profound. Lily's voice resonated with an unspeakable heartache. Voldemort shrugged nonchalantly. Life inherently demands sacrifices. Exchanging a memory for a brighter future. Surely, that is worth it? You are a cold-hearted monster. James Potter rebuked sharply, his gaze brimming with loathing. In an instant, Voldemort's countenance darkened. The air around him seemingly froze, a palpable aura of danger enveloping the room, silencing all present. At that moment, the scene shifted, and Voldemort, accompanied by the little girl, entered a pastry shop. The onlookers watched in disbelief as he lifted the girl to help her select a cake, even affectionately patting her little backside. Lucius had already turned away abruptly, hands pressed firmly against his face, as if attempting to bury himself in the shadows behind him, unwilling to witness this mortifying spectacle. Soon, the two sat together among muggles, indulging in cake, their camaraderie appearing as intimate as that of siblings. This scene was so disorienting that it evoked a sense of disbelief. He seemed distinctly human, a stark contrast to the cold-hearted tyrant who had uttered such ruthless words. The scene shifted once more, and they found themselves back in the Dark Lord's manor. This time, they could traverse freely between the grand hall and the garden. The air was adorned with Christmas decorations, indicating a festive soiree. Almost all of Britain's pure-blood aristocrats and politicians were present, while Slytherin students gathered in small groups, whispering amongst themselves. As the clock struck 6, a shadowy figure emerged from the end of the second-floor corridor. It was Voldemort. He donned an elaborate dark purple satin gown, the silver-threaded serpentine patterns winding along the hem, accentuating his broad shoulders and imposing stature, while simultaneously exuding an unsettling aura of intimidation. Behind him, Abraxas Malfoy followed closely on his left, his demeanor solemn and grave, while Bellatrix Black on his right sported an exuberant grin, radiating an almost manic excitement. Sirius scoffed at his cousin, filled with disdain. Regulus cast a sidelong glance at him, ultimately choosing silence. Once Voldemort settled into his throne, various families approached to offer toasts. The Black family was first, gathering around the throne to kneel in submission. Sirius's defection has certainly hastened their display of loyalty. Whispered remarks floated through the crowd, distinctly reaching their ears. Sirius gazed at his parents along with his siblings, humiliated as they prostrated themselves beneath the throne that symbolized darkness, his expression darkening, his emotions a complex tangle. James reached out, gently patting his shoulder. The lengthy and tedious ceremony of fealty finally concluded, and Voldemort rose to depart, prompting Lucius to pull Severus along in pursuit. The rest followed the two into the conservatory, where they found Voldemort engaged in a game of wizard's chess with Abraxas at a stone table. They resumed their insipid and hypocritical conversation. Sirius couldn't help but let out a disdainful sound. The aspect I detest most about these aristocrats is their incessant, hollow chatter. They are clearly terrified, yet feign a facade of joviality. It's utterly exhausting. You are anything but hypocritical, Lucius replied coolly. You are simply lacking in decorum. You. Sirius nearly leapt in anger. Lupin quickly restrained him. If you transform into a pup again, you might end up spending the night in Slytherin once more. Only then did Sirius huff in begrudging acquiescence, finally refraining from further outbursts. Within the conservatory, Lucius led Severus before Voldemort, presenting a piece of parchment. The crowd leaned in to scrutinize. You are a descendant of the Prince family? James raised an eyebrow. No wonder your potion skills are commendable. I thought the Prince family had died out, Regulus remarked quietly. His father was a muggle. Sirius pointed at a small line of text at the bottom of the parchment, noting how considerate Lucius was to provide Voldemort with a copy of their family tree. In response to the discussions surrounding his lineage, Severus exhibited no reaction, his gaze vacant, evidently employing mental occlusion. It was clear to all that as Voldemort accepted the parchment, his expression shifted from indifference to surprise, and finally bore a hint of delight. Dear Severus, I knew your mother. Voldemort tucked the parchment into his sleeve, his voice suddenly imbued with a silken resonance. Miss Prince. As he elongated the syllables, his tone became profoundly magnetic. She always sat at the back of the potions classroom, sketching moving vines in the margins of her textbook with a quill. Whenever she was present in potions class, no other house could score any points. Voldemort reminisced. She taught me how to stabilize potion properties using powdered moonstone. Those eyes are just like yours. Young Severus's eyes glistened with unshed tears. He swallowed hard, saying, "My lord, my mother passed away long ago. I do not know much about her." The Dark Lord placed a hand on Severus's shoulder, saying, "I know, poor child. I possess some memories of your mother. I shall have someone send them to you shortly, so you may witness what she looked like in her youth." At that moment, young Severus appeared on the verge of tears, nearly overwhelmed with gratitude. The Malfoy father and son stood to the side, their expressions solemn as they quietly absorbed the exchange. Everyone could see that this was merely a meticulously orchestrated performance. The Malfoys had set the stage, and Voldemort had seamlessly stepped in to play his part, with a singular aim, to ensnare Severus in this murky quagmire. Observing from the sidelines, the intention behind this overture was glaringly evident. Yet for Severus, who had long languished in obscurity, even the slightest show of concern from an elder felt like an extravagant gift. Even if he sensed the underlying insincerity, he found it nearly impossible to resist. After all, prior to this, even such purpose-driven false concern was a rarity for him. Aware that it might be a trap, the yearning to be seen and cared for still compelled him to plunge in unreservedly. I often ponder what emotions the weathered Severus Snape must feel as he observes his former self, recklessly leaping into the snare. It occurs to me that perhaps we have been rather negligent towards the students of Slytherin. Dumbledore suddenly interjected, his tone imbued with a contemplative gravity. Noting how those children often concealed their vulnerabilities and desires beneath a facade of arrogance, thereby allowing the faculty and students of other houses to easily overlook their innermost yearnings. "Ah, here we go again." Grindelwald let out a derisive snort through his nostrils, always casting himself as a saint. Taking on all unrelated matters as if they were his burden, doesn't he tire of it, when others may not even appreciate his sentiments? "Hey, you, a vanquished subordinate of the headmaster. Refrain from speaking so flippantly. You have no right to address the headmaster in that manner," James shouted, raising his fist in fury, his glare directed at Grindelwald, as if ready to leap forth to defend Dumbledore's dignity. Grindelwald dismissed James's furious glare with indifference, his gaze heavy as it flicked toward Dumbledore, evidently awaiting his response. Yet Dumbledore seemed oblivious to him, treating him as if he were merely a wisp of air, offering not even a glance in his direction. Grindelwald, feeling thoroughly unamused, curled his lip in annoyance and finally fell silent. Despite the ability to move freely within this scene, the original Dark Lord chose to remain glued to Dumbledore's side, mirroring his every step, the proximity between them having long since surpassed the bounds of polite personal space. Strangely, Dumbledore showed no inclination to dismiss him, allowing him to linger so closely. As the surroundings sharpened into clarity once more, the group found themselves in an opulent room they had never encountered before. Abercax coughed lightly twice and announced, "Welcome to the study of the Malfoy family's successive heads." The scene appeared to depict the morning after the Christmas feast. Despite the festive occasion, the father and son in the study wore grave expressions. Abercax's countenance darkened as he spoke. "Last night, the Capes and the Everys, two fallen families, were exterminated, totaling 23 souls. For they received invitations, but did not attend the banquet." He paused, a flicker of barely perceptible concern crossing his eyes. 3 families attended the feast but failed to toast the Dark Lord and remain imprisoned in his manor. As for the Not siblings, they were forcibly branded with the Dark Mark last night. The youthful Lucius appeared anxious, his voice trembling. "You participated in the extermination, did you not? Thus, you remained awake all night, waiting in the study before dawn." Everyone was summoned. When the screams of the Cape family echoed, all present nobles became accomplices. He continued, "The cruelty shown to traitors serves as a protective charm for the loyal. The Dark Lord utilized 23 corpses to ensnare the entire pureblood circle. For fear is the strongest adhesive, and blood is eternally more persuasive than oaths." Abercax sighed, "How astute. The Dark Lord managed to consolidate power and placate hearts in just one night." All Gryffindors were taken aback, their hearts swelling with indignation, their eyes brimming with disbelief, glaring at the figures across from them as if they were searing them with fire. Indeed, the malevolent Slytherins. James Potter's eyes widened, the veins on his forehead throbbing, as he shouted at them, "A band of heartless demons." Voldemort, however, chuckled softly, his tone as nonchalant as if discussing the weather. "Did you not hear? This is called eliminating opposition. Should I allow those who defy my orders to roam freely? What would that say about my authority? Is it not unjust to my loyal followers?" "Such twisted reasoning," Lily exclaimed, her voice trembling with rage, her clenched fists turning white at the knuckles. "Does everyone who holds a differing opinion from you deserve death? If your power relies solely on murder, it merely signifies that you are utterly devoid of merit beyond slaughter. Not everyone can comprehend the grand endeavor I pursue. Your ignorance, I can momentarily forgive." Voldemort's smile abruptly chilled, his tone laced with ice and unassailable arrogance. As long as my loyal followers remain by my side, that suffices. With that, he cast a sidelong glance at Abercax, his eyes darkening. Abercax immediately bowed his head in deference, his actions imbued with reverence. When the tumultuous debate finally subsided, the assembly became aware that the surrounding scene had shifted, and they were now in the Great Hall of Hogwarts. The Christmas holiday had just concluded, and the students' excitement had not yet faded. The hall buzzed with chatter, the sounds of silverware clinking and laughter rising and falling. Yet the Slytherin table sat in eerie silence, as if under a silencing charm, starkly contrasting with the surrounding jubilation. Suddenly, a flurry of owls burst through the air, one particularly large gray owl swooping down, dropping an emerald green envelope with a thud beside Lucius's plate. The twisted serpent insignia of the dark mark glimmered with a glossy sheen in the candlelight, instantly capturing the attention of the entire Slytherin table, even drawing the gaze of the professors at the staff table. On the envelope, the gilded crest of the Dark Lord's manor was strikingly conspicuous. Lucius, unabashed, passed the parchment contained within the letter to Professor Slughorn. "Is this a career planning sheet?" James Potter inquired curiously, leaning over. His brow furrowed in confusion as he glanced at the paper. Snape casually perused the contents, raising an eyebrow. "I do not recall you entering the Department of Magical Transportation." "Actually," Regulus interjected hesitantly, "I don't remember ever seeing Senior Lucius receiving a letter from the Dark Lord in the Great Hall." Lupin promptly nodded in agreement, his tone more assured. "I am equally at a loss. This matter has never appeared in my memories." Dumbledore raised an eyebrow slowly, surveying the young faces around him. "So, in your recollections, this event has not occurred, correct?" Several young individuals nodded in affirmation. A wave of almost absurd emotion surged within Lucius, akin to a long-wronged individual finally witnessing the dawn of vindication, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. "I always said this never happened," he murmured, rubbing his tense forehead, fatigue and sorrow seeping into his voice. Voldemort observed his demeanor, suddenly chuckling, his tone laced with amusement. "Very well. I shall not regard the events of this scene as factual." Lucius, as if grasping at a lifeline, nodded eagerly, his agreement tumbling out in haste, fearful that this leniency might vanish if he hesitated. Dumbledore smiled, the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes softening into a gentle arc as he winked at Lucius. "Let us treat this as a fresh story. Lucius, there is no need to be anxious. Everyone here will testify on your behalf, and we will strive to distinguish the shadows of the tale from your true self." Lucius's movements abruptly halted. He suddenly realized that even if all of this were deemed fictitious, there would still be elements of truth, and spectators would inevitably project their perceptions onto him. Following the unfolding narrative, the moments of discomfort would not simply evaporate. Perhaps the embarrassment he would face would be no less than it had just been. In the corridors during class, conflict erupted without warning. Notably, Nock could hardly contain his hostility, suddenly launching an attack from behind Lucius, a dark spell howling ominously as it surged forward. Yet, in the next moment, everyone froze in astonishment. Lucius didn't even bother to turn around. The spell, which should have inflicted significant harm, abruptly halted half a meter behind him, disintegrating into countless dark specks as if crushed by an invisible barrier, dissipating into the air. The residual magical ripples stirred his cascading golden hair, while his silver-gray eyes glistened with an unyielding frost, the oppressive atmosphere around him almost suffocating. The mockery that had previously danced in James and Sirius's eyes was completely replaced by shock, as they seemed unprepared for Malfoy's capabilities. Lupin and Snape exchanged glances, both recognizing the complex astonishment reflected in each other's eyes. In the timeline they were familiar with, Lucius Malfoy had consistently botched Voldemort's missions, ultimately ending up in Azkaban. However, if he possessed such an unflappable ability to neutralize dark magic, the implication was stark. He had never truly committed to those tasks. Comprehensive defense? A deep voice shattered the stillness. Grindelwald raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing Lucius with unabashed interest. "You, my boy, have concealed your depths quite well." This was the first instance the onlookers beheld Lucius in a state of rage. In the past, he had always presented himself with exquisite beauty and a calculating smile, deliberately suppressing the sharpness expected of a pure-blood heir, to the extent that many had forgotten that the heir meticulously nurtured by the Malfoy family must possess formidable skills. Under the collective gaze of the crowd, Lucius's tightly pressed lips betrayed a hint of subtle tension. Should matters continue to unfold in this manner, the Malfoy family's trump cards might soon be revealed, which filled him with considerable anxiety. In the corridors of Hogwarts, Nott's sister, Amelia, hurried to apologize to Lucius, even bringing afternoon tea during the lunch break as a gesture of contrition. "He insists he witnessed you playing chess with the Dark Lord, convinced you whispered treachery amidst the game. Thankfully, you emerged unscathed today. You are favored by the Master, and if harm were to befall you, we would surely face punishment. The youthful Lucius's silver-gray eyes sparkled with amusement. You needn't extract confessions from me. I truly said nothing, and I hardly consider myself a favorite. He paused but couldn't resist advising. You've seen the Master's modus operandi. On the Dark Lord's chessboard, there is no room for doubt or betrayal. His silver-gray gaze flickered over her pale visage. You would do well to suppress any extraneous thoughts and remain wholly loyal to the Master. You should be profoundly grateful for the mark bestowed by the Dark Lord. Should he continue to express such discontent, it will undoubtedly lead to calamity. Suddenly, a scoff interrupted from the side. Sirius unabashedly displayed his derision, clearly dismissive of this counsel. Amelia's lips curved into a gentle smile. What ulterior motives could there be? I only wish for the safety of our family. I intended to attend that feast. I pleaded with my parents, but it ended up this way. At least it's not the worst outcome. Our family remains intact, and that is a blessing. If only Aiden possessed half your wisdom. That night's debacle could have been avoided, Lucius lamented. Amelia shook her head. Regardless of how Aiden responded, the outcome would not have changed. Once my parents refused to take me to the feast, the result was sealed. I truly cannot comprehend you all, James Potter finally erupted, his voice rising sharply as he cast a scornful glance at the Death Eaters present, each masquerading as victims while turning to assist Voldemort in his malevolence. Their methods more ruthless than anyone else's, killing without a second thought. They perpetually wore expressions of melancholy and helplessness. For whom were they putting on this facade? The expressions of the Death Eaters darkened, their gazes fixed on James, yet, constrained by Voldemort's presence, they ultimately remained silent. The resentment and malice simmering beneath their silence were palpable. Dumbledore sighed softly, his gaze shifting to the dark-haired figure standing not far away, his tone tinged with regret. Tom, oppression only breeds resistance. You shall never earn genuine loyalty. He paused, his voice growing increasingly earnest. If your subordinates submit solely out of love for their families, one day, that very love will lead them to break free from your control, even turn against you. Voldemort's laughter resonated with a chilling mockery. Ah, love, he repeated the word, prolonging the final syllable as if savoring a distasteful joke. Dumbledore, I have grown weary of your rhetoric. I care not for the reasons behind their loyalty, be it fear, profit, or your elusive concept of love. Such matters are inconsequential. I demand results, the mere essence of unwavering loyalty. His gaze swept over those present, imbued with a disdainful indifference. You constantly espouse love, yet I fail to see how it has empowered you. In contrast, my followers continue to multiply. The scene suddenly faded into a blinding white, and the words on the screen emerged distinctly. Lunch break. Feel free to arrange your time. The long white marble table was once again laden with an array of delectable food, and the crowd casually filled their stomachs before dispersing. Some returned to their rooms for a rest, while others lingered in the hall for idle chatter. Severus. Lily's voice rang out suddenly, halting Snape, who was about to turn back to his room. After a moment's hesitation, she softly inquired, May I speak with you? Snape seemed momentarily frozen. His body locked in place for several seconds before he gradually nodded and followed her to a corner. Lily raised her hand and cast an eavesdropping charm to ensure no one could overhear, then quietly began, Yesterday, Remus informed us that in your future, James and I may no longer be around. She paused, her gaze resting on Snape, tinged with a cautious regret. He also mentioned that you later joined the Order of the Phoenix and did much for everyone. I'm sorry for my attitude towards you yesterday. We had a quarrel last year, and I'm still somewhat upset with you. Snape regarded the girl before him. She was so young, her eyes still reflecting an untainted brightness untouched by the world's harshness, a beam of light that had never encountered shadow. Had it not been for his own failings, she might have lived on indefinitely. Yet here she stood, filled with remorse for the 2 words she had spoken the day before. He knew he was unworthy of her apology, and he dared not reveal the truth. The days and nights consumed by guilt and regret had long since drained his soul. Lowering his eyes, the thick lashes concealed the tumult of emotions swirling beneath. When he raised his gaze again, a hint of a smile graced his deep black eyes. His voice was soft. The one who should apologize is I. You need never apologize to me. In truth, he had whispered apologies countless times in places where she could not see. There is so much more I wish to say to you. Yet I am too ashamed to express it, and there is no one to listen. Meanwhile, Lupin had pulled Sirius into the Gryffindor common room. And as soon as the door closed, he spoke in a low tone, You weren't here yesterday. There's something you must know. Your brother, Regulus, at his current age, betrayed Voldemort and ultimately perished. Impossible, Sirius exclaimed, yanking his hand away, his eyes wide with disbelief. He had idolized Voldemort since childhood, and their family's foolish members were all utterly devoted to the Dark Lord. Why would he kill him? It wasn't Voldemort's doing. I don't know the entire story, but Creature knows more, Lupin pressed, gripping his shoulder as he recounted everything he understood. In the end, it was he who instructed Creature to depart with the locket box, while he himself was dragged down into the depths of the lake by the wretched corpse. Sirius Black stood frozen in place, his eyes instantaneously reddening, his voice trembling with emotion. That scoundrel, that hopelessly foolish man. He struck his fist against the wall, his knuckles blanching. What did he think he was doing? Playing the hero? He merely realized that he had strayed down the wrong path. Remus gently patted his back, his tone laced with a sigh, for he could not openly betray his family. He had to make amends in his own way. Therefore, cease your confrontations with him. He paused, adding, have you not noticed? Since entering this space, he has kept his head bowed, as if burdened by some deep concern. Perhaps he has already sensed something amiss. Seize the opportunity to converse with him earnestly, to devise a way to prevent him from engaging in foolish acts. But remember, do not appear overly conspicuous, lest you expose him before Voldemort, thereby endangering him further. Sirius nodded silently, his eyes still glistening with unshed tears, his lips pressed tightly together. Remus inhaled deeply once more and recounted to Sirius the potential treachery he might face from Wormtail, the impending calamity of Azkaban, and the grim fate that awaited him under Bellatrix's wand. When he finished speaking, a profound silence enveloped the room. Remus glanced at his friend's ashen face and gently closed the door behind him, leaving him alone, crushed beneath the weight of this sudden and oppressive destiny. Ensnared in a profound self-doubt. As the lunch break concluded, the group returned to the hall, where the scene before them shifted once more, the viewing continuing. This time, they found themselves once again within the Dark Lord's manor, yet the atmosphere was exponentially more oppressive than before. The Death Eaters were all assembled, like a congregation of silent crows, solemnly stationed throughout the hall, their breaths laden with palpable tension. Lucius spoke in a corner with Amelia. Your dear brother suddenly seized me for a disillusionment charm without informing me of anything. Amelia replied with exasperation, well, just days ago. We captured a member of the Order of the Phoenix, interrogated him for 2 days, and today we intend to subject him to a baptism, inviting all Death Eaters to witness the execution. A member of the Order? At these words, the expressions of those aligned with Dumbledore darkened, their brows furrowed with concern. What manner of ritual was this baptism? James Potter could no longer contain his vigilance, raising his voice to question, what do you intend to do to him? Yet, no one answered. The Death Eaters remained mute, their lips sealed, wrapped in an evident fear. Even the young Voldemort narrowed his eyes slightly, wearing an expression of curious intrigue, clearly awaiting the unfolding of the impending spectacle. Only Sirius appeared out of place. He did not join James in voicing his outrage, but instead kept his head bowed, as though weighed down by heavy thoughts, his attention diverted from the scene before him. Moments later, a commotion arose from the elevated platform on the second floor. Voldemort took his seat upon the cold throne, while Lucius Malfoy stood respectfully at his side. In unison, all figures in the hall bowed deeply, their heads lowered in a sea of dark silhouettes, creating a striking tableau. In that instant, no words were necessary to convey the sensation that the occupant of the throne reveled in the submission of the multitude. Suddenly, the heavy iron doors swung open, and Bellatrix entered, dragging a heavy iron chain, at the end of which lay the member of the Order, whom she forcefully cast upon the floor in the center of the hall. The individual writhed, gasping for breath like a winded bellows. I've told you all I know. I'm just a minor player, merely passing on information for money. Who was the recipient? Where was the exchange? Bellatrix yanked the chain sharply, lifting him a half-foot off the ground. If you do not clarify, why should the Dark Lord show mercy? I don't know. I truly don't. They contacted me using the telephone in the platform room, each time from a different number. There's no way to trace it back. My sister is waiting for me at home. I beg you. I've revealed all I know. His cries echoed through the vast hall. Since we can no longer extract any further information, let us commence the baptism. Voldemort's pallid fingers tapped rhythmically against the armrest of the throne. In that moment, the meaning of baptism became abundantly clear to all present. Among the onlookers, aside from Voldemort who bore a faint smile, the rest appeared pale, shocked, and filled with dread. The Death Eaters seemed familiar with this punishment, standing in silence, their eyes cast downward like emotionless statues. Dumbledore closed his eyes momentarily, and when he reopened them, only compassion remained in their depths. Grindelwald scoffed disdainfully, his face betraying open contempt as if observing a grotesque farce. Lily had turned her back, her shoulders trembling uncontrollably, while James held her tightly, his knuckles whitening from the strain. Sirius appeared as if awakened from a stupor, staring blankly at the horrific scene before him, his pupils dilating, lips moving yet unable to form words. In the center of the hall, the man's eyes bulged from their sockets, the veins in his neck twisted like worms, his heart-wrenching screams threatening to tear the roof off. Each time he fainted from the excruciating pain, someone would step forward to forcibly administer a stimulant, prolonging his torment in a state of agonizing awareness. Time became an indistinct blur until that anguished cry finally ceased. When death descended, it was as though a collective sigh of relief swept through the room. For that wretched soul, already unrecognizable from suffering, this might have been the only form of liberation. The observing Death Eaters remained with heads bowed, like lifeless sculptures, only a few trembling fingertips betraying the uncontainable chill coursing through them. What a useless waste of space. Drag him out to feed the acromantula. Dismissed, Voldemort commanded from the throne, Lucius, Elias, stay behind. Then, before the eyes of all, the young Lucius Malfoy fainted. Viewing experience extra 12, disguise. Did you faint from fright? Oh no, that isn't you. James murmured under his breath, his gaze flitting about the scene before him. Lucius's eyelid twitched ever so slightly, his lips pressed together in silence. The scene abruptly shifted, revealing an unfamiliar study. With ornate wooden beams and dark-patterned carpets exuding a somber opulence, evidently still within the Dark Lord's manor, Voldemort sat in the high-backed chair, his pale fingers lightly tapping the armrest, while Abraxas leaned in to whisper in his ear. Not far away, Lucius lay on a sofa, his eyes closed, still unconscious. A soft knock emanated from the intricately carved oak door, causing Lucius's eyelashes to flutter before he slowly opened his eyes. He did not rise, merely turning his gaze toward the door, his expression vacant as though shrouded in a fog of confusion. Bellatrix pushed the door open, followed closely by Draclovar. The latter was hunched over, his left arm heavily bandaged, dark stains of medicine soaking through the fabric, making it evident to anyone that he had recently endured a harrowing experience. He had indeed been lured into a trap. Remus sighed in resignation. He had been utterly deceived. James Potter exclaimed indignantly, Elias, I know that an alchemist requires steady hands. Voldemort's wand flicked, and a floating crystal vial drifted toward Elias, a healing potion prepared by St. Mungo's chief healer. In 2 days, your left hand will regain its former steadiness. Thank you, Master, Draclovar replied humbly, his voice trembling slightly. This was his first encounter with such a bloody spectacle, and he might already be regretting his presence. Lily observed his pale face, her tone tinged with sympathy. Very well. Return home and rest well for the next 2 days. Voldemort's tone was casual, as if he were merely swatting away a fly. It is evident to all discerning observers that his attitude toward Delacour has long since lost the initial feigned warmth that accompanied his initial seduction, having secured his prize. There is no longer a need for such overt charm. Surprisingly, Delacour remained motionless, frozen in place as if engaged in an internal struggle, his Adam's apple rolling up and down with great difficulty. Ultimately, he raised his gaze, directing it toward the pallid visage shrouded in shadow, his voice trembling with hesitation and dread. Master, may I pose a question to you? A heavy silence fell upon the gathering, for his demeanor suggested he was about to utter something detrimental to himself. Could he possibly be reconsidering at this very moment? James felt a surge of panic. It was far too late to withdraw now. Voldemort would undoubtedly eliminate him. As he spoke, he instinctively glanced at Voldemort, who was observing the scene from a distance. You understand me quite well, Voldemort replied, a smile playing on his lips, though it failed to reach his eyes. At that moment, Lucius, who had been reclining on the sofa, slowly sat up, his gaze gravely fixed upon Delacour. Meanwhile, Delacour posed the question he had been yearning to ask. Does your sister appreciate the necklace I crafted? He must have hastily altered his inquiry. Lupin observed the sudden relaxation of Delacour's shoulders and could not help but chuckle. That previous expression had certainly not suggested he intended to ask this. Quite clever of him. Yet, Voldemort had no sister. Lily furrowed her brow. Was he attempting to expose Voldemort's deception? There was no way Voldemort would acknowledge such a thing. The youthful Lucius, his steps unsteady yet determined, approached the desk and knelt before Voldemort on one knee. Master, I deeply apologize for collapsing at your banquet. You seemed quite steady just moments ago. How is it that you are now able to rise? Voldemort remarked without glancing at him, casually sipping from his teacup. I have observed that Voldemort speaks to Lucius with a distinct lack of courtesy, unlike the pretense of politeness he extends to others, James whispered. I wish to convey my sincerest apologies to Mr. Delacour, Lucius said, lifting his hand to push up his sleeve, allowing a dazzling sapphire necklace to slip from his wrist. Elias's gaze was instantly captivated, and he stared in astonishment at the necklace, his eyes darting between Lucius and Voldemort. A blush tinged Lucius's pale face just enough. Mr. Delacour, please accept my most heartfelt apologies. It was I who disguised myself as your sister during that visit. His voice was low and sincere. For a long time, I have admired your alchemical prowess, and unable to contain my curiosity, I implored the master to allow me to accompany him. As for Miss Avery, I shall extend my apologies in person. Lucius slowly raised his head, his eyes earnest. Regarding your earlier question, I must say, I am exceedingly fond of this necklace. Its design and craftsmanship are nothing short of perfection. To possess a creation from one I admire is a privilege of my lifetime. Delacour regarded him, his expression complex. Finally, Delacour departed unscathed, prompting a collective sigh of relief. Did I misinterpret the situation? Why do I feel as though Lucius was aiding Delacour? Lily pondered aloud. You have quite the gift of gab, don't you? Why deceive him? Voldemort inquired. Lucius's eyes sparkled with subservient mirth. Master, Mr. Delacour is a valued alchemist in your eyes. His unparalleled skills should not be subject to suspicion. Your grand endeavors require such artisans. I merely wish to prevent a gem that rightly belongs in the Dark Lord's crown from being tarnished by misunderstanding. Voldemort turned to Abercax, leaning against the bookshelf. It seems the Malfoy family's silver tongue is a legacy passed down through the generations. Abercax chuckled. You flatter me, master. The Malfoy family has always treated others with sincerity. Upon hearing this, the onlookers could not suppress their laughter. The Malfoy family lies without a hint of shame, James scoffed. Pray tell, what was the matter with you today that you fainted? Voldemort asked. Lucius lowered his gaze, rubbing his temples. I have been preparing for examinations and have gone several days without proper sleep. His voice bore the perfect hint of fatigue. This morning, I suffered from a severe headache, and before I could take the potion I procured for relief, Not hurriedly dragged me to the manor's entrance. Without a mark, I had to wait in the biting wind for quite some time. As he spoke, he lifted his pale left arm, the skin glistening coldly in the candlelight. Master, grant me a mark, so that next time I can enter openly without enduring this hardship. He gazed up at Voldemort with watery eyes, tilting his head. His voice elongated in a manner reminiscent of a kitten. Truly, from a family of dark magic, he eagerly offered himself as a dog to Voldemort. James cast a disdainful glance at Lucius beside him. Oh, I wasn't referring to you. After all, the events unfolding here may not be entirely genuine. Lucius shot a fierce glare at James, his teeth grinding audibly. Lily stroked her chin. Earlier, Lucius clearly fainted from fear, and when he awoke, he appeared disoriented and frightened. How is it that he is no longer afraid now? His current demeanor feels rather incongruous. He rambles on with a multitude of excuses, refusing to admit he was terrified. What a vain little boy, Voldemort observed, a smile gracing his lips as he regarded Lucius. I intend to withhold your mark for a considerable time, for you possess more pressing duties. I chose you because I trust in the loyalty of the Malfoys, and I believe you understand what is at stake. You must live up to my trust. The taste of betrayal, the tip of the wand pressed against his heart, is far more dreadful than death. Though acutely aware that he was merely witnessing an illusion, the collective gaze of the onlookers gravitated involuntarily toward Lucius Malfoy, who stood apart. Lucius resignedly rolled up his left sleeve, revealing the grotesquely twisted dark mark, his voice tinged with self-mockery. An illusion is ultimately just that. During my 7th year, I did not enjoy such esteem from the Dark Lord. He then bowed slightly to Voldemort, his posture respectful. Voldemort glanced at the mark, a flicker of understanding passing through his eyes, and chose not to speak further. The members of the Order of the Phoenix who caught sight of that malevolent emblem gasped in unison, their faces betraying unmistakable disgust and wariness. In the illusion, the youthful Lucius finally stepped out of the Dark Lord's manor. Yet, as soon as he crossed the threshold, he staggered, as though all strength had been drained from him. In the next moment, he vanished in a flash of apparition, leaving the onlookers momentarily bewildered. The scene shifted to reveal the boy leaning against the frigid stone wall. Retching violently, he bent over, his shoulders trembling uncontrollably, tears mingling with cold sweat, dripping into the crevices of the stones, leaving dark stains. Suddenly, silence engulfed the surroundings. All eyes were fixed on Lucius Malfoy in the scene, realizing that after enduring extreme fear and pressure, he had been striving to suppress his authentic reactions. Masquerading as composed and unflappable, he had employed wit beyond his years to extricate his companions from peril, soothing the tyrant's emotions. Yet could only dare to shed all defenses and release the deeply buried dread and regret in the solitude of a deserted corner, manifesting through retching and tears. It was only at this moment that the onlookers comprehended. He was not merely the heir of the Malfoy family, but also a 17-year-old boy, a child who had yet to fully mature. Yet the burdens he bore, the weight he carried in his heart, far exceeded what one of his age should have to endure. Viewing experience extra 13, Fire Lizard. As the youthful Lucius gradually regained his composure, the others began to survey their surroundings alongside him, only to realize that his point of apparition was none other than the Muggle neighborhood previously traversed by Voldemort. Lucius's countenance was somber, his gaze swirling with an array of complex and inscrutable emotions as he ambled down the path Voldemort had once led him. His disheveled appearance was strikingly conspicuous. In his haste, he had neglected to don Muggle attire, still clad in the pitch-black robes of a Death Eater, which attracted astonished glances from passing Muggles, yet he remained blissfully unaware. The group trailed behind him until they reached the site of a former jewelry shop, now abandoned, with scaffolding propping up dust sheets, while workers hurriedly carried gypsum boards in and out. Amidst the cacophony of electric saws, the once glimmering display case, once filled with handcrafted necklaces, now lay strewn with wood shavings and tangled wires. Lucius paused, gazing into the shop, his eyes drifting in a daze. After exchanging a few words with the new shopkeeper, the woman handed him a business card, her eyes flickering over his dark robe before she suddenly stifled a laugh. "Your shoulder line and hem ratio," she teased. "I apologize. It's a tailor's occupational hazard. Our shop does not solely specialize in women's wear. We excel in bespoke suits as well, utilizing Italian air-freighted cashmere. Perhaps you might visit next week?" This woman was undoubtedly peculiar, James Potter whispered, noting that ordinary people would flee at the sight of his attire, rather than approach him. Grindelwald was also scrutinizing the woman, his brow furrowed. The group then followed the young Lucius to the Muggle patisserie where Voldemort had once taken him. He stared intently at the exquisite cakes displayed in the window, his finger pointing to the toffee chocolate cake Voldemort had previously purchased for him, and addressed the shopkeeper. "Hello. Could I have one of these, please? I'll eat it here." However, upon recalling that he had no Muggle currency, his face flushed crimson, and he hastily turned to flee. Lily was the first to sense the unusual tension in the air, murmuring in confusion. Why is Lucius revisiting the places Voldemort took him alone? A vague suspicion began to form in her mind. Grindelwald suddenly chuckled softly, a glimmer of interest in his eyes. This tale has finally taken a fascinating turn. As night deepened, young Lucius returned to Malfoy Manor, stepping cautiously into the moonlight. He hadn't even had the chance to request a glass of water from the house elf before he was summoned directly to the study. "Father," Lucius entered the study. "I apologize for fainting in public today and bringing shame upon you." On the contrary, Abraxas turned around, a smile glimmering in his eyes. "I actually believe you performed admirably today, maintaining composure in the face of fear, and even having the presence of mind to assist that alchemist. Demonstrates commendable use of the mental occlusion technique." Lily's eyes widened in realization. No wonder Lucius had exhibited an odd demeanor after fainting. He had been sustaining the mental occlusion technique all along. Could it be that he had mastered it in just a year? Rest assured, Abraxas patted his shoulder. "I know you well enough to make such deductions. The Dark Lord does not truly understand you, or rather, he lacks the inclination to delve deeply into anyone. He only cares for what he perceives. Thus, you remain quite safe." Voldemort narrowed his eyes, and the others exchanged puzzled glances, their attention fixed on Abraxas. The tone he adopted was markedly different from his usual fervent devotion. Observing, Abraxas's eyelid twitched slightly, while Lucius met his gaze, the unease in his eyes threatening to spill over. "You have never spoken of the Dark Lord in such a manner." The young Lucius felt a twinge of apprehension, because the previous version of you lacked sufficient strength, necessitating the facade of fervent loyalty to shield against external scrutiny. The flickering candlelight cast a play of shadows across Abraxas's face, but when your wings begin to break free from the confines of your cage, it is time to behold the vistas beyond. What? Everyone held their breath, realizing that this conversation was veering into unpredictable territory. "What is your impression of Dumbledore?" Abraxas inquired. "Headmaster Dumbledore is powerful, just, and a good person." "Thank you for your kind words, Lucius." Dumbledore nodded gently, a smile reflected in his blue eyes behind his crescent-shaped glasses. Lucius's lips pressed into a taut line, his knuckles whitening as he clenched his fists, his gaze fixed firmly on the ornate patterns of the floor, not daring to cast even a sidelong glance towards Voldemort, as he could almost envision the coldness swirling within those red eyes. Remarkably, Voldemort remained curiously calm, his eyes narrowing further, akin to a circling hawk, scanning between Abraxas and Lucius. "Yes, he is a good person," old Malfoy chuckled in a low voice. Imbued with a sense of pity, what a delightful answer. He traced the family crest etched onto the corner of the desk with his fingertip. "Have you ever pondered why those self-proclaimed noble pureblood families would rather kneel before the Dark Lord than stand beside this good man? Because the Dark Lord supports pureblood families, while Dumbledore champions half-breeds and muggles." Abraxas sneered. "That's a pretty sentiment, but the aristocrats would never wager their fortunes on ethereal promises. Moreover, while the Dark Lord proclaims pureblood supremacy, many purebloods have perished at his hands." At this pronouncement, silence enveloped the room. Everyone was taken aback by this nearly rebellious declaration, stunned to hear Abraxas, who had always presented himself as a fervent follower, utter such audacious words. The Lucius duo felt as if they had plunged into an icy abyss. Bowing their heads in silence, even their breathing grew hushed, as if such restraint might help them evade Voldemort's palpable, almost slicing gaze. The Lucius in the scene furrowed his brow. Then why do the pure-blood aristocrats still pledge their loyalty to him? Abraxas chuckled softly. Don't feign ignorance. Perhaps even Dumbledore himself does not comprehend that his inability to win over the pure-blood aristocrats is precisely because he is a good man. The pure-blood families have never lacked wealth or power. Their only concern is the frailty of their lineage, as each bloodline is the lifeblood of the family. Therefore, Abraxas locked eyes with his son. We fear for our lives. Defying Dumbledore will not lead to death, but defying the Dark Lord will invite fatal consequences. This is the reason pure-blood aristocrats flock to the Dark Lord. Dumbledore adjusted his glasses, letting out a sigh. Thank you for enlightening me, Abraxas. Lucius continued to inquire. There are so many pure-blood aristocrats, and just one Dark Lord. Why don't they unite to overthrow him? Many? Abraxas scoffed. The Capes and Everace. Slaughtered on Christmas Eve. Their estates now bear whose crest? Which pure-blood family hasn't he expanded upon the corpses of their kin? Once a family faces extinction, uncles and cousins instantly transform into wolves, legally inheriting and dividing the estate. Each family plays its own game. In this bloody chessboard, betrayal is the eternal ally. So we can only side with the Dark Lord. Aligning with the Dark Lord is merely a means of survival, while the Malfoy family seeks to endure. Under the astonished gazes of all present, Abraxas retrieved a yellowed contract from his drawer. The wax seal bore the intertwining symbols of the Malfoy family and the Hogwarts crest. On the expanse of the contract, the colossal figure of 6 million galleons stood prominently beside Dumbledore's elegant cursive and Abraxas's bold script, resembling two dragons entwined in a fierce struggle in the shadows. All eyes were irresistibly drawn to Dumbledore, who merely twirled his beard in contemplative silence. This silence spoke volumes, affirming the undeniable existence of the contract. What a relentless cycle this was. Voldemort, twisted by rage into an ugly grimace, sneered. Is this what you call loyalty, Abraxas? You have truly disappointed me. Tom, within this space, you are incapable of attacking anyone. The Malfoys are entirely safe. Dumbledore's voice resonated with calm, yet unassailable authority. His gaze fixed unwaveringly upon him. Indeed, such were the rules. Voldemort suddenly flashed a cruel smile, his red eyes glinting with malice. But if I recall correctly, my timeline predates that of most present here. He slowly surveyed the ashen-faced Malfoys. Abraxas, what will you witness upon your return to your own time? Perhaps you will become a wandering specter, observing the desolation of Malfoy Manor, or perhaps, upon your instant return, you will simply disintegrate. His maniacal laughter pierced the air, leaving the Malfoy father and son looking as pale as sheet. At that moment, a beam of white light suddenly descended from above, striking Voldemort's dark robe with precision. When the radiance dissipated, it revealed a diminutive fire lizard, no larger than a palm, its body cloaked in glossy black scales, the edges of which shimmered with a dark crimson sheen. Its tiny, bean-sized eyes retained a menacing ferocity, with slit pupils glaring defiantly at those around it, emitting a series of fragmented hisses. Each breath expelled tiny sparks of scarlet fire from its nostrils, scorching the floor with minute-charred marks. A screen materialized, displaying a stark message. Violation of Rule 2. Loud disturbances and verbal threats are prohibited, as such actions interfere with others' viewing. Viewing experience extra 14, full moon. Observing the irate little lizard spewing fire upon the floor, Lucius let out a long sigh of relief. He was acutely aware that this little creature was still Voldemort. Yet at least the shadow that had so often suffocated him with its sinister gaze was not beside him at this moment. However, in the next instant, a handful of clear water appeared out of nowhere, dousing the lizard. The creature coughed violently, expelling plumes of black smoke, its fiery breath extinguished, and its vibrant scales faded to a dull black. Subsequently, this forcibly cooled lizard was lifted by an unseen hand and unceremoniously tossed into Lucius's arms. He fumbled to catch it, his fingertips brushing against its cold, slippery scales, momentarily at a loss as to how to deal with this cold-blooded creature nestled in his palm. The lizard, seemingly venting its frustration, climbed up Lucius's hair to perch atop his head, as if to proclaim, even transformed into an inconspicuous creature, it would still reign over the Malfoy household. This lizard, so small it hardly felt like a burden, was surprisingly unnoticeable on his head. Perhaps it was the adage out of sight, out of mind, for even knowing that the dreadful entity lingered just above him. Lucius felt the taut string of anxiety within him subtly loosen. In the study of the scenario, the Malfoy father and son engaged in a heartfelt exchange. As the youthful Lucius Malfoy nestled in his father's embrace lamented, "We are all human. Why must we torment them? I do not wish to kill, nor to be killed." Even the members of the Order of the Phoenix found themselves moved. Sympathy permeated the air. particularly in Sirius's complex gaze as he observed the scene of the sobbing young Lucius curled up in his father's arms, his attention inadvertently drifting to his brother Regulus, whose eyes remained downcast, his profile drawn tight. Sirius's throat bobbed, and an impulse surged within him to embrace his usually reticent brother, wishing to allow him the opportunity to weep freely as well. However, the adult Lucius could only find the situation absurdly amusing. He watched the members of the order with their empathetic expressions and felt utterly devoid of the courage to defend himself. Such pity seemed grossly misplaced. The words he had spoken back then had never echoed the sentiments they attributed to him. The scene shifted quietly, revealing Hogwarts slumbering under the night sky like an ancient beast. The evening breeze swept through the air, carrying the chill of the Black Lake against the stone walls of the towers. The badge of head boy upon Lucius's chest glimmered faintly in the dim light as he patrolled the 8th floor corridor, his footsteps nearly merging with the shadows. Suddenly, a series of rhythmic clicks echoed from ahead, resonating against the polished stone floor like the sound of hooves striking the ground, sending ripples of sound through the empty corridor. More peculiarly, the flames flickering from the corner candles began to flicker erratically without any breeze, distorting his shadow on the wall, elongating and shortening as if alive. The observing marauders exchanged knowing glances. They were all too familiar with that sound. Yet, Lucius, despite having clearly perceived the commotion, abruptly halted his stride. Instead of investigating the source of the noise, he turned on his heel and silently descended the staircase. Upon reaching the vicinity of the potions laboratory, a gaunt figure came into view. It was Snape. "Malfoy!" Snape exclaimed, hurriedly gathering scattered parchment. He appeared inexplicably anxious. "I was checking the boiling time for bubotuber pus and lost track of curfew." His words stumbled over one another. Lucius bent down to assist him, retrieving a few fluttering sheets. "It's all right. You were merely assisting the professor with research. A little delay is of no consequence." Snape quickly glanced up at him, then averted his gaze once more. Yes, of course, Senior," he stammered. "I just remembered that my cauldron may not be empty. I shall return to the lab to check." Before he could finish his sentence, he hurriedly retreated, his black robes rustling as he vanished behind the creaking oak door. The observing Snape watched his own slightly flustered reaction unfold on the screen, a faint furrow forming on his brow. He was not one to lose his composure easily. "The little git is up to no good. Look at how flustered he is. He must feel guilty." James Potter's voice erupted, laced with his usual provocation. Lucius, witnessing Snape's unusual behavior, raised an eyebrow in mild surprise, yet ultimately shrugged and returned to his room. As he approached the window and gazed up at the night sky, all eyes among the spectators followed his gaze to the full moon, resplendent and blindingly bright. In that very instant, all attention converged upon Lupin. "Ah, I understand now." James's words faltered midway, as if suddenly choked, his mouth snapping shut, his gaze darting towards Dumbledore, resembling a child caught in a prank. Snape evidently grasped the impending situation as well. He shot a fierce glare at Sirius and James, a cold smile curling at the corners of his lips, anger boiling beneath the surface of his eyes. Even more surprisingly, the scene's Lucius appeared to comprehend everything unfolding. The calm demeanor on his face shattered instantly. He turned and fled, his frantic departure a sight never before witnessed by the onlookers. He was far too familiar with the events, his trajectory clear as he raced towards the Whomping Willow. From a distance, everyone witnessed Severus Snape trailing behind a large dog as it slipped into the dark cavern beneath the Whomping Willow. All eyes followed Lucius as he entered the tree's confines. Lucius moved along the damp wall, where the sounds of an argument mingled with the clattering of stones reached his ears, punctuated by James Potter's furious roar. "Snape, what are you doing here?" This was soon followed by a blood-curdling howl that tore through the air. The decaying door splintered into fragments. James, transformed into a stag, charged through the barrier, the sound of his antlers scraping against the doorframe ringing painfully like metal on metal. Moonlight pierced the darkness like a sword, illuminating the gruesome scene within. Snape's figure was a picture of disarray. His wand had slipped from his grasp, clattering against the stone floor with a clear echo. The out-of-control werewolf, Remus, arched his back, veins bulging beneath his gray fur like coiling serpents, his white fangs poised to crush the fragile throat of his prey. Gasps of shock rippled through the onlookers, and in a moment of desperation, Lily's slender fingers clutched the hem of the adult Snape's cloak, her knuckles paling from the force. The adult Snape, towering in stature, lowered his gaze to the hand gripping his fabric, as if frozen in place by a Petrificus totalis, his breath seemingly suspended. Paralyzed with fear, Grindelwald observed the spectacle with keen interest, remarking, "Albus, I always believed Durmstrang to be the most perilous of magical institutions. I did not anticipate that life at Hogwarts would also be so eventful." Dumbledore coughed softly. In a critical moment, The large black dog sprang forth like lightning, colliding with young Snape and sending him sprawling. Lucius rushed forward, grasping Snape's dust-covered black robe and pulling him outward. The werewolf lunged after them. Stupefy. Lucius's spell sliced through the air, striking the werewolf, whose massive frame staggered backward. "Senior!" Snape exclaimed in surprise. Yet the werewolf merely paused momentarily, shook its head, and regained its stance, its engorged pupils locking onto its target, a low growl reverberating from its throat. The branches at the edge of the forbidden forest swayed violently in the wind as Lucius dragged Snape forward, both stumbling in their frantic flight. Behind them, the sound of claws scraping the ground and Sirius's barking echoed ominously. Attacks are utterly futile, Snape gasped, tugging at his collar as he struggled to draw breath. His voice trembling. Werewolves possess resistance to both magic and conventional assaults. I brought a modified wolfbane potion from the lab. It can subdue him, but he must ingest it. Lucius reacted swiftly, snatching the potion vial from Snape's hand and executing an aguamini, pouring it onto the werewolf suspended in midair. James Potter leapt up, pointing at the scene and shouting at Lucius, "Malfoy, how do you know that spell?" Lucius frowned, his tone displeased. "I don't. Not knowing is the norm." Snape's voice cut in sharply, his gaze icy and directed at James. "That spell is of my own creation. I am quite curious, Potter. How did you learn to use it?" What? James, as if struck by the Petrificus curse, gaped in disbelief. "Impossible. Snivelus, you actually managed to create a spell?" The spell had been quite popular at the time. Who couldn't use it? That only means you are a bunch of fools who steal from others. A smirk curled at the corners of Snape's lips, his disdain nearly palpable. "Ugh, had I known this wretched spell was your concoction, I wouldn't have touched it even if it meant my wand was tainted." James's face flushed with anger as he clenched his fists and growled. In the Forbidden Forest, Lucius had managed to pour the potion into the werewolf's mouth, and in mere moments, the creature collapsed to the ground as if in slumber. Young Snape began to assess the werewolf's condition from an academic perspective, analyzing the effects of his own modified wolfbane potion. Meanwhile, the agile stag and the robust black dog shed their animal forms, revealing James Potter and Sirius Black. "You two are animagi?" Lily's eyes widened with astonishment, disbelief lacing her tone. Mastering such transformation was no small feat, especially at their age. Tisk, achieving animagus status at such a young age, Grindelwald remarked with a smirk, his voice tinged with amusement as he surveyed the two. "I presume you haven't registered with the Ministry?" Dumbledore sighed softly, turning to the two boys. His tone tinged with resignation. "I never anticipated encountering such troublemaking students in my tenure. I shall have to keep a close eye on you once you enroll." At his words, James and Sirius lowered their heads further, resembling two caught mischief makers, their ears reddening as they dared not meet Dumbledore's penetrating blue gaze. In the viewing scenario, James Potter continued to be as boisterous as ever. "Malfoy, Snape, you despicable Slytherins. How dare you follow us in secret?" The young Lucius dragged out his words, laced with the characteristic sarcasm of a Slytherin. "As far as I am aware, today's events transpired entirely because someone, under the guise of a prank, engaged in premeditated murder." He shot a glance at Sirius Black, a mocking smile gracing his lips, learning to be an animagus without permission, allowing a werewolf to rampage. "I'm quite eager to see what sort of punishment will befall you when these matters are presented to Professor Dumbledore. Expulsion? Or perhaps a direct invitation to meet with the Aurors? Sirius, you were the one who invited Severus along." Lily's voice brimmed with incredulity as she fixed her gaze on Sirius, her eyes reflecting shock and disappointment. Regret flashed across Sirius's face, mingled with an undeniable embarrassment as he stammered, "I honestly didn't think it through. I just wanted to scare him. After all, he always sneaks around probing into our secrets." "You nearly got him killed." Lily's voice rose sharply, her anger evident. "No wonder Severus has harbored such animosity towards you. How could something like this happen between you two?" Thank goodness Lucius stepped in to help. "Don't look at me," Lucius interjected coolly, his tone revealing little emotion. "I wasn't involved in this at all." Now, even Dumbledore's gaze shifted to Sirius, his gentle blue eyes now scrutinizing, as he slowly inquired, "So, how did this matter conclude?" Sirius felt a wave of anxiety wash over him under the weight of the headmaster's gaze, opening his mouth but finding himself at a loss for words. James Potter, sensing the tension, hesitantly raised his hand, his voice barely above a whisper. "It was me and Bigfoot. We did our best to save Snape and prevented him from being bitten by the werewolf. And then you used your life-saving favor as leverage to blackmail me into silence about what happened that night." Snape interrupted coldly, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Lily was rendered speechless by this twisted logic, but fortunately, Lucius's eloquence shone through the tense atmosphere. "We just saved your lives." Sirius protested loudly. "Wrong. I just saved your lives," Lucius retorted with a smirk. "You deliberately lured Snape into danger, almost causing a catastrophe. It's only fair that you clean up the mess you've made. If Snape had been bitten and transformed into a werewolf, or worse, perished here. The air around them seemed to freeze at that moment. You would be awaiting a visit to Azkaban to kiss Dementors. Ultimately, I am the one who spared you from imprisonment, your benefactor. You. Sirius Black's eyes widened in fury, the veins in his neck bulging as he seemed poised to lunge forward, only to be restrained by James, who pressed a hand firmly on his shoulder. Is this how you treat your benefactor? He leaned in closer, his breath warm against Sirius's flushed face. Come to terms with reality, Black. You ought to kneel and express your gratitude to me. To their astonishment, applause erupted from the side as Grindelwald leaned against a tree trunk, clapping his hands together. What eloquence! You've certainly learned well from your master, he remarked. I must say, Lucius here speaks quite wisely. Lily chimed in. Both James and Sirius lowered their heads, shameful and unwilling to retort. Quit beating around the bush. What do you want? Name your price. How many galleons would silence you? James declared. Galleons cannot buy what I desire. I wish to become an unregistered animagus. Like you, Lucius replied. We spent an entire year achieving success. You have merely 4 months left. Do you dare to dream so audaciously? Do you fancy yourself a genius? I am a genius, Lucius stated flatly, his tone sharp as a blade. Teach me, or I shall end up in prison. It's your choice. Deep within the Forbidden Forest, a group of students engaged in heated debate, ultimately sealing their fate with an unbreakable vow. For months to establish such a vow, wasn't that perilously reckless? Lily furrowed her brow, her voice laced with disapproval. So this is your scheme, James scoffed, glancing at Lucius. I thought you genuinely cared for Snape. Turns out, you merely sought to exploit this situation to hold leverage over us. Sirius coldly retorted. Today's commotion was all for this? You Slytherins truly are a bunch of unscrupulous schemers. Save your breath, Black. Lucius waved his hand dismissively, his wand lazily aimed at Sirius. We are all bound together by the same thread. If I fail to master the animagus transformation before graduation, you all will face dire consequences. He turned to James Potter. Potter, I expect to see all the materials by 8 tomorrow morning. At 9, I want you at the room of requirement. Don't keep me waiting. The two Gryffindors could only kick the nearby tree in frustration, feeling utterly powerless. The scene shifted to the Slytherin common room, where Lucius's desk and bookshelves were plastered with notes on animagus study, alongside several intricate anatomical diagrams of animals, indicating his recent dedication to the art of transformation. He sat alone at his desk, wand in hand, eyes closed, seemingly attempting to morph suddenly. A flash of white light grazed his ears. His original ears vanished, replaced by a pair of fluffy white round ears atop his head, small and delicate. Wow! Lily couldn't help but lean in closer, exclaiming, You managed to manifest ears so quickly. You're truly impressive, Lucius. The youthful Lucius, evidently aware of the change, stood up in excitement, eager to see his reflection, but halted abruptly. Everyone followed his gaze, only to find Voldemort seated on the room's couch, leisurely sipping tea. This man truly appears out of nowhere. It's terrifying. James Potter gasped, thumping his chest, still shaken. Head boy, neglecting your homework. What are you so busy with? Lucius hastily approached Voldemort, kneeling and bowing his head. My lord. How long have you been here? Why did you not call for me? Voldemort leisurely set down his teacup and reached out to pinch Lucius's fluffy ears. His slender fingers began to knead the soft fur. Lucius emitted a muffled sound as he knelt, his face reddening. Lily's face also flushed, and she quickly covered her face with her hands, unable to resist peeking through her fingers, murmuring, This feels strange. Yet Voldemort showed no signs of relinquishing his hold on those ears, his fingertips repeatedly caressing the soft tuft of fur as if he were enjoying the sensation. Lucius, subjected to this treatment, felt his cheeks heat up, his body trembling slightly, yet he dared not show any sign of resistance. So soft, far more entertaining than Nagini's scales. Voldemort's voice dripped with teasing. Just then, his hand slid down to the sensitive skin behind Lucius's ears, causing Lucius to stiffen, as if scalded, nearly jumping up in shock. The adult Lucius, observing, was unable to bear it, covering his face with his hands, as if that could shield him from the embarrassment unfolding before his eyes. Neglecting your core studies for these frivolities? Voldemort remarked, his tone darkening as he gestured toward the heavy textbooks and densely packed notes on divination that floated over to him. Again, James Potter sighed, exasperated. I had no idea Slytherins faced such immense academic pressure. With those white, fluffy ears, Lucius appeared exceedingly tense, his ears, previously lying flat against his hair, now perked up warily, accentuating his wide, startled eyes. After exchanging a few words, Voldemort casually flipped to the page on tea leaf divination. What a coincidence, he remarked, pushing the empty gilded teacup toward Lucius, the bottom smeared with brown tea leaves. Why not use your newly acquired skills to predict what will transpire tomorrow? Lucius's expression betrayed his struggle to fabricate a response. The leaves are swirling, indicating danger is approaching. The point facing right suggests an attack from that direction. And given the darkness of the tea leaves, it appears there may be a threat to life. Impressive, my friend, James chuckled, a hint of mischief in his tone. If you truly possessed such prophetic abilities, you could curse Voldemort to his demise directly. May your prophecy come true. The adult Lucius shot him a glare filled with disdain, his eyes nearly overflowing with contempt. Voldemort chuckled softly, clearly unimpressed by the divination. My lord, it is my lack of skill. I must have miscalculated. Lucius insisted desperately, the fur atop his weasel ears bristling, resembling a young creature attempting to appear composed but clearly trembling with fear. An intriguing prophecy. Voldemort tapped the rim of the cup with his fingers, his tone inscrutable. I had intended to take you to meet someone tomorrow. We shall see then if your prophecy holds true. Should I discover you were merely babbling nonsense? He paused, his gaze darkening. You shall regret it. Lucius's face fell in an instant, embodying despair. The Dark Lord slowly rose, and before departing, he reached out to pinch Lucius's fluffy ears once more. The young Lucius, caught off guard, shivered at the touch, his ears quivering lightly in his palm, appearing adorably soft. Look at your reaction. Voldemort's thumb gently stroked the sensitive area behind the ears, watching them tremble in his grasp, his low laughter carrying an ambiguous undertone. Little weasel, when you master the animagus transformation, show me. All the while, Dumbledore, who had been observing, furrowed his brow slightly. Previously, he had dismissed Grindelwald's tendency to associate everything with love as absurd, yet now he sensed something amiss. This portrayal of Voldemort was far too overt in his attitude toward Lucius, almost devoid of any pretense. Was this tale truly heading in an unforeseen direction? Did Voldemort genuinely comprehend love, or was it merely another form of raw possession and oppression? Another day has passed, and as evening descended, the respite came without the looming presence of Voldemort at the table, allowing everyone to indulge a little more in their meals. The fire lizard hatchling, still in a huff, had refused to eat and had fallen asleep nestled within Lucius's hair. Meanwhile, Sirius, uncharacteristically setting aside his usual nonchalance, timidly edged closer to Regulus. Real, may we converse? Regulus, momentarily taken aback, displayed a flicker of surprise before silently waving his wand. The air shimmered, and the weathered wooden door of number 12, Grimmauld Place materialized before them. The brothers entered sequentially, the door closing soundlessly behind them, signaling their intent to spend the night within. Lucius, accompanied by the fire lizard, retreated to his own chamber, unaware of how he would confront the Dark Lord upon his transformation back into human form the following morning. Anxiety plagued him, rendering sleep elusive as he tossed and turned in bed until the early hours, when he finally succumbed to a chaotic slumber. Yet, sleep brought no solace. Nightmares swiftly followed, as a colossal squid ensnared him in its slimy tentacles, dragging him into the depths of the Black Lake. The icy water surged into his nostrils, the sensation of suffocation alarmingly vivid. With a start, Lucius awoke, his chest heaving. Morning light filtered through the intricately carved lace curtains, casting mottled shadows upon the carpet, while the magical clock on the wall distinctly pointed to 7 o'clock. Just as he was about to wipe the cold sweat from his brow, he felt a warm weight pressing against his chest. The moment he glanced down, his blood ran cold. A boy lay soundly asleep upon him, his raven curls cascading over Lucius's chest like spilled ink. His skin was as pale as untouched ivory, his features radiating a tender softness that suggested he had been carefully cherished, his breath so light it felt like a feather's caress. Yet, that face unmistakably belonged to a youthful Voldemort. What sent shivers down Lucius's spine was the way the boy's limbs were entwined around him, knees nestled between his legs and arms draped over his shoulders, resembling an octopus, with warm breath brushing against the nape of his neck. Startled, Lucius's body stiffened, and he abruptly pushed the boy away, scrambling to the edge of the bed, his silver robe's ties hanging loosely and his platinum hair in disarray against his damp neck. The boy stirred, blinking awake, rubbing his eyes and yawning with a soft, sleepy displeasure. Lucius, why did you push me? You. Lucius stammered, his voice trembling uncontrollably, each word escaping as if squeezed from between clenched teeth. Are you still the Dark Lord? The boy blinked, his pitch-black eyes shimmering with clarity in the morning light. After studying Lucius for a few moments, he tilted his head, as if he had discovered something novel. Hey, Lucius, you seem to have aged a bit. In the next instant, a resounding crash echoed through the dining hall as Lucius stumbled in, his platinum hair disheveled, robe unfastened. Rushing to his father's side and clutching Abracax's sleeve tightly. He still talks to me. Lucius babbled incoherently, his face flushed crimson. The members of the order exchanged knowing glances, all eyes turning toward the direction of Lucius's room. From within emerged a black-haired youth, yawning, his curls tousled and slippers adorning his feet. Had it not been for the face that resonated with their memories, none would have recognized him. The once ominous aura had vanished, replaced by a youthful languor. Snape's hand, poised around a teacup, froze, and Regulus's eyes widened, the toast slipping from his grasp. "Wow!" James Potter exclaimed, his mouth agape. "You're Voldemort?" "Hi, Uncle James." The boy waved cheerfully, his smile radiant. James choked on a mouthful of water, coughing violently. "Everyone's here. Why the surprise?" The boy's gaze swept across the dining table, suddenly brightening upon spotting the two elderly gentlemen at the far end. "Dad, you're here too." Albus Dumbledore sputtered, tea spraying from his mouth, splattering his graying beard, while Grindelwald, choking on bread, clutched his chest, his complexion turning ashen. Lupin, startled, knocked his chair over with a loud crash. The hall fell into a stunned silence. "James, pinch me," Sirius muttered, bewildered. "I must still be dreaming." Without hesitation, James twisted his arm, prompting a shriek that shattered the quiet, reverberating through the entire dining room. Grindelwald whirled around, his icy glare fixed on Dumbledore. "He just called you, right? You had a child behind my back." The last few words were nearly spat out, the surrounding air thick with tension. "This is impossible," Dumbledore protested, waving his hands. "He was addressing us. I assure you, that child is yours." The boy, feigning innocence, scratched his head. "You really don't remember me? Have you perhaps succumbed to dementia?" Clearing his throat, he declared earnestly, "I am Tom Riddle, Dumbledore. Father Gale said I was a gift sent by Merlin after you two had a quarrel in bed." The entire table erupted in chaos as everyone simultaneously spewed their drinks, the atmosphere descending into pandemonium. The magnitude of the revelation was too immense, too absurd, leaving them questioning whether they had collectively fallen under a confusion charm. Once the shock subsided, Riddle grasped the current situation, settling comfortably into the seat once occupied by Voldemort. He cleared his throat and, with the poise of a student introducing himself, began, "Hello everyone. I hail from 1995, and you may call me Riddle." He nodded towards Dumbledore and Grindelwald, a lightness in his tone. "Gellert Grindelwald and Albus Dumbledore are my fathers. Our family resides in the Dumbledore estate in Godric's Hollow. I am 14 and in my third year at Hogwarts." At this point, he playfully tilted his head toward Lucius, speaking as casually as if discussing the weather. "Lucius and I are childhood friends." With that, he blew Lucius a playful kiss. Lucius buried his face in his hands, overwhelmed by the emotional upheaval. He had never felt his heart racing as it did now. Yet, he was not alone in his embarrassment. The two elders across the long table were also cradling their faces, visibly pained. Ignoring the astonishment and discomfort of those he had addressed, Riddle continued. "Uncle James and Aunt Lily, Harry and I are doing splendidly at school, so no need to worry. Professor Lupin, Professor Snape, I've completed all the assignments you assigned, and I'll turn them in upon my return. Sirius, you keep transforming into a large dog and hanging around Professor Lupin. Harry is nearly onto your relationship. What relationship could we possibly have?" Lupin shot up, staring incredulously at Sirius. Riddle appeared unfazed by the interruption, turning to Regulus. "Regulus, it's been a while. Next time, come visit Godric's Hollow with Sirius." Finally, he looked at Abercax, smiling sweetly. "Uncle Abercax, Lucius and I share a room at school, so you can rest assured. I'll take good care of him." With that proclamation, Riddle had rendered everyone present utterly speechless. "This cannot be right," Lupin muttered, his eyes glazed over. "It's impossible." Sirius contorted his brow, incredulity saturating his tone. "You should be much older than Lucius. In 1995? At that time, Lucius was still attending Hogwarts." Lily furrowed her brow, attempting to untangle the chaotic web of logic. Could it be that he is, in fact, Voldemort's son? And the Lucius he mentioned is actually the son of the current Lucius? Lily endeavored to make the entire situation sound somewhat plausible. Riddle wore a mischievous smile, non-committal in his response. At that moment, the surrounding scenery abruptly shifted, and the viewing continued. The onlookers gradually emerged from their previous trance, gazing at the unfolding scene before them. The afternoon sun blazed brightly, blindingly illuminating young Lucius, who lowered his gaze and followed closely behind the billowing black robes of the adult Voldemort as they walked along the cobblestone path of Winchester County. A strong wind swirled around them, causing their robes to flutter noisily. The audience found themselves within this scene, silently trailing behind the two figures. They turned through an ivy-covered archway, revealing a three-story pale yellow building before them. Atop the doorframe, a jovial badger-shaped relief glimmered softly in the sunlight. This was their destination for the day, the residence of Hepzibah Smith, a descendant of Hufflepuff. "She is a collector," Voldemort began to explain, his tone flat and devoid of emotion. "She possesses several artifacts that pique my interest. I have come to discuss them with her today. Oh. Riddle suddenly donned a look of epiphany, elongating his tone. Isn't this from over 20 years ago? You are aware of the events in this scene? The crowd's attention converged upon him, their gazes intense and eager. Indeed, Riddle replied with an unabashed grin, his tone audaciously scandalous. This marks the inception of my romantic saga with Lucius. The light in Lucius's eyes had utterly extinguished. The scene shifted to the Smith family's living room, where the furniture lay askew and shards of crystal chandelier glass scattered across the Persian carpet, as if the place had recently endured a fierce battle. Something is amiss. Prepare your wands, came the urgent warning. The audience watched as the two figures searched through the disordered room. At the far end of the third floor, in the center of a room, a beautifully carved golden cup quietly radiated a soft glow atop a velvet-lined glass display. The badger motifs etched into the cup seemed to flow like liquid. Is that? Sirius leaned in closer, his keen eye recognizing the object, the Hufflepuff cup. Today, he had finally regained some of his former vitality, likely due to a fruitful conversation with his brother Regulus the night prior, which had also eased the latter's gloom somewhat. A house turned upside down, and yet, this golden cup remains untouched in the open. There's something definitely amiss, James analyzed. However, in the scene, Lucius appeared drawn magnetically toward the cup, his gaze vacant, clearly ensnared by its allure. Do not touch it. Voldemort's sharp command rang out, accompanied by an oppressive wave of magical force. Lucius trembled violently, a moment of clarity piercing through his mind, but it was ultimately too late. The cup suddenly erupted with blinding golden light, and simultaneously, a cold hand gripped his arm from behind, swiftly enveloping both in a shimmering blue light that indicated a portkey. It's a trap, Sirius exclaimed. Voldemort, ever the cunning strategist, rolled with Lucius upon landing, deftly evading a barrage of spells with a fluidity that was nearly graceful. Despite the presence of Lucius, a burden yet to graduate, the onlookers were left in awe, their hearts racing with intense shock at such formidable prowess. Voldemort and Lucius ascended to the rooftop, where torrential rain fell like a waterfall. Voldemort raised his wand, dark smoke billowing skyward, coalescing into a massive dark mark. Concurrently, several obsidian columns of smoke rose from the distant forest, racing toward the dark mark below. At that moment, Moody suddenly emerged from the shadows, seizing Lucius by the collar. His wand pressed firmly against his throat. Drop your wand, Riddle, Moody bellowed. Voldemort let out a chilling, sinister laugh. You dare not act. When the Ministry learns that you would harm a Hogwarts student to capture me, your career as an Auror will be irrevocably over. The Dementors of Azkaban would gladly accompany you. Exchanging my life for the Dark Lord's is quite the bargain. Moody's hoarse voice hinted at madness. Lucius has not yet graduated and has committed no wrongdoing. Even as an Auror, this is unlawful. Lily's brow furrowed with disapproval. He is bound to turn bad eventually. Seize this opportunity to eliminate Voldemort while we can. Sirius clenched his fists in rebuttal. I refuse to believe Voldemort would surrender for a mere servant, James interjected. But before he could finish, Voldemort indeed began to bend down, as if to place his wand upon the ground. As you wish, do not harm him, he intoned, his voice devoid of emotion. All eyes were fixed intently upon Voldemort. Yet, just as he bent halfway, Lucius was suddenly shoved forcefully to the ground. A shadowy figure in a black robe and silver mask emerged like a specter, pointing a wand at Moody, and the two immediately engaged in combat. Amidst the chaos, a few strands of shimmering platinum hair escaped from beneath the hood, revealing none other than Abraxas. Voldemort seemed to have anticipated this, leveraging his bending motion to pivot sharply, his wand carving a swift arc of black in the rain-soaked air. The atmosphere rent asunder with a sharp, tearing sound as a crescent of darkness cleaved through the encroaching Aurors. A piercing scream shattered the downpour as the foremost Aurors were brutally severed in half, hot blood mingling with the rain and forming a winding stream upon the mottled concrete. Several students, unaccustomed to such a gruesome scene, gasped in horror, instinctively retreating, their faces blanching as they registered the reality of the unfolding violence, despite knowing that the spells posed no threat to them. The reinforcements of Death Eaters surged forth like a tide, and coupled with the Dark Lord's merciless slaughter, the tide of battle had irrevocably turned. The hastily assembled defensive spells of the Aurors crumbled like fragile parchment before the onslaught of dark magic. The young members of the Order of the Phoenix gazed at the carnage before them, their faces etched with anxiety and fear, their palms drenched in cold sweat. Riddle, however, watched with keen interest, admiring the once flamboyant version of himself, his gaze brimming with self-appreciation. Dumbledore exchanged a solemn glance with Grindelwald. Both their eyes reflected a grave concern. For Voldemort's current display of power was indeed formidable. As the Aurors faltered, they inexplicably continued to resist, until Lucius, who had been cowering in a corner, shouted, There's a magical array on the ground. All Death Eaters retreat from the rooftop. The roar of Abraxas pierced through the chaos of the battle, his platinum hair billowing beneath his hood as he dashed towards his son. Yet, it was too late. The blue light in Moody's single eye flared ominously. Activate. 6 Aurors simultaneously thrust their wands into the ground like swords, infusing the earth with surging magical energy, which stirred the dust and debris, revealing a colossal magical array beneath. The array erupted with an ice-blue glow, akin to a sea creature awakening from the depths. In the center of the array, 3 Death Eaters emitted inhuman shrieks as their bodies rapidly collapsed within the web of incantations, flesh vaporizing in an instant. The remaining Death Eaters, witnessing the scene, transformed into swirling black mist and fled skyward, but the array's magic pursued them relentlessly, catching several and crushing them mercilessly. The air was filled with haunting cries, resonating amidst the torrential rain. Young Lucius, desperate to evade the magical array, was forced to leap from the rooftop. 2 Aurors pursued him to the edge, unleashing a barrage of spells mixed with the downpour, striking him with ferocity. In his rapid descent, Lucius barely managed to raise his wand for defense, lacking the time to cast a levitation charm, and it seemed he was destined for a catastrophic fall. "Ah, Senior Lucius," Lily exclaimed, instinctively covering her eyes, unable to bear the sight. However, just as he was about to hit the ground, a plume of black smoke abruptly caught him. It was Voldemort. His bony fingers, pressing through the silk fabric, dug mercilessly into Lucius's flesh, enveloping them both in darkness as they soared into the sky. Several onlookers breathed a sigh of relief, perplexed by the sudden shift in sentiment. Having previously regarded Lucius as an enemy, they now found themselves wishing to see him survive. Yet, in the next instant, Voldemort's right shoulder was exposed to the pursuing spells. A vicious slicing curse tore through his pale skin, blood gushing forth. "Well done," James could not help but exclaim, his tone laced with a hint of satisfaction. Beside him, Riddle seemed oblivious to James's provocation, his gaze firmly locked on Lucius, intent on savoring the reaction of his beloved as he was heroically rescued. "Master," Lucius cried out in terror, reaching to cover the gaping wound. The Dark Lord, however, appeared impervious to pain. With precision, he unleashed a dark spell, sending the 2 Aurors who had pursued them crashing backward to the ground, one arm tightly encircling Lucius, the other wielding his wand. He elegantly arced it, shattering the incoming green light into a dazzling array of magical fragments, both resplendent and lethal. The pair finally landed on a rooftop beyond the area of apparition, where Voldemort's shoulder wound was visibly healing at an alarming rate, the crimson draining swiftly away. Healing so quickly, are you still human?" James exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. "Lucius," Abraxas stumbled over, his voice rife with dread. "I am unharmed. It was the Master who saved me," Lucius replied, still shaken, his voice trembling. "I thank the Master for saving Lucius's life." Abraxas knelt on one knee, nearly in a reverent bow before Voldemort. No need for excessive words. The shadowy figure of the dark-haired wizard turned, a chill wind swirling in his wake. He suddenly chuckled, lifting Lucius's chin with his fingertip, compelling the youth's face to be illuminated by the lightning that split the night sky. "Remember what you owe me, little white weasel." "My Lucius is truly handsome," Riddle mused. The others winced at the comment. In the next moment, he abruptly turned to face the cluster of Death Eaters behind him, his blood-red pupils gleaming with a chilling intensity. "Hepzibah Smith shall pay the price for her foolishness tonight. As for Alastair Moody, I shall ruin him utterly." Yes, the assembled Death Eaters bowed their heads in response, their figures collapsing into ink-black silhouettes amidst the lightning. Left Riddle standing, hands clasped behind him in the eye of the storm, resembling a god of darkness. I am truly magnificent." Riddle finally withdrew his gaze, a satisfied smile gracing his face, his tone unabashedly narcissistic. "I have always known I am handsome, but it is the first time I appreciate it from such a perspective. Delightful. Indeed, I enjoy this viewing experience." "This event never transpired in Lucius and my world," Abraxas interjected, furrowing his brow. "This suggests that Riddle likely exists on a different timeline than ours." Dumbledore's gentle voice resonated, contemplative. "What we are witnessing now is the tale unfolding in the timeline where this riddle resides." The viewing experience continued, transitioning to the Hogwarts headmaster's office. The atmosphere was thick with tension. 2 Aurors stood rigidly by the fireplace, while Dumbledore sat solemnly at the long table. The office door swung open, and Slughorn entered, leading Lucius Malfoy. The previous scene of the Aurors pursuing Voldemort and Lucius lingered in everyone's minds, leading them to initially assume these 2 Aurors had come to arrest Lucius. However, the Daily Prophet on Dumbledore's desk revealed that over half a month had passed. The headline, written in blood-red lettering, read, Antique dealer mysteriously disappears. Ministry issues emergency search order. Auror chief abuses power. Moody S. magical eye monitors whom, indicating that Voldemort's retaliation had indeed commenced. Logically, these matters should have no bearing on Lucius Malfoy, so why were the two Aurors in the headmaster's office awaiting him? The youthful Lucius sat down on the chair opposite Dumbledore, his face etched with anxiety. Your father went missing in France last month. The last recorded sighting was 20 days ago in the English Channel, after which he vanished without a trace, Dumbledore explained gravely. What? Lucius sprang to his feet, the chair scraping loudly against the floor. Abraxas exchanged a complex glance with Lucius. Riddle immediately grasped Lucius's hand in a gesture of comfort. It's all right. He is just missing. I assure you he is safe. Lucius, as if stung, quickly withdrew his hand, stepping back with a pained expression. This brooch was discovered in the rocky area at the bottom of the channel, along with a serpent-headed wand and fragments of fabric. Dumbledore continued, his tone devoid of warmth. All evidence is currently with the Auror department, and preliminary assessments suggest your father fell into the sea, though the recovery team has yet to locate a body. How could this be? Lucius exclaimed in disbelief. We have come to invite young Mr. Malfoy to accompany us, to identify your father's belongings, one Auror stated. Lucius turned to Dumbledore. Identifying my father's belongings is essential, Dumbledore replied, but I believe it should not take too long. Given that this boy's father is currently missing, the school must ensure his safety. I recommend you complete all procedures tonight and return him safely before dawn tomorrow. Tomorrow morning? The silent Auror interjected, his voice tinged with impatience. That timeline is too. His companion subtly elbowed him, smoothly interrupting. We will, of course, follow the headmaster's orders. We will ensure young Mr. Malfoy is returned safely by tomorrow morning. These two are suspicious, Abraxas said in a low tone. With the head of the family missing and the sole heir still underage, someone is already losing their composure. Sirius scoffed, I knew it. Those seemingly polished aristocrats are no different from rats in the sewers. Regulus cast a fleeting glance at his elder brother, prompting Sirius to promptly seal his lips. As Lucius prepared to step into the fireplace accompanied by two Aurors, Dumbledore suddenly placed a hand on his shoulder and lowered his voice, advising. Once you arrive at the ministry, refrain from speaking indiscriminately. If you are uncertain of what to say, simply keep silent. They cannot compel you to speak. Lucius nodded in acknowledgement. As a frontline Death Eater reserve, he harbored no illusions that Dumbledore would extend his full support. The headmaster's earlier words were already a show of mercy. He ceased further discourse and strode directly into the fireplace. The Ministry of Magic was dimly lit, with only a few wall sconces illuminating the corridor leading to the Auror's office. My father's wand. Lucius's pupils constricted suddenly as he reached out to touch it, only to have his wrist seized by another Auror. This case is yet to be resolved. These items are evidence, and you cannot simply touch them. Lucius gazed at him incredulously. You said I was to claim my father's belongings, yet now you refuse me? What does this mean? The other Auror wore a feigned smile. We were quite clear earlier. This case remains open, hence you cannot touch anything. Once the case is resolved, you may of course take these items with you. The youthful Lucius appeared exasperated, inhaling deeply as his nails nearly pierced his palm, yet he maintained the characteristic haughtiness of the Malfoy lineage. Speak. How do you intend to resolve this case? The Auror smiled with satisfaction, producing a sheet of parchment and extending it toward him. All that is required is your signature on this paper, and you may take these items with you. It was a death declaration application form. He erupted in fury. What do you mean by applying for a death declaration? My father is merely missing. He slammed the parchment onto the desk, causing the quill to tremble and roll off the surface. The ministry stipulates that a person must be missing for 7 years before being declared dead. Are you seriously asking me to apply now? What do you think you are? What we are is of little consequence. A sinister voice drifted in from the doorway as a man clad in a satin formal attire stepped into the office. But dear Lucius, my beloved little nephew, you are hardly of any significance in my eyes. It was Rosier. To everyone's surprise, Grindelwald was the first to identify him. Upon hearing the surname, Dumbledore also recalled something, casting a contemplative glance at Grindelwald. Grindelwald raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. I assure you, this has nothing to do with me. I haven't been in contact with them for many years. The man from the Rosier family appeared to be well past 50, exuding an aura of menace. His countenance dark and cunning. Suddenly, both Aurors lunged, their iron-like hands clamping down on Lucius's wrist, forcefully pinning him against the oak desk. Let go of me. Lucius's roar was abruptly stifled. Rosier's wand pressed against the nape of his neck, and then he felt the sharp sting of a blade slicing through his thumb. Warm blood dripping onto the parchment, the crimson droplets pooling in the applicant field. There you go, poor child. You may now claim your dearly beloved father's possessions. As soon as the two Aurors released him, Lucius lunged toward the bloodied parchment, only to be met with a precise knee strike to his abdomen from the scarred aura. He stifled a groan, collapsing to the ground, his kneecap striking the cold stone floor with a dull thud. Lily, witnessing the scene, covered her mouth in a mix of shock and anger. They are abusing their power. This is robbery. The adult Lucius observed his father beside him, now in a deteriorating state, realizing he would likely face similar predicaments in the future. Abraxas gently patted his son's shoulder, his gaze filled with complexity. Ultimately, Lucius was thrown into the interrogation room on the third sublevel. He was forced into a metal chair, his arms shackled behind the backrest. Rosier leaned against the doorframe, declaring, "In 1 day's time, the court will initiate the inheritance proceedings for the Malfoy estate. As a minor, you will need a legal guardian, such as myself, your dear uncle. You must be dreaming. I have only 5 days until I come of age. The Malfoy estate is not for you to claim. 5 days. That is ample time for the Dementors of Azkaban to devour your sanity." The silver-haired man methodically donned dragonhide gloves, advancing toward him. "Now, you have 2 choices. Either you make an unbreakable vow here, acknowledging me as your legal guardian, or," he twirled his wand, the tip glowing ominously, "we can engage in a game of truth or dare until you can no longer utter a single negative word. We have a full 10 hours to play." Heavens! It seemed there existed individuals even more loathsome than the Malfoy family. James furrowed his brow in disgust. Was he truly going to torment Lucius? Lily's face reflected concern and dread. Has the young master of the Malfoy family never tasted the sting of pain? Rosier flicked his wand, and a thorn dark purple whip materialized, its tip grazing Lucius's collar. Behind the chair, Lucius's fingers discreetly explored the serpent-shaped green agate ring on his ring finger, turning it subtly twice. What was he up to? Lily was the first to notice his subtle movement, her curiosity mingled with anxiety. It seemed to be a dark magical artifact. James leaned in closer, his gaze fixed on the ring. Of course, as the heir of a pure-blood family, he would carry some means of self-preservation. Sirius raised an eyebrow, his tone revealing understanding. In an instant, a dark light surged along the whip like a venomous vine. Rosier's scream lodged in his throat as he stared in horror at his arm, visibly withering at an alarming rate, skin rapidly fracturing like spiderwebs. In less than 10 seconds, the silver-haired man had transformed into a withered husk, his dragonhide gloves falling to the ground, revealing the blackening skin beneath, marred with web-like veins. The young observers gasped at the horrifying spectacle, astonished by the ring's formidable power. All eyes turned toward the fingers of several members of pure-blood families nearby. The Malfoys indeed wore numerous rings of various sizes. Even the typically reserved Regulus donned 2 rings. One a plain band. It was as expected. With so many eyes scrutinizing their hands, the purebloods felt an involuntary shiver run through them, instinctively retreating their hands into their pockets. Embarrassing. Lucius has just committed murder at the ministry. Isn't he bound for Azkaban? Lily asked, her face awash with concern. How could I allow my little white ferret to languish in Azkaban? Riddle replied, his tone laced with pride, his gaze enigmatic. Little white ferret? James frowned, confusion evident on his face. You'll find out soon enough, Riddle teased, a cryptic smile playing on his lips. In the scene, the young Lucius stared at the shrunken corpse for a moment before straining against his bindings. Clenching his teeth, he summoned his strength and toppled both himself and the chair to the ground. What noise is that? Called the aura from earlier. As the doorknob turned, Lucius curled his knees and delivered a fierce kick to the table leg. The table toppled over, and he was propelled by the recoil, seizing the wand from the floor. As the aura raised his wand, a red bolt struck his chest, sending him crashing to the ground, the back of his head striking the stone floor with a dull thud. What is happening? Another aura rushed in, and Lucius kicked the corner of the torture box, sending it hurtling toward the door with a whoosh. The aura who charged in was caught off guard by a box, stumbling momentarily. Seizing this opportunity, Lucius rolled behind the desk and, with a swift flick of his wrist, cast a spell that sent the aura sprawling to the floor with a muffled groan. Rising with the edge of the desk as support, Lucius effortlessly summoned 2 wands into his grasp with another incantation. The onlookers were left speechless by this series of concise and efficient maneuvers. How could he possess such skill? Just the last time he was with Voldemort, he could barely manage to hide in a corner. James stared in disbelief. It was unlike Malfoy to conceal his abilities even in front of his superiors. He must have trained rigorously, Sirius mused, analyzing the seamless execution of those actions, which were far from trivial. While they exchanged words, the young Lucius had swiftly locked the corpse and 2 unconscious aurors in the interrogation room, reinforcing the door with a spell that melted the copper lock into a twisted mass of metal. He then dashed into the investigative office, snatched the death application form stamped with a blood-red seal, and incinerated it to ashes with a flick of his wand. Grasping his wand, his father's serpent-headed cane, and the shattered brooch, he turned and ran outside. The rain had resumed, droplets the size of beans pattering down. Lucius stood on the deserted street, clutching his father's relics tightly, only to be drenched in moments. The cold rain trickled down his pale cheeks as he stood there, dazed. Everyone could see the dire predicament he found himself in. The ministry's Aurors were in hot pursuit. He had assaulted one, even taken a life. He was recognized as a Death Eater in training, shunned by the ministry's mainstream factions. With his father missing and uncertain of his fate, even those so-called relatives likely wished for his swift demise to lay claim to the vast Malfoy estate. In this vast world, he found no refuge. "We have no choice," Regulus murmured, his eyes vacant, as if he saw another soul ensnared by fate through the rain-soaked figure. Sirius wrapped an arm around his shoulder, gently shaking him, attempting to draw him out of his inexplicable gloom. Lucius's Adam's apple bobbed, the confusion in his eyes gradually replaced by a resolute determination akin to a man cornered with no retreat. With a clenched jaw, his figure blurred momentarily in the rain as he performed apparition. The scene shifted, and they all found themselves standing at the doorstep of the Dark Lord's manor. This time, not a single soul uttered a word of reproach or mockery. They simply gazed in silence at the drenched and disheveled youth before the iron gates, who took several deep breaths, as if expending every ounce of his strength. Then, unexpectedly, he grasped the cold iron bars and shouted towards the depths of the manor, "Master, I've learned to transform into a weasel. Would you like to see?" With a sudden burst of laughter, adult Lucius choked on his tea, coughing violently as his ears turned crimson, his eyes wide with disbelief at the scene before him. The crowd paused momentarily before erupting into raucous laughter. "This is not the Lucius the First, no," Lily exclaimed, wiping tears from her eyes as she laughed uncontrollably. "How did he even come up with that? Hilarious." James laughed so hard he was nearly breathless. He really learned to be an animagus before graduation, and his first transformation was in such a context. Sirius collapsed onto his brother's back in laughter. Even Dumbledore found amusement in this unexpected turn of events, his silver beard quivering slightly. As everyone continued to laugh heartily, the young Lucius cast an amplification spell on himself, raising his voice to call out, "Master, I can transform into a weasel. You said you wanted to see last time." This only sent the laughter into a frenzy, making it impossible to contain. After he shouted 3 times without regard for his dignity, a burst of silver light erupted in the air at the entrance, and a house elf, wearing a gray apron, suddenly appeared, its ears curling nervously like a seashell. It hurriedly opened the door, exclaiming, "Master Malfoy, please stop calling. I'll take you inside." Observing the elf's expression, Lucius felt that something was amiss, and he stifled a laugh while muttering. The elf led Lucius into a side chamber for a meeting. Upon opening the door, 12 high-ranking Death Eaters sat around a conference table, all gazing at him with knowing expressions. James and Sirius could no longer contain themselves, collapsing to the floor in laughter, rolling around while clutching their stomachs. Lily covered her face, exclaiming, "Oh no, how embarrassing. What will we do?" The adult Lucius retreated into his shell once more. "Shouting like that outside, what kind of behavior is that?" Voldemort sat at the head of the table, tapping his fingertips on the surface, his tone reproachful, yet laced with a hint of teasing. "You're almost graduated, yet you act like a child. Come here and kneel." The young Lucius shuffled like a lost soul to Voldemort's feet and knelt with a thud, his demeanor suggesting he wished to vanish into thin air from the awkwardness of the situation. The long table cast a shadow over the drenched boy, isolating him in the dim light. Everyone else sat comfortably in ornately carved armchairs, leaving him alone at Voldemort's feet. Grindelwald raised an eyebrow, intrigued by the spectacle. "So tell me, what trouble brings you here at such an hour?" Lucius, blushing, looked up and whispered, "I came to show you my transformation into a weasel." "You just shouted loud enough for the entire manor to hear." Voldemort leaned closer, his skeletal fingers lifting Lucius's chin. "Yet now your voice is so soft. I want to hear, no, see it." Hilarious. James, having slipped unnoticed to Riddle's side, slapped him on the shoulder, laughing until he could hardly stand, mimicking the pitch Lucius had just used. Riddle joined in, his eyes crinkling with mirth. Who could resist when Lucius was so adorably earnest? He chuckled. The two shared a hearty laugh, while the adult Lucius felt his face grow increasingly green with envy, unable to retaliate, only retreating further away from them. The young Lucius, mortified, seemed as if he could shrink into the floor. After a moment of hesitation, his ears began to glisten, and 2 pristine white weasel ears emerged from his hair, their soft fur twitching gently. He grasped Voldemort's sleeve, his voice trembling yet soft as a whisper, you can touch them." Truly, he was a Malfoy. To achieve such a feat was remarkable. Sirius marveled with an indescribable tone. Even the typically silent Regulus and Snape exchanged knowing glances with Lucius. The color drained further from Lucius's face. Voldemort grasped one of the weasel's ears, suddenly yanking it towards himself. Lucius, caught by the ear, stumbled forward, his chest colliding with Voldemort's cold leg, his fingers clutching the edge of the ornate chair. He was on the verge of brushing against the black satin of Voldemort's thigh. Panic surged through him, his ears tinged with pink from the discomfort, his eyes glistening with moisture, his voice soft yet frantic. Master, it hurts. Do you think he is doing this on purpose? James pondered, his expression filled with curiosity. Of course, Sirius scoffed, dismissing the notion. In need of favor. Isn't this just a ploy for sympathy? A sense of unease washed over James as he muttered, furrowing his brow in contemplation. Beside him, Riddle had already squatted next to the boy, his eyes glistening with an infatuation that mirrored the blossoms of spring. Fixated on the image of the boy, both disheveled and yet exuding an air of dependence. Suddenly, Voldemort leaned in closer, his lips nearly brushing against the boy's flushed ear. You would go to such lengths over something so trivial? Lucius, do you truly believe I would be deceived? The serpent-like gaze flickered with a cold light from the shadows, his warm breath stirring the boy's soft ear, causing it to twitch with surprise. The boy's eyes widened in shock. I shall grant you another opportunity. Speak the truth, he said, caressing the boy's heated ear with his fingertips. Locking onto the boy's flustered gaze, his tone drawn out slowly. Otherwise, I shall personally delve into the depths of your thoughts. Lucius observed Voldemort, repeatedly ensuring there were no signs of anger from the Dark Lord, before mustering the courage to kneel and lean closer to Voldemort's ear. Recounting the events of the evening in meticulous detail, the Death Eaters seated at the long table maintained a rigid composure, their eyes cast downward, fixated on the surfaces before them, not a sound escaping their lips. As Voldemort absorbed Lucius's words, his expression grew increasingly grave. He released the boy's furry ear, adjusting himself upright while delicately stroking the intricately carved armrest, issuing his commands. Lucan, proceed to the Ministry's third-floor interrogation room to obliterate all evidence, including any traces from the forensic department. He paused, adding, collect all of that corpse's hair. Furthermore, procure a duplicate of the file regarding the Abercax case. A tall, slender man at the end of the conference table stood to respond. Yes, my lord. With that, he swept out of the room, his robe billowing like a gust of wind before vanishing at the door. I am indeed reliable. Riddle beamed with pride, brimming with concealed satisfaction, reveling in the fact that Lucius had sought his assistance without hesitation. I truly am remarkable, he declared, proudly lifting his chin. It seems you had no other choice. Lily murmured softly. In the subsequent meeting, Voldemort relentlessly assigned tasks to his subordinates. Their dialogues revealed that his influence had extended from England to France, bolstered by capable allies. At this moment, young Lucius, adorned with a pair of fuzzy white ears, lay fast asleep on Voldemort's lap, his cheeks flushed as if aflame. He did not awaken until Lucan returned from the ministry to handle the ensuing matters. The abrupt demise of Rogier was an undeniable fact. Yet Voldemort seized this opportunity to have a French subordinate impersonate Rogier, infiltrating the ranks of the French wizarding aristocracy. This adept manipulation and control over the situation left the onlookers in awe. Ultimately, Voldemort issued his final directive. Tomorrow's front page of the Daily Prophet must feature the obituary of the Malfoy patriarch. Sharp-witted and quick to react, Grindelwald commented. But hasn't he yet to pass? James Potter queried, perplexed. Spreading false news of death serves to advantage Abraxas's predicament, Voldemort elucidated. Lucius grasped the underlying strategy. If we widely circulate the news of my father's passing, the ministry's search teams in France will undoubtedly grow complacent. This will not only safeguard my father's well-being, but also enable our people to navigate the search net and covertly seek him out. Voldemort nodded. In this manner, come the day after tomorrow in the court, Rogier, as your uncle, will undoubtedly vie for guardianship, with Riddle masquerading as him. He cast a glance across the gathered heads of households, a sly smile curling his lips. However, I suspect there are many among you who covet the Malfoy estate. Far beyond just Rogier, should Abraxas truly be deceased. Several heads of families hastily protested. We wouldn't dare. Oh, but you would, Voldemort replied coolly. Put on a complete act. The day after tomorrow, none of you may be absent. All of you must attend the court and contend earnestly. Dismissed. The implications of this farcical inheritance dispute left Lily bewildered. Sirius, having grown up immersed in family affairs, quickly discerned the scheme. The greater the number of claimants, the more convoluted the case would become. In 5 days, young Lucius would come of age, thus rightfully inheriting the Malfoy family fortune, leaving no one to covet it. Regulus nodded in agreement. Moreover, this charade grants the impostor time to acclimatize to his role. By the time he returns to France to report to his superiors, his identity will be more firmly established. A masterstroke achieving 3 objectives, Dumbledore marveled, ensuring Abraxas's safety, securing the Malfoy family's inheritance. and aiding a Death Eater in infiltrating the enemy's ranks. When the meeting concluded, it was time for Lucius to fulfill his promise. He transformed into a small white ferret, tucked into Voldemort's pocket as they returned to the private lounge. Is this what you meant by coming to demonstrate your transfiguration skills? Voldemort arched an eyebrow, scoffing lightly. The delicate darling of the Malfoy family, catching a cold from the rain, now reduced to begging for food and care from me. At that moment, the Dark Lord lounged in black silk pajamas, reclining on the sofa. Nearby, a large fruit bowl cradled the small white ferret sprawled in a relaxed manner, sipping fever-reducing potion while two house elves diligently attended to its needs. After finishing the potion, the ferret turned its belly toward the fireplace's glow, its damp little paws lazily waving as an elf gently wiped them with a soft cloth. The elf then cast a drying charm, fluffing the ferret's fur to a voluminous softness, and finally adorned its tail with a pink bow, embellished with a crystal bead that shimmered as the ferret playfully flicked its tail. Oh, how adorable! Lily's heart melted at the sight, yearning to stroke its soft fur. No wonder you call him the little white ferret, James teased. Is your animagus truly a ferret? Sirius inquired with curiosity. Lucius met Riddle's inquisitive gaze, reluctantly admitting, I haven't practiced. Perhaps it is. You ought to learn, Riddle insisted earnestly. This magic holds considerable utility. At the very least, I find it quite appealing. As everyone watched the small white ferret and Nagini, Voldemort engaged in playful antics, occasionally coaxing the ferret with gentle pats, until it was finally led back to the bedroom to rest. While others wore teasing expressions, Lucius maintained a stoic demeanor, his face darkened. Transforming into an animal does come with uncontrollable instincts, James remarked, reflecting deeply. I never imagined Voldemort possessed such a side, Lupin mused. Who could resist such a charming little creature? Riddle chimed in with a grin. In the scene, Voldemort placed the small white ferret onto a prepared dark green cushion at the bedside, where it immediately curled up and fell asleep. The Dark Lord, who had earlier found it bothersome, suddenly felt an urge to tease as he observed its swift descent into slumber. He gently rubbed the ferret's ear, watching its soft fur quiver, and poked its plump belly, eliciting a light flick of its tail. With a playful smile, he pinched one of the ferret's hind legs, lightly lifting it, and playfully flicked at its fluffy paws that resembled sugary confections. How could you? Lily gasped, covering her eyes in embarrassment. You're not quite right, mate, James remarked, clicking his tongue. Oblivious to the teasing, the little white ferret rolled over, exposing its satin-like belly, its tail curling into a question mark as it sank deeper into slumber. Voldemort gazed upon the unsuspecting figure in slumber, a barely audible chuckle escaping his throat as he pinched the soft, gummy pads of his fingers, muttering under his breath, what a little brat. James intensified his tone, leaning closer to Riddle, his brows furrowed. Come now, are you not concealing some unsavory thoughts? My intentions are as clear as daylight, Riddle replied with a sly grin. I have never masked my true feelings. With that, he threw a flirtatious glance towards Lucius, who was watching the scene unfold, instantly struck as if by lightning, wishing to retreat to the farthest corner of the room. As the events unfolded, they indeed followed Voldemort's meticulous design. The next day, the Daily Prophet prominently displayed the obituary of Abraxas Malfoy, swiftly followed by a series of farcical antics among the pure-blood aristocracy vying for inheritance. Once the dust settled from this turmoil, Lucius Malfoy seamlessly inherited the Malfoy family estate and convened a press conference. At the conference, Lucius appeared strikingly handsome, a white peacock perched gracefully upon his shoulder. This moment was immortalized as the front-page image of the Daily Prophet, backlit, his platinum hair intertwined with the peacock's feathers. The young heir of the Malfoy legacy stood at the confluence of pure-blood glory and the tides of change. Alas, this resplendent and noble heir, upon retreating into the greenhouse behind him, was left to kneel at the feet of the Dark Lord. I am indebted to your intervention. The newly of age Lucius spoke sincerely. Were it not for you, my father's disappearance would remain an enigma, and I might bear the stigma of involuntary manslaughter, with the Malfoy estate falling into unknown hands. Now, everything proceeds smoothly, all thanks to your assistance. Is it fair to say I am your great savior? Mere words of gratitude are insufficient, are they not? What would you have me offer in thanks, my lord? Lucius replied with an honest smile, his youthful innocence still apparent in the glimmer of his eyes. You may take anything that belongs to me. Such flattery is excessive, James Potter thought, his expression contorting in distaste. If the Dark Lord desired to seize the Malfoy fortune, a single Avada Kedavra would suffice. Regulus spoke with a calm demeanor, recognizing the situation's gravity. Since Voldemort's earlier departure, he had noticeably relaxed, engaging in conversation more than usual. Ultimately, on the eve of Lucius's coming of age, he invited Voldemort to Malfoy Manor for dinner, where they would partake in his father's collection of dragon blood wine. Lucius, lacking intolerance for alcohol, forced himself to drink 2 cups, soon feeling a flush akin to a delicate rose bloom on his cheeks, his eyes shimmering with moisture. Even the tips of his ears glowing with a translucent red hue. Observing this, Voldemort ceased to pressure him, pouring for himself and indulging in the moment. His demeanor more leisurely than usual. To avoid drunken indiscretion, Lucius excused himself to regain his composure, returning clad in a moon-white wizard's robe. A silver serpent-shaped belt loosely secured his waist, elegantly accentuating the lean silhouette characteristic of an 18-year-old. He approached the corner grand piano, lifting the ebony lid. And as his fingers danced upon the keys, the melody of Moonlight Sonata began to flow. The Malfoy family's reputation held true, as Dumbledore mused. It was indeed challenging to find displeasure when they endeavored to please someone. You seem to have never had the opportunity to earn their favor, Grindelwald jested. Alas, they likely look down upon an old man like me, hence their unwavering loyalty, Dumbledore replied with a smile laced with teasing. In this interlude, amidst the flowing piano notes, Voldemort had unknowingly leaned against the piano, his pallid cheeks tinged with a faint blush, his red eyes half closed, resembling a languorous serpent. His fingers caressed the rim of his glass as he listened intently to the young man stumble over 2 notes, swiftly correcting himself. As the piece concluded, the lingering notes hung in the air. Voldemort raised his hand, gently tapping Lucius's hand with his glass. The Malfoy family's piano instructor has produced a student who plays off-key? The young man's ears flushed crimson, yet he maintained an aristocratic composure. I have not practiced in a while. I have grown rusty. I apologize for the embarrassment. Voldemort arched an eyebrow, leaning closer, the scent of wine mingling with a cool pine fragrance brushing against the young man's neck. If you play another note wrong, you must take a sip of wine. How does that sound? How delightfully wicked of you. Riddle, James remarked, unable to stifle his commentary. Here he is providing you with a piano performance, and you wish to punish him for mistakes. What a way to ruin a birthday dinner. What do you know? Riddle replied languidly, this is what true enjoyment looks like. The best part is just beginning, and you, little brat, cannot possibly grasp the nuances. Grindelwald scoffed lightly, his gaze revealing an understanding of Riddle's intentions. In that moment, Lucius tensed up. My lord, this. Let us begin, Voldemort commanded, his fingers tapping on the piano's body, clearly in high spirits. This time, Lucius chose Fur Elise, a piece he was exceedingly familiar with, and his performance flowed much more smoothly than before. Lily blinked. Why did he select this piece? James replied, perhaps because he knows it well? If someone told me I would be punished for mistakes, I would undoubtedly choose something I could play flawlessly. Indeed, Lily responded, yet her expression suggested she sensed a deeper significance. Lucius played the piece flawlessly through the first measure, but Voldemort appeared unsatisfied, standing behind the young man. His fingers glided through Lucius's platinum locks to the nape of his neck, gently caressing the protrusions of his spine, as if admiring a fine porcelain artifact. In an instant, Lucius's fingers trembled, and 2 wrong notes shattered against the keys. You are quite the rogue, Riddle, James chuckled. You are deliberately tormenting him. Of course, I am, Riddle confessed, unabashedly reveling in his delight. You are afraid of me, Voldemort murmured, his thumb gliding over the taut skin, the music beginning to falter. Yet you always seek to please me in this trembling manner. I merely wish for your enjoyment. Watching the scene unfold, Lucius furrowed his brow at his youthful self's perilous declarations. He was uncertain whether the other version of himself in an alternate timeline comprehended the entanglements that would ensue from such behavior. But it was evident that Voldemort's interest had been piqued, and once ensnared, retreat would no longer be an option. The melody had become unrecognizable. The Dark Lord's fingers slowly descended along Lucius's spine, each bump eliciting discordant notes. Voldemort's laughter, mingled with the scent of wine, enveloped Lucius's neck, his red eyes narrowing dangerously. Do you know what I admire most about you? His fingertip brushed against Lucius's flushed earlobe, Voldemort's voice dropping to a serpentine whisper. I appreciate your sense of timing. You are adept at playing a role, feigning innocence, and lowering yourself, which allows you to acquire what you desire from me. Little Malfoy, if your current demeanor is an act, it would be wise to maintain it in my presence indefinitely. Ah, so Lucius has always been pretending? Lily exclaimed, her face a mask of disbelief. Indeed, it was all an act. James interjected, I always thought his fighting style was so precise, yet before his master, he merely feigns innocence and weakness. I believe it is an oversimplification to assert he is merely pretending, Remus interjected, striving for fairness. He is merely demonstrating appropriate humility. In the face of power, self-preservation can sometimes be an instinctive reaction, not a deliberate choice. After all, he is still just a teenager. You are all overthinking it. Grindelwald let out a cold laugh, for whether it was an act or not, Voldemort's words were merely intended to intimidate and control him. Voldemort cared little for the truth. He relished the feeling of fear and obedience emanating from the head of the Malfoy family, desiring instead to thoroughly conquer this new heir, instilling within him a fear so profound that rebellion would be unthinkable. He paused, casting a glance at Riddle, and added, "If anyone were to put on a facade, it would be Voldemort, who feigned enjoyment over a dinner of fine wines with him today. He was merely biding his time, waiting for what appeared to be a relaxed moment to breach the psychological defenses of this child. He sought to instill terror, to utterly crush him when the boy believed he had the situation under control. I suspect you will continue to suppress him, won't you?" Riddle's smile faded slightly. "Perhaps you have guessed part of it, but not all. In truth, at times, I myself am unaware of what I truly desire. I once thought I was clear about my intentions, only to discover later that what I sought was not always what I chased after. It seems you have gained new insights in the course of your life." Dumbledore smiled gently. "Upon your arrival, I surmised that, in your timeline, you indeed made changes. However, I must say, based on the current circumstances, you have yet to reach that pivotal point." Riddle bit his lip, falling silent. Lucius's voice trembled slightly. "Master, I have never spoken falsely to you." The Dark Lord chuckled softly. "Your hands tremble as if under the influence of a confundus charm." Then, the Dark Lord suddenly gripped his shoulder with force, compelling him to face him. The music ceased abruptly, and the young man stumbled into the shadow of the black robe, the sharp scent of dragon's blood whiskey lingering at his nostrils, and he saw in the depths of Voldemort's eyes a dark swirl that bore an unsettling hint of indulgence. Then this vile man asked, "How many notes did you miss just now?" The question sounded eerily familiar. James turned pale, feeling as though he had encountered this form of torment before, posed at a time when counting was utterly impossible. "The last time, it seemed. A wand was used to strike the palm," Lily added quietly. "If we were to count a missed note as a sip of alcohol, he would surely succumb to alcohol poisoning by the end of tonight," Lupin worriedly remarked. The assembled individuals silently mused. "Poor Lucius." "Master, I didn't count." Lucius responded as expected. "Then what do you propose we do?" Voldemort observed him with keen interest. He stammered, swallowing nervously. "Leave it entirely to the master's discretion." Everyone watched in silent anticipation as Voldemort slowly raised the glass he had just poured above Lucius's head. The Dark Lord's movements were deliberate, seemingly allowing him a chance to refuse. However, Lucius remained motionless, knowing he dared not move, resigned to his fate. The tilt of the cup was gradual, and this slow unfolding of events was a meticulously calculated punishment, each passing moment testing the boy's limits, causing him to tremble internally. As the cold liquid cascaded onto his head, Lucius shuddered violently, uncontrollably quaking, yet he gritted his teeth and did not flinch, allowing the crimson liquid to snake down his platinum hair. He shut his eyes tightly, the wine spreading dark patterns across his moonlight-colored robes, resembling a cursed rose climbing upward. He heard Voldemort's low laughter bubbling from his throat. "You are humiliating him, relentlessly shattering his boundaries." Grindelwald chuckled. "I was not mistaken earlier. As for whether the suppression will continue, that depends on the weight of the Malfoy family in your heart." The expressions of the Malfoy father and son darkened considerably. Although this was a narrative from an alternate timeline, it was evident that the Dark Lord's temperament had not undergone significant change. No one could deny that they too might face similar oppression in the future, albeit in different forms, with the same ultimate aim of compelling Lucius to yield completely. "Apologies. My hand slipped. The wine spilled," Voldemort remarked in his magnetic voice, uttering such cruel words. Before Lucius had the chance to open his eyes, he was suddenly pressed against the cold piano lid. The discordant notes erupted around him. Voldemort forced him down onto the piano surface, pouring a sharp liquid into his mouth. Lucius coughed violently, the liquid trickling from the corner of his lips down to his neck, soaking his hair and seeping into the piano keys. Several young onlookers gasped, while Lily, blushing, covered her eyes. The adults appeared to have anticipated this, their expressions shifting slightly but showing no excessive surprise. In that moment, Voldemort showed no mercy for the boys choking. Rather, he deepened the intrusion between their lips. The youth, teetering on the brink of asphyxiation, futilely pushed against him. And as the piano lid creaked under his struggle, Voldemort finally released him. The young head of the Malfoy family lay sprawled atop the piano, gasping for breath, while Voldemort stood beside him, surveying him with unabashed scrutiny. "Little weasel, your piano needs replacing," the Dark Lord remarked, his fingertips brushing against Lucius's swollen lower lip. His voice laced with delight. "Happy adulthood, good night." The boy lay upon the piano, watching the figure in the black robe turn away, the distant sound of the clock chiming resonating through the air. He gradually calmed, inhaling deeply and wiping his face slowly. "You should not treat him this way, Riddle," Lily said sternly. "You are forcing him." "No," Riddle retorted defiantly. "He enjoys this." "I know it. But you cannot kiss him without his consent," Lily insisted. "Look at him." He is clearly terrified. Riddle glanced at Lucius, who was silently lost in thought, and pressed his lips together, refraining from further argument. This Voldemort, though currently in a position of power, has yet to awaken. I foresee he will suffer in the future, Grindelwald remarked with a smile to Dumbledore. Riddle shot him a sidelong glance, scoffing softly, turning his head away. In a side story of the viewing experience, Yezhi, during lunch, the scene faded away, and the group found themselves gathered around a marble dining table. They had been trapped in this space for 3 days, unable to defy the rules imposed upon them, forced to witness the unfolding spectacle. No one knew how long it would continue, nor the significance of their watch, and the young people could no longer contain their restlessness. So, what exactly are we watching these events concerning Lucius for? James drummed his fingers irritably on the table. I still have Quidditch practice to arrange. Sirius shouted towards the empty air. How long do you expect us to watch this? What do you truly want? No response came. Riddle, the youngest among them, had been inexplicably brought to witness his past romantic history, and with no one of significance by his side, he had grown thoroughly bored. Mimicking Sirius, he called out, I miss my Lucius, return my wife to me. To their surprise, the once silent space reacted. A carved wooden door appeared beside Riddle, and with the gentle creaking of its hinges, an adult wizard stepped through. He bore the Malfoy family's distinctive platinum hair, neatly tied with a dark green ribbon, dressed in a perfectly pressed robe of the same hue, with a finely crafted tie at his collar, the emblem of the Ministry of Magic pinned to his chest, and a notebook and quill in hand. He lowered his gaze to the notebook, pushing the door open as he spoke. Riddle, you have a meeting with the Muggle Prime Minister this afternoon, and you need to prepare the speech for the upcoming re-election. What are you still doing here? The onlookers stared in astonishment as he entered. Another Lucius Malfoy? James's gaze darted between the two platinum figures. As this Malfoy stepped into the space, the door behind him abruptly vanished. He lifted his eyes and immediately sensed something amiss. Before he could react, Riddle dashed forward, wrapping his arms around his waist. Lucius, you've finally arrived. I've missed you so much. Riddle, what is the meaning of this? The elder Lucius grasped Riddle by the collar like one would handle a frail kitten, scrutinizing the boy before him. What have you done to the office? And have you consumed shrinking potions as well? Do not think that such whimsical antics will allow you to evade your duties. I haven tea. Riddle protested, struggling to defend himself. I came from 1995. I am only in my 3rd year now. He raised an eyebrow, his gaze sweeping over the assembled company before finally taking a seat, ready to listen to Riddle's explanation of the current situation. Ah, I see. The newly arrived Lucius nodded, his tone calm and unperturbed. Allow me to briefly introduce myself. I hail from the year 2014, I am 33 years old, and I currently serve as the Secretary of the British Ministry of Magic. There are other details I prefer not to disclose, but I assure you, I am a distinctly different individual from the Lucius Malfoy present here. To avoid confusion, you may refer to me as Yezhi. Your name does not sound particularly British. Dumbledore's scrutinizing gaze fell upon him, gentle yet piercing. Headmaster Dumbledore, I beg your pardon, but I must refrain from answering personal inquiries. Yezhi replied with a polite, subtle smile. The air around him was imbued with a restrained demeanor, indicative of someone well-versed in the corridors of power. His tranquil composure and refined manners concealed any hint of his thoughts. He appeared to share the same generational cohort as Snape and Lupin, exuding a composed maturity that suggested an individual seasoned by life's tribulations. Lucius, have some fries. Riddle eagerly pushed his plate toward the older man, his large eyes sparkling with anticipation. I have already dined, thank you. Yezhi responded in a neutral tone, gently pushing the plate back. Since his entry into the room, both Abraxas and Lucius had not diverted their gaze from him. Just then, Abraxas began to cough violently, his face flushing an unnatural shade of red. Yezhi immediately directed a concerned look towards him. Lucius was preoccupied with rubbing his father's back, his actions laced with evident worry. Yezhi also rose and approached Abraxas, slightly bending down to assess the situation, and inquired in a low voice, Is it dragonpox? Lucius nodded, his voice betraying an unmistakable fatigue. It has been a year. We have tried numerous remedies, but none have yielded results. I possess a potion recipe. Yezhi stated. It is a concoction developed by Professor Snape, specifically designed to treat dragonpox. Snape turned to him, and Yezhi nodded in acknowledgement. I will write down the recipe. You may attempt to memorize it or find a way to take it with you. It should yield a complete cure. With that, he raised his wand and deftly waved it. The quill resting on the table appeared to come alive, swiftly inscribing on the notebook. Moments later, Yezhi picked up the sheet, inspected it for accuracy, and then tore it off, handing it to Lucius. It seems our arrival here has finally borne fruit. Has it not? Dumbledore remarked with a smile, his gaze warm. This implies that a remedy for dragonpox from 2014 has indeed been discovered. Yezhi nodded in agreement. I have established a potion foundation to support the laboratories of Professors Slughorn and Snape. After successfully improving the Wolfsbane potion, they dedicated all their effort towards developing a remedy for dragonpox, and the progress has been quite promising. 5 years ago, preventive and alleviating potions were developed, and last year, the curative potion was officially released. Those interested in potions eagerly circulated the recipe, and lunch quietly concluded amidst discussions. As the food on the marble-long table was cleared away, the surrounding scene abruptly transformed. When their vision cleared, everyone found themselves on the grass outside Hogwarts Castle. A holographic projection? Yezhi raised an eyebrow slightly, muttering to himself. What? The others turned to him in unison. It is nothing, he replied softly, evidently not inclined to elaborate further. In the scene, James Potter was playfully tossing the golden snitch by the lake. Sirius lounged lazily beside him, tossing pebbles that skipped merrily across the surface of the black lake, creating 3 gleaming silver arcs that rippled outward. The youthful exuberance radiating from the 2 boys captured the attention of nearly half the girls on the grass, except for Lily Evans, who sat quietly reading under a nearby tree. She had a copy of Advanced Potion Making spread across her lap, her fiery red hair cascading over her shoulders like flames, long eyelashes casting delicate shadows beneath her focused, serene gaze. At that moment, Snape burst into view, his tattered backpack slung over his shoulder. James and Sirius exchanged glances, and with a flick of his wrist, James waved his wand, causing Snape's backpack to suddenly snap its strap and soar into the air like a bucket lifted by a giant, scattering books across the ground. Ah, this is the day. James Potter's voice trailed off, his smile frozen in an instant. Sirius recalled the moment as well, the playful smirk fading from his face. Lily's eyes widened in recognition, clearly recalling the incident. Meanwhile, Snape, the observer, turned pale, his fingers trembling slightly. Oh, look who it is. James's voice dripped with mockery. Snavelus Snape. Where are you off to? Perhaps to seek out his Slytherin snakes, no doubt secretly dabbling in some dark magic. Sirius jeered in agreement, his tone filled with derision. Young Snape's face flushed crimson as he picked up a potion textbook, only for Sirius to flick his wand again, sending the book flying anew into the muddy ground nearby. Give me back my book. Snape could no longer contain his frustration, drawing his wand fiercely. But before he could utter another word, a force sent his wand flying, landing far off in the grass. The adult Snape, watching from the sidelines, grew increasingly pale, his breaths becoming more rapid. He instinctively reached for his wand, contemplating shattering the illusion. Perhaps becoming some small creature would be preferable to watching his younger self endure such humiliation. Professor Snape, there is no need to be anxious. Yezhi looked at him, speaking calmly with a smile. I believe the unfolding of this event may not be as dreadful as you recall. You may continue to observe with ease. In the scene, Lily stood protectively in front of Snape, rebuking James. Meanwhile, James Potter's forehead veins bulged, jealousy distorting his features. What makes him better than me? With a flick of his wrist, he sent a curse hurtling towards Snape. Lily immediately drew her wand, but it was clear she was too late, and Snape was still struggling against a tripping jinx on the ground, unable to do anything but widen his eyes as the red light approached. In a moment of peril, a shimmering silver-blue barrier unfurled like a curtain of water. Is the Gryffindor sense of justice truly wielded against a fellow student? Lucius waved his sleeve, dispelling the tripping jinx. In my view, Miss Evans's bravery is far more deserving of the lion crest. Both Lilies, inside and outside the scene, visibly relaxed, their tense shoulders gradually easing. It seems you knew something in advance. James regarded Yezhi with suspicion, his eyes filled with inquiry. Yezhi merely smiled enigmatically, choosing not to elaborate further. You meddlesome snake. Sirius began to retort, only to be silenced by a sharp elbow from James, leaving him gasping for breath. James tugged at Lucius's sleeve as they retreated into the intertwined shadows cast by the old willow tree. That love letter was utterly useless. James's face flushed, tinged with frustration. She was far more polite to you than to me. Why is that? The observing James also flushed red, shouting in haste. I didn't ask you to teach me how to write love letters. Of course not. Yezhi replied nonchalantly. This is merely an occurrence from my timeline. Perhaps you could start with her interests, Lucius advised him. For instance, compliment her on the delectable desserts she creates. The last time I praised her cookies, she appeared quite elated. You actually tasted her cookies? James's voice suddenly escalated. Lily raised an eyebrow. Not only did he eat them, but Severus did as well. And Professor Slughorn partook too. Even the snotty little brat got to taste them. James lamented, startling the crows perched in the trees, clutching the hem of Lily's robes. He exclaimed, Oh no, Lily, I've never even had the chance. How can this be? I want to eat them too. I want to eat them. I seem to recall that Lily's cookies had once knocked Professor Slughorn off his feet, Sirius remarked, stroking his chin, suppressing a laugh. Lily shot him a fierce glare. Yet her cheeks involuntarily flushed with color. I know where the kitchen is. I'll take you there. The house elves will be thrilled to see us. James grasped Lily's sleeve and dashed towards the castle. Lucius waved her goodbye. Look how dismissive they are. Only I truly care for you. James's voice echoed from the castle entrance. Lily, you should only make them for me. I could devour an entire cake. Lucius exchanged a glance with Severus. The mischief in their eyes barely concealed, the corners of their mouths twitching upwards. Well done. James suddenly turned towards Yezhi, his expression one of indignation. You must have done this on purpose, wanting to see me humiliate myself. Lily, displeased, frowned. Is eating my treats considered a humiliation? James stammered, flustered. No. That's not what I meant, Lily. I adore everything you make. Truly. In the scene, the young Lucius invited Severus to spend the summer at Malfoy Manor. Upon his return, he was buried in the family study, diligently managing the Malfoy estate, appearing quite weary. Finally granted a half-day's respite. He took Severus to a jewelry store to custom-order cufflinks. Back in the wizarding world, Delacroix seemed to enjoy a much improved quality of life. And his daughter had become lively and healthy. Lucius had brought gifts for his daughter and played with the little girl. I never imagined you had such patience with children. James remarked, arms crossed, a hint of surprise in his tone. I have 2 children with Riddle now, Yezhi replied, his tone flat, as if stating the most ordinary fact. At this revelation, everyone present nearly dropped their jaws in shock, their breaths momentarily caught. Riddle's eyes widened in surprise as he looked at him, his voice brimming with excitement. Lucius, I knew you loved me most. You've worked hard. I will take responsibility for you and the children. Yezhi chuckled at his enthusiasm, gently tapping his forehead with a fingertip. The children are yours. In truth, they each had one. It was a ruse. Riddle was instantly frozen in place, the smile on his face faltering. The surrounding Death Eaters were likewise stunned, as if petrified, casting incredulous glances at Riddle. Oh, Tom, I never anticipated you would be willing to sacrifice so much for love. Dumbledore observed Riddle with a sense of wonder in his gaze. You have changed so much. I believe you truly love him now. Riddle stammered, struggling to articulate a coherent response. I certainly love him, but this shouldn't be happening. In the scene, Delacroix continued his conversation with Lucius. Observing his daughter's joyful demeanor, he reflected, I never envisioned witnessing her radiate happiness and confidence like other young witches. It feels like a dream. Avery even remarked that it's as if she has moved into a fairy tale world. This suggests that your choices, at least for Avery, have granted her a better life. The old shopkeeper fell silent for a moment, his fingers tracing the protective runes on the workbench. Yet, there are no true fairy tales in this world. Mr. Malfoy ought to understand the cost of our choices. I recall that alchemy emphasizes equivalent exchange. Life is no different, Lucius interjected. I believe as long as the cost is within one's means, there is no need to look back. Moreover, he patted the old man's shoulder. We are on a path from which we cannot retreat. So you choose to pay with yourself? The genuine Lucius questioned, frowning. How do you plan to face your father and ancestors after trampling the dignity of the Malfoy family? Yezhi seemed unprepared for such an interrogation. Pausing for a moment before replying slowly, I believe the foremost priority is to ensure my survival. Only by living can the Malfoy legacy continue. As for what I must sacrifice, it is not for me to decide. I must yield to the Dark Lord's whims. Are you truly willing to become entangled with him? Sirius's voice dripped with disdain, his contempt evident in his gaze. Just as Yezhi was about to respond, Riddle could no longer contain his fury, sharply retorting, What business is it of yours? Yezhi quickly covered his mouth, admonishing softly, Speak respectfully. Riddle shot Sirius an indignant glare, but fell silent, seizing the opportunity to peck lightly at Yezhi's palm. Yezhi withdrew his hand, discreetly wiping away the moisture, calmly explaining, In my situation at that time, I had no room to contemplate whether to entangle myself with him. It was merely a transaction of pure benefit. He satisfied his desires for conquest and flesh, while I preserved the Malfoy family and gained power. I had no choice. As for the subsequent developments, they took me by surprise. His candid discussion of past humiliations was imbued with the calmness and composure of adulthood. This unembellished, unapologetic demeanor not only failed to evoke scorn from those present, but instead accentuated the mature charm he exuded, shaped by life's trials. Have you never considered that if the Dark Lord remains unchanged, your actions will ultimately lead to the demise of the Malfoy family? Lucius pressed, his dissatisfaction palpable. Yezhi suddenly smiled, the amusement in his expression concealing an understanding that eluded others. I comprehend your concerns. If the Dark Lord succeeds in achieving immortality, I would be treated like an object, forever denied the chance of offspring. Your worries are indeed justified. However, this is precisely where I differ from you. For I am aware of certain truths you do not. Grindelwald, who had remained silent, finally spoke, his gaze sharp as a hawk's. You can foresee the future? No, I cannot. I merely understand the path of Yezhi. I know the Dark Lord is destined to fail, and that day will arrive soon. Snape exchanged glances with Lupin. Who spoke first? If we are referring to the incident when Harry Potter, as an infant, thwarted Voldemort, he did not truly perish. He has returned. Yezhi nodded. I am aware of that. If Harry could defeat him once, he can surely do so again. You are but a step away from victory. Lupin's eyes sparkled with hope. But Yezhi's next words doused that light like a bucket of cold water. However, the cost of that victory will be steep. Both you and Professor Snape will sacrifice yourselves in the hours leading up to that triumph, along with your wife, Tonks. The brightness faded from Lupin's expression in an instant. A fleeting pain crossing his features as he forced a light-hearted jest. Thank goodness you didn't mention what would happen to me and Sirius. Oh, in our world. You and Sirius have 2 children, Yezhi added nonchalantly. At this revelation, Lupin and Sirius, standing nearby, seemed struck by lightning, collapsing to the ground in shock. As they conversed, Lucius escorted Severus back to the manor, dealing with a treacherous subordinate. I said get lost, just as he was still fuming over the insubordination. A round of applause echoed from the entrance. He looked up to see the Dark Lord, draped in his flowing black robes, leisurely clapping his bony fingers. How rare it is for Little Weasel to exhibit such authority, he remarked. Lucius, startled, quickly knelt and bowed. My lord, I apologize. I thought it was those 2. Voldemort sauntered past him and took his previous seat, his elongated fingers caressing the silver snake carvings on the armrest of the sofa. Yet he did not instruct the young man to rise. Young Lucius gestured for a house elf to replace the tea and snacks with a fresh assortment, personally pouring tea for Voldemort as he knelt by the coffee table. Voldemort accepted the tea and casually tossed a scroll of parchment onto the table. Your appointment papers, he said, taking a sip. Report to the Ministry of Magic tomorrow. Lucius lowered his gaze to unroll the parchment, while James Potter leaned in to catch a glimpse. Starting right at the department head? James inquired. Once you enter the Department of Transportation, you will need to regularly open access for Death Eater operations and report on non-apparition area applications. These may pertain to capture operations against us. Voldemort's tone remained light. These are trivial matters, quite simple for you. The most crucial task is that within a year, I require you to unseat the director of the Department of Transportation, John Wyndham, and replace him. Within 2 years, you must ascend to the core of the Wisengamot's 12 judges, and within 5 years, claim the position of Chief Warlock. Of course, all this hinges on you achieving nothing less than outstanding on your report card next week. Wow, your future looks bright, Sirius teased. My lord. If I recall correctly, the current Chief Warlock of the Wisengamot is Dumbledore, Lucius ventured cautiously, glancing at Voldemort. Dumbledore? Voldemort scoffed, lifting his chin dismissively. No matter how radiant his aura, he is but a half-buried old man. You, however, his bony fingers tapped Lucius's brow, shall have my unwavering support. You are but a puppet, James realized. For these 5 years, you must maintain a flawless public image, Voldemort continued. No political biases, no extreme statements. Project a respectable facade. And keep your private life immaculate. Suddenly, he squinted. Speaking of private life, I hear you and Miss Parkinson intend to marry upon graduation? No, that's not true. Those rumors are false. Lucius hastily replied. Parkinson? Lucius glanced at Yezhi, his tone laced with curiosity. Parkinson uses me to obscure her relationship with Aileen. Those rumors are fabricated, Yezhi explained helplessly. What about the daughter of the Black family? I recall you have a betrothal, he pressed. That is indeed true. But it is a contract established by our forebears for the sake of alliances. The young man lowered his eyelashes, fatigue flickering in his silver-gray eyes. Now that my father is unreachable, my fate lies in my lord's hands. Voldemort suddenly leaned forward, his black robe enveloping the young man's slender shoulders like a raven's wing. His fingers lifted Lucius's chin, compelling their gazes to meet. Then nullify the engagement. I shall speak to the Black family on your behalf. Yes, Lucius replied softly. My concerns have indeed come to fruition, Lucius murmured, regaining his composure. Indeed, Yezhi smiled, this was foreseeable. The youthful Lucius, adorned in fine garments, knelt before the Dark Lord, while Riddle squatted nearby, unable to tear his gaze away. My wife is truly beautiful, Riddle instinctively wiped the corner of his mouth. Meanwhile, the Dark Lord's eyes were fathomless, a dark crimson glow swirling within. The adults present understood the implications of that gaze, and the kneeling Lucius sensed it too. His form stiffened, betraying a hint of anxiety, yet he dared not move. The Dark Lord's thumb gently brushed against the young man's pale lips, the touch soft yet commanding. Lucius trembled, obediently parting his lips. The hand, however, did not delve deeper, merely grazing his mouth. The young man's throat tensed, instinctively licking his lips. The pink tip of his tongue inadvertently brushing against the Dark Lord's fingers. In the next moment, that finger slid along his soft tongue and into his mouth. The boy's eyes widened in alarm, meeting the Dark Lord's crimson gaze, which appraised him with the scrutiny of an object of interest. Ahem. I find this scene somewhat inappropriate for minors. Lupin coughed lightly, attempting to break the stifling atmosphere. Dumbledore nodded in agreement. I believe that children who have yet to graduate should indeed not witness this. Unfair. We want to see. James and Sirius exchanged mischievous glances, their eyes lingering with ill intent on Lucius and Yezhi. Lily's face was flushed crimson, her hands covering her eyes as she turned away, too timid to even glance in that direction. The genuine Lucius stood awkwardly to the side, wishing he could disapparate away in that very moment. In stark contrast, Yezhi nonchalantly conjured an armchair, reclining comfortably as he idly twirled his wand, never once glancing at the scene involving Lucius. His demeanor unfazed as if this farce bore no relevance to him. Is this the composure of a ministry secretary? Lucius marveled inwardly, swallowing hard to regain his voice. Do you not think this situation is quite improper? He paused, a flush of discomfort creeping onto his face. Moreover, we bear identical faces. Yezhi raised an eyebrow at this. His tone is neutral as discussing the weather. In truth, I ponder that once we part ways. We are not of the same world. Your perspectives hold no sway over me. Perhaps they affect you more. Lucius felt a throbbing at his temples. His already unflattering complexion darkened further. In the scene, Voldemort's fingertip pressed maliciously, causing the blonde youth's pupils to constrict sharply, his throat hurriedly swallowing, eyelashes fluttering violently. His spine taut like a drawn bowstring, nearly turning away from the oppressive force. His chin was suddenly seized and tilted upward, the rough grip forcing him to look up. Physiological tears quickly misting his eyes. He trembled, clutching at the other's sleeve, his fingers digging deeply into the fabric, refraining from struggling, his moist gaze pleading helplessly. Isn't this excessive? Regulus observed, his face reflecting concern. This was hardly punishment, merely sheer manipulation. Riddle cast a furtive glance at Yezhi, inching closer, his voice softening. Back then, I didn't think much of it. I just thought you looked lovely like that. Yezhi cast a fleeting glance at him, a dismissive sound escaping his nose, and chose not to respond further. Noticing that he was not genuinely angered, Riddle boldly moved closer, plopping down onto his lap. This overly affectionate display was enough to prompt onlookers to divert their gazes. Meanwhile, the two figures in the scene were entangled on the sofa, their kiss deepening. Lucius's slight frame was completely engulfed by the plush sofa, Voldemort's body enveloping him entirely, sealing off any escape. This scene undeniably foreshadowed an inescapable trajectory. Grindelwald, intrigued, remarked, "Today, Voldemort has come prepared, intent on achieving his aims. First, he brings the appointment papers, promising a splendid future. Lucius, ever astute, would certainly understand the principle of reciprocity. Voldemort is fully aware that he can act without restraint today." Little did they know, at that moment, Voldemort suddenly rose, pulling Lucius up alongside him. "Esteemed Malfoy Patriarch, would you do me the honor of joining me for lunch at my estate?" His voice draped in an air of nonchalant elegance, devoid of the earlier menace. Lucius appeared momentarily taken aback, but after a brief moment of composure, he adjusted his attire and hair, swiftly regaining his poise, returning to the reserved demeanor characteristic of Slytherin. "It is my honor, my lord." Was he truly letting him off so easily? James was taken aback, unable to restrain himself from speaking. Impossible. Grindelwald's tone was resolute, his gaze imbued with a hint of insight. He was certain there was a deeper scheme at play. The scene shifted abruptly. In the dining room of the Dark Lord's manor, the crystal chandelier sparkled with unusual brilliance, casting a cascade of light akin to scattered stars. At the long table, silver cutlery stretched out like a galaxy, while the Bordeaux red wine in the goblets shimmered with delicate reflections. Lucius had changed into a simple silver wizarding robe, and the two sat across from each other at the long table, engaging in casual conversation about the Ministry of Magic's newly enacted Pureblood Wizard Privilege Act. Their goblets refilled as the deep red liquid left winding trails along the glass. Lucius's gaze gradually became veiled in a dreamy haze. In the post-dinner sitting room, the scent of cedarwood incense wafted through the air, while a vintage record player spun slowly. The melody of Chopin's waltz in C-sharp minor flowed gently, enveloped in the warmth of candlelight. "Nobles often say that the waltz is a flowing poem," Voldemort remarked, unfastening the silver clasp of his outer robe and draping the satin garment casually over the back of a carved chair, revealing a sharply tailored black shirt underneath, the snake-shaped cufflinks glinting with a cold azure light. He extended a hand towards the young Malfoy Patriarch, his bony fingers kissed by the candlelight with a delicate golden hue. Would Mr. Malfoy care to join me in validating this romantic notion? The Platinum Patriarch raised an eyebrow, placing his goblet on the coffee table before lifting his hand to cover the one adorned with calloused skin. Voldemort's palm firmly settled at his lower back, fingertips gently caressing the fabric of his shirt as they swayed rhythmically to the melody. As the dance reached its crescendo, the rose-patterned wallpaper cast their intertwined shadows, weaving a tapestry of intimacy. The hand at the nape of his neck moved languidly from behind to his side, fingertips grazing the most delicate curve of his waist. The Platinum Patriarch's fingers suddenly sunk into the fabric at Voldemort's shoulder and neck, knuckles paling slightly. This seemed far more normal, almost resembling a genuine pair of lovers. Remus couldn't help but comment. Suddenly feeling rather romantic, Lily whispered, noting how Voldemort invited him like an ordinary suitor. Grindelwald scoffed. This merely indicates his regard for the Malfoy family. He seeks to control the Patriarch rather than create enmity. As fellow purebloods, it would be unbecoming to leave even the slightest semblance of dignity behind. If it truly escalated to a point of mutual destruction, it would serve him no benefit. This was merely an appetizer. In good spirits, he was willing to play the part. Dumbledore sighed, adding, "Those who have interacted with Voldemort know that as long as he wishes, he can effortlessly please anyone." Riddle hastily professed, "I am willing to please you forever. My dear, I adore you." With that, he leaned in and placed a kiss on Guy's cheek. Guy raised a hand to push Riddle's face away, his gaze drifting indifferently towards the two figures heading toward the bedroom, fingers instinctively tightening into a fist, just as everyone braced themselves for the impending scene. The surrounding tableau suddenly blurred and flickered like fast-forwarding video, leaving the onlookers dizzy. Once the image regained clarity, they beheld a young Lucius, still dazed from sleep, staring blankly at the black canopy overhead. Guy let out an unconscious sigh of relief, relaxing his shoulders and leaning back into the chair. The authentic Lucius, feeling a weight in his chest, observed Guy's relaxed posture against the chair and chuckled softly. "I thought you could remain indifferent. It appears you are not so unfazed after all." Guy did not lift his eyelids, directly ignoring his teasing. The young Lucius on the bed raised a hand to rub his brow, the black thin blanket slipping from his shoulders, revealing the faint red marks on his alabaster skin in the dim light. His platinum hair sprawled across the dark sheets, glimmering with a pearlescent sheen. "TSK." James clicked his tongue mischievously. Lily covered her eyes, yet couldn't resist peeking through her fingers. Lucius downed 2 potions from the bedside table, casually donned a robe, tying it loosely at the waist. He had not taken his wand, striding directly out of the bedroom. As a wizard, one should always have their wand at hand. Sirius raised an eyebrow. "As if you could single-handedly storm the Dark Lord's manor," Snape retorted coldly. "In the presence of the Dark Lord, having a wand may not prove useful," Regulus analyzed solemnly. "Moreover, given his current physical state, it might be wiser to disarm and appear submissive." Lucius enjoyed breakfast alone, sipping apple juice as he ambled through the vast, empty Dark Lord's manor. On the 3rd floor, there was an exhibition room filled with various dark magical artifacts. The glimmering skull hourglass oozing with viscous fluid, and a parchment scroll dripping with moisture. On the desk by the window lay a black leather notebook, quietly inconspicuous amid the room's distorted cursed objects. The moment Snape saw the notebook, his expression shifted dramatically, pupils constricting, evidently recalling some key past event. The authentic Lucius noticed his discomfort and raised an eyebrow, inquiring, "What's wrong? Does this notebook pose a problem?" Snape looked towards Dumbledore, his tone grave. During Harry Potter's 2nd year, this notebook appeared at Hogwarts. It controlled students to open the Chamber of Secrets, releasing the basilisk within. No sooner had he finished speaking than Dumbledore's gaze turned sharply to Riddle. Riddle trembled under that serious look, instantly burying his face into Guy's embrace, feigning ignorance. James leaned in for a closer look. "This is a Muggle notebook. The pages aren't even made of parchment. It hardly resembles a dark magical object. Why would Voldemort keep such Muggle trinkets? He's half-blood." Dumbledore spoke slowly, his voice calm yet weighted. "Moreover, he was raised in a Muggle orphanage." "What?" Sirius's eyes widened in disbelief, as though hearing an absurd tale, his face a mask of incredulity. "So he goes around preaching blood purity while staunchly advocating for pureblood supremacy?" The authentic Lucius was equally speechless, clearly shaken by this revelation that shattered his preconceived notions. The Lucius in the scene was evidently intrigued by the notebook. He set down his cup, running his fingers over the rough texture of the cover, worn spots revealing the dark leather beneath. The corner embossed with the elegant initials of Tom Riddle. Lucius opened the front page, the paper emitting a crisp sound, yet the interior was entirely blank. Suddenly, his wrist was seized forcefully, a fragrant form pressing from behind. In the midst of his startled gasp, he was spun around. his lower back colliding sharply with the edge of the table, his abdomen pressed against a solid, warm chest. Voldemort held his wrist firmly, the other hand bracing against his side, trapping him securely between himself and the desk. The black notebook fell to the ground, flipping open as it landed. The juice cup on the table toppled, the pale liquid trickling down the edge, yet upon touching the blank pages of the notebook, it was instantly absorbed, leaving no trace of moisture behind. Oh, Lily pointed at the scene softly. That notebook absorbed the apple juice. It truly is a magical object. James leaned in closer. In search of something? Voldemort gently pressed a kiss upon Lucius's forehead, remarking, "It seems I was too tender last night." The restless lips swiftly found their way to his earlobe, teasing, "Is that why you still have the energy to engage in mischief so early in the morning?" Observing as Voldemort's hand ventured into Lucius's open robe, Lucius hastily restrained that hand through the silk, whispering, "Master, I must go to the Ministry of Magic shortly. Today marks my first day of employment." Voldemort's gaze bore into him, as if intending to consume him whole. Fortunately, after a moment, Voldemort gradually released his hand. Before Lucius could catch his breath, he saw Voldemort stoop to retrieve a notebook from the floor. "Do you fancy this?" Lucius pursed his lips, at a loss for words. It was indeed a challenging question to answer. To express his fondness would imply a desire to claim it, while to express disdain would seem to challenge the Dark Lord's collection. No response seemed fitting. To his surprise, Voldemort casually tossed the notebook into his embrace. "It's a gift for you." Young Lucius's pupils dilated in shock as he looked up at Voldemort. "Don't want it." Voldemort arched an eyebrow, his tone imbued with a hint of amusement. "I do. Of course I want it." Lucius immediately clutched the notebook to his chest, fearing a change of heart from Voldemort. Voldemort chuckled softly. Realizing his eagerness was perhaps excessive, Lucius hurriedly added, "I never refuse gifts from my master." Voldemort smiled again, his gaze wandering over Lucius's waist and abdomen, suggestively remarking, "That much is true." "Ah." James and Sirius elongated their tones in mockery, their eyes glinting with mischief. The adults nearby cleared their throats awkwardly, attempting to suppress their amusement, clearly not wishing for the two Luciuses to feel overly embarrassed. "You must be aware of the significance of this notebook." Dumbledore turned his gaze towards Yezhi, noting that his reaction was quite unusual. To others, it appeared to be an ordinary Muggle notebook. "Yet you clearly hold it in high regard." Yezhi pondered for a moment before deciding to speak candidly. "It is one of Voldemort's Horcruxes." Grindelwald raised an eyebrow at this revelation. Regulus widened his eyes in astonishment, clearly taken aback by Yezhi's forthrightness in revealing such a secret. He instinctively glanced at Riddle, who seemed unfazed, still cuddling against Yezhi. Others appeared bewildered, clearly unfamiliar with the concept of Horcruxes. Yezhi continued, "In essence, this notebook contains a fragment of his soul. He intends to create 7 Horcruxes, each hidden in different locations, believing this to be his means of transcending death." "Foolish." Grindelwald scoffed, his tone dripping with disdain. The others remained engulfed in shock. "So he just gave it to you?" James was the first to regain his senses. Incredulity etched across his face. "He just tossed it aside?" "Because it is his first Horcrux, merely a product of a successful experiment. It holds less significance compared to the others," Yezhi replied calmly. "Moreover, objects transformed into Horcruxes are exceedingly difficult to destroy, so he naturally harbors no concern. As for the incident in Harry's second year," he paused before continuing, "it is likely that Lucius, having seen Voldemort vanish without a trace for over a decade, found this object to be a hot potato. Thus, he carelessly handed it to a student to bring to Hogwarts, hoping to have Dumbledore dispose of it. After all, among the few things capable of destroying Horcruxes is Gryffindor's sword. In this manner, even if he were later questioned, he could claim it was merely a loss." He spoke with an unruffled tone. Little did he expect those students would be ensnared by the notebook and fail to deliver it directly to Dumbledore, resulting in a series of unforeseen events. As his words trailed off, all eyes turned to the genuine Lucius. A flicker of panic crossed Lucius's face, quickly replaced by an expression of indignation. "I have never even seen the shadow of this notebook, let alone done anything with it. This is entirely irrelevant to me." "Who knows?" Sirius laughed derisively, his tone brimming with scorn. "You were bound to do something like this eventually." 7. Snape murmured, lost in thought. Lupin turned to him, realization dawning. "So this is what Harry has been searching for all year. Does that mean Nagini is also a Horcrux?" Snape looked up at Dumbledore. Dumbledore smiled lightly, his tone nonchalant. "I am currently in the dark about everything." The scene shifted as Voldemort imparted a few instructions to Lucius before allowing him to commence his employment. As the young master of the Malfoy family, Lucius instantly became the center of attention upon entering the Ministry of Magic, striding resolutely toward his office. His subordinate, Amelia, awaited him there, ready to brief him on the office's condition, where traps had been meticulously laid. These are merely minor players. The true big boss is the one you just encountered, Amelia remarked, tilting her chin towards the director's office, leaning in closer and lowering her voice. Do you know his identity? Seeing the mystery on her face, Lucius raised an eyebrow. Could he be a member of the Order of the Phoenix? The Order of the Phoenix? They are an eclectic bunch and pose no real threat. Amelia waved her hand dismissively, her tone laced with disdain. Then who would deliberately oppose me? Lucius furrowed his brow, perplexed. Are you familiar with the Pureblood Party? Amelia suddenly dropped her voice further, her eyes glinting with unusual intensity. Lucius's body jolted as he blurted out, the Saints? What? What is that? Lily asked, her face filled with confusion. Others turned towards Grindelwald, while Dumbledore fixed him with a cold stare. I know nothing. Grindelwald exclaimed in protest. Grindelwald's supporters are called the Pureblood Party, and they refer to themselves as Saints. Regulus explained timely. But he was already defeated by Dumbledore, wasn't he? Lily remained baffled. Yet his followers still span across Europe. Their precise influence remains unclear. After Grindelwald fell from power, most of the Pureblood Party merely went underground, Lucius interjected. Moreover, during Grindelwald's most active years, he never meddled in British affairs. Now, the Pureblood Party's emergence here is truly suspicious. As the next scene unfolded, Lucius settled into his role at the Ministry, where Snape delivered a potion to enhance the vineyard. Meanwhile, under Voldemort's clandestine instigation, chaos had erupted within the French wizarding community, everything proceeding according to plan. The scene shifted to the study of Malfoy Manor, where Lucius was intently examining the notebook. He had attempted various methods, yet could not even tear a corner of a single page. Just then, words resembling water stains suddenly seeped onto a blank page, their hue akin to diluted apple juice, shimmering with a faint golden hue. Friend, please do not harm me. The ornate script was exceptionally neat, with the final flourish curling elegantly. Ah, the words just appeared on their own. Lily exclaimed in astonishment. Old wizards know, thinking dark magical objects are more perilous than dementors. When encountered, it is best to flee without a backward glance, a portrait in the study chimed in. Oh, I can't simply run away, Lucius replied with a hint of resignation. The true owner of this object occasionally flits before my eyes. I merely wish to find a way to destroy it. That is not difficult. Use Gryffindor's sword. That artifact is specifically designed to vanquish dark magical creations, the portrait suggested. As if it were that easy, as if we could just casually retrieve the sword from Hogwarts. Lucius scoffed. You need not lift a finger. Septimus suddenly displayed a cunning smile, his fingertips tapping out a rhythm on the edge of the picture frame. What if we accidentally left the notebook in the corridor frequented by Dumbledore? Lucius clenched his right fist and hammered it into his left palm, clearly pleased with the scheme. Good idea. The question now is, how do we present this notebook to Dumbledore without it passing through my hands? That is simple enough. When that lad studying potions at the manor starts school, we'll slip it into his backpack. Once it's inside Hogwarts, old Bumblebee will inevitably discover it, Septimus said, shaking the wine glass in the oil painting, the ice clinking melodiously. Dumbledore raised an eyebrow. Old Bumblebee? Is that what you all call me behind my back? Doesn't that align with what you just mentioned about Malfoy? James interjected. In the scene, Lucius's expression suddenly went blank, as if he had an epiphany. No. This plan could cost lives. He rubbed his temples. Forget it. We'll discuss this later. The next day, Parkinson rushed in with a worried look, bringing news of his girlfriend Eileen's disappearance, pleading with Lucius to assist in the search. Following that, on Monday, Lucius was assigned an external task as soon as he arrived at work. To his surprise, upon reaching the investigation site, their party was ambushed by a criminal gang. Such investigation sites typically do not witness intense confrontations, and thus the two Aurors accompanying him were primarily administrative staff, lacking combat proficiency. The entire situation relied heavily on Lucius's control. Your combat skills have improved remarkably, James remarked as he observed the skirmish. You must have been practicing diligently in private. Just as Lucius found himself encircled by enemies and in dire straits, one individual from the opposing faction unexpectedly defected, assisting him in breaking free from the encirclement. That person was none other than the previously missing Eileen. Eileen, do you have any idea what you're doing? Parkinson has been frantic looking for you, Lucius exclaimed urgently. Eileen dragged them into a nearby dilapidated building, pushing aside a rusted filing cabinet for cover. As they leaned against the wall, Lucius noticed her left arm was saturated with blood, her black sweatshirt appearing a deep purple in the dim light. I'll help you treat your wounds. Lucius raised his wand, but Eileen grasped his wrist. She tore a strip from her sweatshirt. There's no time. They'll follow the blood trail. She deftly wrapped it around her arm. The back window leads directly to the muddy alley. If you climb out and run a few steps, you can disapparate. No. You must come with us. The Aurors will arrive shortly. If you stay, you'll be taken to Azkaban. Parkinson is waiting for you. Lucius grasped her arm firmly. speaking earnestly. Huh, Gryffindor, Snape scoffed coldly. What do you mean? Sirius leapt up, glaring sharply at him. Just a bunch of mindless brutes, Snape replied mockingly. You. And you Slytherins are nothing but cold-blooded snakes, Sirius retorted, his voice rising in anger. The two appeared on the verge of a heated argument when suddenly a flash of white light occurred, and Sirius instantly transformed into a fluffy white Pomeranian, fur bristling in indignation, while Snape morphed into a dark bat, flapping his wings impatiently. The surrounding individuals were momentarily stunned, then erupted into laughter, the previously tense atmosphere dissipating entirely. In a supplementary scene, Regulus bent down to pick up the yapping Pomeranian, while the dark bat was accurately tossed onto Lily's shoulder by an unseen force. You little pest. How dare you crawl onto Lily? James sprang forward like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, his hand reaching out toward the bat. I won't allow it. Before he could finish, the bat's sharp teeth sank into his fingertip. Ouch! James yelped, stepping back, holding his bleeding finger, where two puncture wounds oozed blood. You scoundrel! James! What are you doing? You almost hurt it. Lily shielded the bat. It bit me. I'm already injured. James held up his bloodied hand, looking as wounded as a child who had lost their candy. Look at this blood. Who told you to reach out and grab it first? Lily glared at him. It's always you who acts first. Don't think I don't know. All right. It's my fault. Entirely my fault. James immediately raised his hands in surrender, his gaze fixed on Lily's face, infused with a hint of wounded sincerity. I just can't stand seeing it so close to you, Lily. I can't bear it. Can't you give it to someone else? He continued, his voice lowering, revealing a vulnerability he wasn't even aware of himself. I'm not being selfish. I just love you too much. The thought of someone else vying for your attention drives me to distraction. Oh dear, Remus chuckled softly, a teasing glint in his eyes. Such mushy talk doesn't quite fit your usual sharp-tongued demeanor. The others around them displayed expressions of mild discomfort, while Lily gazed at James's reddened eyes, her earlier irritation having evaporated, visibly touched. Dumbledore remarked wistfully, to be young again. Grindelwald snorted from the side. The bat rolled its eyes dramatically, its expression a perfect mimicry of Snape himself, then flapped its wings, soaring over James's disgruntled head, landing precisely on Lucius Malfoy's shoulder, disdainfully pawing at his expensive silk cravat. In the scene, Lucius had taken Eileen to the Muggle District's Pearl Boutique. You need to go back immediately, Eileen suddenly spoke. If they can't find us at the scene, they will surely suspect you. Your identity is already sensitive. First, take care of yourself. Lucius treated her wounds. Why are you associating with those people? She turned her face away, her red hair brushing against her blood-stained collar. I want to change the world. You think those scoundrels playing in the dilapidated mansion can change the world? You want to rebel to change the world? Lucius raised his voice. Does murder change the world? I have no other choice. She suddenly grasped his collar, her bloodied fingers tightening on his lapel. Has this wizarding world ever given us Muggleborns a chance to live? The aristocrats are always prioritized. We are eternally beneath them. What makes me any different from that waste who just cowered on the ground, crying for help? Her voice trembled, tears glimmering in her eyes. Tell me, what is the difference between you and me? Why is it a tale of romance when Sinafina's name is mentioned alongside yours, while I can't even be mentioned in the same breath as hers? I want to exterminate the aristocrats. Overthrow your rule. This is why I've always found it pointless to argue with Gryffindors. Lucius pinched the bridge of his nose, his tone laced with impatience, feeling as if he were playing music to a cow. Why do you bother getting involved in this mess? He turned to Yezhi, his silver-gray eyes scrutinizing. Yezhi clearly preferred to avoid being labeled as a saint, merely raising an eyebrow. I'm planning to develop rare earth mines in Australia. If those two are truly intent on eloping, they might as well help me manage my business over there. Indeed, such is the Slytherin way, James scoffed, his tone dripping with disdain. They wouldn't do anything without a personal benefit. The bat rolled its eyes again. Kill me. Lucius suddenly seized her wrist, pressing her wand firmly against his heart, the blue glow of the wand illuminating the coldness in his eyes. Aren't you aiming to overthrow the aristocratic rule? Here I stand, the current head of the Malfoy family, the greatest aristocrat in the wizarding world. This is a rare opportunity. He drew closer to her reddened eyes, his breath brushing against her trembling lashes. Act now. Prove that your so-called ambition to change the world is not mere rhetoric. Erin's hand abruptly loosened as if scalded, her wand clattering to the ground with a sharp sound. She pressed her face into her hands, her crimson hair cascading like a waterfall, stifled sobs escaping through her fingers. Look, Lucius released his grip, his tone reverting to its habitual mockery. I suspected she had no plan, merely flailing about on a whim. Aren't you concerned she might squander your investments? With Parkinson watching, I feel at ease. Yezhi chuckled lightly, his tone nonchalant, speaking of their company, Northern Mining. which is now the 35th largest mining enterprise globally. Last year's revenue was approximately 55 billion Australian dollars. As his words settled, the surroundings fell into an immediate silence. Everyone was rendered speechless. Even Abraxa, who had maintained a composed demeanor, showed a flicker of astonishment in his eyes. How much? James's exclamation shattered the silence, his face a mask of disbelief. The smile at the corner of Gu Yezhi's lips deepened as he leisurely added, "Oh, it seems we earned just a tad more than that shampoo business of the Potters. Mr. Gu Yezhi, would you mind enlightening me about your mining enterprise after dinner?" Abraxa was the first to initiate conversation. "Of course, it would be my pleasure," Gu Yezhi replied with a smile. In the scene, Isabella arrived with clothing, making no inquiries about the peculiar attire of the two or their bloodied state. Lucius handed her several gold coins, in addition to the clothing. "I would like to ask you to shelter her for a few days. The gold here is sufficient to cover her lodging and confidentiality fees." "This shopkeeper is undoubtedly up to no good. You harbor no suspicions at all?" Lucius raised an eyebrow. "There are indeed many doubts." Gu Yezhi glanced up. "Do you think she belongs to either side?" "I have not encountered such a character among the Death Eaters. Could she be from the Order of the Phoenix?" Lucius fell into thought. Gu Yezhi let out a low chuckle. "I initially suspected the same." "Then you still—" Lucius paused, a glimmer of realization crossing his eyes. "If she truly were from the Order of the Phoenix, she would surely befriend the Gryffindor graduates taking refuge here. And you are precisely her savior, which means you have indirectly done the Order a favor." Dumbledore stroked his long beard, his eyes twinkling with amusement, a clever maneuver indeed, demonstrating goodwill to the Order while remaining unobtrusive. "However, I do not recall such a figure within the Order. She is indeed not from the Order of the Phoenix." Gu Yezhi's tone grew solemn, tinged with self-mockery. "This was precisely the oversight that nearly led me into the jaws of danger." In the scene, Lucius arranged matters here, preparing to return to the site. "You must not go." Erin stumbled as she grasped his sleeve, the wound beneath the bandage oozing blood. "You've been missing with me for so long. Returning now would be like walking into their trap. That minister's nephew has surely revealed our whereabouts. You would be thrown into an interrogation room and forced to divulge everything. If I do not appear at all, that would only solidify the suspicion against me." Lucius pried her fingers apart, offering a reassuring smile. "It's all right. I will find a way. They dare not act against me." He drew Erin's wand across his arm, vanishing in a swirl of apparition. In the dilapidated manner, Lucius, transformed into a white ferret, navigated through the shadows, feigning an injury from capturing a fugitive, successfully blending in with his colleagues, only to discover that the subordinate who had witnessed his escape with Erin was dead. Although he sensed something amiss, he chose not to speak, citing his injury as the reason for leaving early and requesting 3 days off, before returning to Malfoy Manor to commence plans for mineral exploration in Australia. The following day, Parkinson clandestinely visited. Lucius recounted the events of the previous day. "I've hidden her in the Muggle world. However, that is not a sustainable solution. It is best for her to leave England," Lucius stated. "Once she departs, you may never see her again." Parkinson lowered her head, dabbing at her tears, remaining silent for a long moment. Lucius studied her expression and continued. "Erin has always wanted to be with you. If I can devise a way for you both to leave England safely, without being discovered, would you be willing to accompany her? Leave England with her? Undetected?" Parkinson looked at him. "Where to?" "Australia." Parkinson suddenly realized that the platinum aristocrat before her had already spun a web. "What do you want us to do?" "I will never allow her to assist you in dangerous endeavors." Lucius set down his quill, smiling. "Rest assured, it is entirely safe." He proceeded to outline the details of the contract to Parkinson. The tension in her shoulders eased as she traced the dark patterns along the edge of the contract. "Your terms are quite appealing." She suddenly chuckled softly, shaking her head, the pearl pendant swaying gently. "I should have realized when I stepped into your Malfoy Manor that seeking assistance from you, the platinum aristocrat, would come at a cost. No, this is a mutually beneficial collaboration." Gu Yezhi raised his teacup, taking a delicate sip. "You can free yourselves from familial control and build your own business empire under the sun of the Southern Hemisphere, while I can gain access to scarce resources. What is not to gain?" As expected of the Malfoy patriarch, so eloquent and calculating, Parkinson adjusted her hair. "But you have persuaded me." She extended her hand. "To a fruitful partnership." Regulus, cradling a small Pomeranian, observed the two who had reached an understanding with just a few words, unable to suppress a soft exclamation. Indeed, dealing with Slytherins is far less troublesome. Clarity is achieved in merely a few exchanges. No sooner had he spoken than the little Pomeranian in his arms let out a loud snort, its fluffy head nuzzling against his arm in discontent. Regulus looked down into those round, dark eyes, unmistakably reflecting serious expression of "say that again." He quickly raised his hand to smooth the soft fur at the back of the Pomeranian's neck. There. I want to say another word. In the auxiliary scene, Lucius introduced Parkinson to Aaron and arranged for their clandestine crossing at dawn the next day. After a day of busyness, as he returned to Malfoy Manor, he found a man in a black robe seated on an ornate sofa under the light of a crystal chandelier, sipping tea while a group of house elves attended to him. Not daring to breathe. "Ah, he is back again," James remarked. "His comings and goings are far too casual, leaving no privacy whatsoever," Lily added. Lucius swiftly approached Voldemort. Kneeling on one knee to pay his respects, Voldemort gestured for him to sit across from him, waving his hand for the house elves to leave. Amidst the swirling tea mist, he remarked, "You're on leave to recuperate, yet you still have the leisure to wander about." Lucius straightened his back, seated firmly in the chair opposite him. Under the scrutiny of those red eyes, he blinked nervously. "Master, in truth, my injury has nearly healed. I was merely being lazy, not wanting to return to work." Upon hearing this, Voldemort couldn't help but chuckle. "Huh, you dare to speak so brazenly about your laziness?" He set down his teacup, the bottom clinking against the silver saucer. "With your current state, you still aspire to become the head of the Department of Transportation within a year. I SNT that what you're assisting me with." Lucius followed his lead and laughed, contemplating for a moment before tentatively suggesting, "Perhaps I should return to the ministry tomorrow? I should still maintain a proactive demeanor." "Forget it," Voldemort waved his hand. "There's no rush for a day or two. Continue to recuperate at home." "Yes, master," Lucius acquiesced. A strategy of retreating to advance," James scoffed, tilting his chin slightly, exuding the sharpness of youth. "I see through such tricks. Voldemort is no different." Yezhi, without even lifting his eyelids, recognized the same. However, he was merely willing to indulge me in this charade. He paused, his fingertips toying with Riddle's hair, his voice laced with an air of nonchalance. "At his level, what reason is required to act? It all depends on his mood." Riddle dared not breathe, adopting an expression that suggested he was entirely disconnected from the situation. Voldemort, in a casual tone, inquired, "What transpired yesterday?" "Amelia mentioned you went missing for a while at the scene, only to return injured." "I went after a fugitive," he murmured, tightening his grip on his clothing. "Just you?" Voldemort raised an eyebrow. "You took the initiative to pursue someone? Knowing your nature, wouldn't you rather find a place to hide and wait for rescue?" Lucius stole a glance at Voldemort, noticing those crimson eyes fixed intently on him, and quickly replied, "I encountered an old classmate, Eileen, the head girl from Gryffindor. She was suddenly mingling with the fugitive, and I suspect the Order of the Phoenix is colluding with the anti-government organization, so I pursued her." He deliberately infused his tone with a hint of bitterness. "Unfortunately, she escaped and even cursed me with a cutting hex." Voldemort nodded. "Last night, Amelia reported that an interrogated criminal mentioned an accomplice, a top student from Gryffindor. I sensed something amiss." In the flickering candlelight, his serpentine eyes narrowed into dangerous slits. "That old bee is now gathering all sorts of people, even the dregs of the anti-government. I said that a mere petty criminal could not have harmed you. It turns out they were from the Order." Everyone felt a wave of relief for Lucius in that moment, only to be startled again by Voldemort's question. "Where did you go this morning?" Voldemort scrutinized him. "Your house elves are remarkably loyal, none of them uttering a word." Lucius seemed to have anticipated the query, responding with composure, "I instructed them to keep it a secret. Please do not blame them." Under Voldemort's piercing gaze, he calmly retrieved a gilded gift box from within his robes. "Because I wish to surprise my master." He lowered his eyelids, his voice soft and gentle, tinged with a hint of bashfulness. "My master has given me many gifts, and I have been pondering how to repay you, hence this small token." Wasn't this the same custom gift he prepared for Severus? As Lily's words echoed, she suddenly realized Riddle was present, promptly covering her mouth in chagrin. "What?" Riddle, who had been feigning ignorance, widened his eyes in disbelief and leapt up, staring incredulously at Yezhi. "You." James immediately burst into laughter, crossing his arms in gleeful malice. "Huh. Always smooth-talking and deceiving others, but now you've been exposed." Riddle, akin to a cat whose tail had been stepped on, seized Yezhi's arm and vigorously shook it, his voice brimming with indignation. "How could you do this? The very first gift you gave me was..." He abruptly turned his head, his gaze like a poisoned blade aimed at the bat nestled on Lucius's shoulder. Fury igniting in his eyes. "I will kill you." He attempted to break free from Yezhi's grasp to lunge forward. Yezhi swiftly pulled Riddle into his embrace, his arms encircling him tightly. Though no one could decipher the whispered words exchanged between them, they witnessed Riddle's face, once contorted with rage, suddenly lose its anger, his eyes igniting with the brilliance of two stars. He tilted his head back, his nose almost brushing against Yezhi's chin, his voice a mix of excitement and a barely perceptible shyness. "Really? Truly?" Yezhi gently nodded, a glimmer of indulgence dancing in his eyes. Riddle immediately transformed into a cat that had been petted, the earlier ferocity dissolving, as he nestled closer into Yezhi's embrace, curling his legs onto his lap, and casually draping his arms around his neck, as sticky as an unshakable toffee. Meanwhile, the bat on Lucius's shoulder lazily flapped its wings, its beady eyes glancing over, rolling them in a manner that unmistakably conveyed a sense of childish mockery. I noticed you always wear plain black robes, so I chose this one. Lucius leaned forward, bending to help Voldemort don the cufflinks. Warm breath brushed against Voldemort's ear. These cufflinks are understated yet exude authority, perfectly suited for you. He meticulously fastened the cufflinks, his bent back forming a smooth arc, platinum hair cascading down, its tips inadvertently grazing Voldemort's hand. Before he could fully rise, an arm encircled his waist, pulling him into a solid embrace. The scent of cedar enveloped him, lips descending with an insistence that brooked no refusal, the tongue prying open his lips and stealing away all breath in a suffocating kiss. A searing palm traced along his spine, melding his trembling form into the embrace. The platinum-haired youth's eyelashes fluttered, a whimper transformed into a spring's whisper, drawn deeper into the whirlpool. Young Lucius's fingers climbed the heated chest, ultimately weakly curling around the other's neck, allowing the platinum strands to cascade like a veil, weaving a hazy web of light around their entwined figures. A faint smile played at the corners of his lips. The scene abruptly accelerated, light and shadow swirling rapidly. Riddle suddenly clicked his tongue in frustration, smacking his forehead. This trick of yours never fails. I just realized, and then, Yezhi, not waiting for him to finish, swiftly raised his hand to cover his mouth, his ears flushing crimson. He leaned in close to Riddle's ear, his voice lowered almost to a whisper, uttering who knows what. Riddle puffed out his cheeks, glaring at him, his eyes reflecting a mix of exasperation for being outsmarted yet again, but ultimately he fell silent, merely nudging Yezhi's leg with his knee in annoyance. The surrounding scene sharpened once more, and Lucius awoke with a start, instinctively reaching out beside him, finding the bed empty. The clock on the bedside table ticked precisely to 1 a.m, the copper pendulum swaying, its sound echoing in the stillness. He suppressed the aching pain coursing through his body to prop himself up, the bite mark at his neck stinging with irritation. After rummaging through the bedside cabinet for a potion to drink, he hastily exited. Outside the Pearl Apparel store, Isabella watched as Lucius handed 2 girls their tickets, eagerly offering to drive them. The fog of morning was torn apart by the ship's whistle as it slowly departed from the shore. Lucius gazed at the 2 jubilant figures on the deck. Parkinson waved them farewell while Eileen smoothed her wind-tousled braids, the colorful flags behind them fluttering in the breeze. Lucius also waved at the 2. Suddenly, Isabella leaned in close, prodding him in the side with her wand. "Don't move, Mr. Malfoy," Isabella's voice, wrapped in the sea breeze, brushed against his ear. "You wouldn't want the girls on the deck to witness you bleeding out, would you?" Though her tone remained gentle, the content of her words was far from amiable. Lucius turned to Isabella. "You wouldn't kill me. You've had many opportunities to do so. There's no need to choose now. Sometimes, being too clever is not a virtue, Mr. Malfoy." Isabella's fingers slipped into his sleeve, slowly extracting the wand and placing it into her pearl handbag. "You need not resist futilely. Just come with me. As long as you cooperate, I assure you will be unharmed." With his wand taken away, he lost his means of resistance, and thus Lucius had no choice but to accompany her. They entered a closed bar by the port, where Lucius was shoved to his knees. "Mr. Lucius Malfoy, indeed, your reputation precedes you. Your countenance is truly remarkable." The voice startled Grindelwald, as if he had been stung, causing him to whip around towards its source, his slate-blue eyes swirling with tumultuous waves. From the depths of the shadows, a woman's figure gradually emerged from the darkness, her outline becoming more distinct in the dim light. "Wanda?" Grindelwald exclaimed, disbelief nearly spilling from his tone, as if he were witnessing an impossible apparition. "Mr. Grindelwald knows her?" Lily probed curiously, her gaze flitting between the 2. More than merely knowing her, Dumbledore's voice grew cold, his piercing gaze fixed intently on Grindelwald. "She was once my most trusted confidant, the fiercest warrior in my ranks, Wanda Rogier." He paused momentarily, his tone dripping with undisguised sarcasm. "It seems your influence is not to be underestimated. I never anticipated your reach extended this far." "Preposterous!" Grindelwald erupted, feeling as though an unjust accusation had struck him like a thunderbolt, leaving him reeling. His fury escalated, his voice laced with barely contained rage. "What have I done?" Before he could fully rise, an arm encircled his before his way. "Arriving in this wretched place, I was imprisoned in that decrepit tower, deprived of sustenance. Just days ago, my thoughts were consumed with how to persuade my guards to procure a bottle of fire whiskey for me. Why would I concern myself with the trivial affairs of you English folks? His indignation swelled, his chest heaving as though he had borne the weight of the world, utterly devoid of the imposing presence of a dark lord. Mr. Malfoy, it seems the esteemed tend to forget easily. The woman's lips curled into a chilling smile. You killed my brother, and then turned to feign innocence. Surely, she isn't seeking vengeance for personal grievances? James speculated. Huh, if that were the case. It would have nothing to do with me, Grindelwald replied with a light-hearted air, only to add, wait, it never was my affair to begin with, after all. I am not even on the same timeline as her. I have no idea what you are talking about. Lucius feigned composure. Someone helped you orchestrate this flawlessly. I know who it is. Wanda Rogier narrowed her eyes. I am aware my brother was a fool, but without such a direct heir, young Lord Malfoy. Do you truly believe our family would simply let this go? She stepped closer. Your sleight of hand did indeed confound me for a time. Her voice dropped to a menacing tone, her wand pointed directly at his throat. Now, it is time to settle the score. Wait, Ms. Rogier, Lucius said. Cold sweat beading on his forehead, his hair damp against his temples. I admit, Augustine Rogier's death is indeed related to me, but it was entirely accidental. He spoke rapidly, urgency lacing his words. That was never my intention. I am profoundly sorry and willing to make amends. Wanda's elongated eyes held neither hatred nor sorrow, only a calm observation of him, akin to a cold-blooded creature sizing up its prey. If you truly wish to kill me, why wait until today? Keeping me alive merely implies I possess something you desire. Why don't we sit down and have a proper discussion? He gazed directly into those frigid eyes. I'll offer double the stakes. What say you, Aunt? Standing behind him, Isabella tapped the top of his head with her wand. Show a bit more respect to the emissary. Smooth talking. But it seems you've encountered an opponent who won't be swayed by your charm, James jested. Wanda Rogier slowly retracted her wand, elegantly snapping her fingers. Summoning a velvet sofa that appeared from thin air, she settled into it with ease. Young Malfoy. Wanda lifted his chin lightly with the tip of her shoe. Her tone dripping with disdain. I advise you to save your flowery words. In my eyes, you are still far too green. Lucius furrowed his brow, turning aside to evade the offending shoe tip. Yet, Wanda suddenly leaned forward. As for our conversation, I believe it's fitting that I sit while you kneel. Lucius clenched his jaw in restraint. What is it that you desire? Don't feign ignorance. I seek information about the individual behind you. She seemed not to have come for personal matters after all. Remus mused. She was merely using this pretext to probe for information regarding Voldemort. She aimed to pry into the internal conflicts brewing in Britain through Lucius. Dumbledore spoke slowly, his tone calm, yet perceptive. I have stated repeatedly. This matter has nothing to do with me. Grindelwald emphasized, his voice growing firmer. In the scene, Lucius extended his left hand, leisurely unfastening his cufflinks. His knuckles sharp as he pulled back his shirt sleeve to reveal his unmarked skin. It appears your intelligence is flawed. He met her narrowed gaze, his fingertips gliding over the pale skin devoid of the dark mark. I have no connections to that esteemed gentleman. Wanda's expression remained unchanged, only a sneer escaping her lips as she snapped her fingers. A small silver recording device floated before her, and upon pressing the switch, their previous conversation echoed in the air. Particularly the statement, I have no connections to that esteemed gentleman, resonated painfully in the silence of the room. What is this? Regulus inquired, astonished. It's a recording device, Lily explained with a smile, a muggle technological marvel that captures sound. It's quite convenient for collecting evidence. Remus chimed in. Wanda focused on Lucius's suddenly taut jaw, letting out a derisive laugh. She clasped her hands together and lightly clapped, and from the shadows emerged a figure, John, the director of transportation. He bowed respectfully. Emissary. Lucius's eyes widened with realization, incredulity creeping into his voice. You are Grindelwald's people. Hey, don't you dare misrepresent me. What do you mean, my people? They run amok on their own. It has nothing to do with me. Grindelwald raised his voice, annoyance evident. Yezhi chuckled. Don't worry, senior. You will come over personally later. Who doesn't he know that Nermengard can't possibly contain you? You can go wherever you please. It truly doesn't matter. Dumbledore shot a cold glance at Grindelwald, making him feel as if he were under a weighty burden. Wanda twirled the recording tape at her fingertips. Consider this. What would your master do if he discovered all your little maneuvers behind his back? She elongated her final word. Lucius steadied himself, his tone laced with caution. Are you doing this to assist Dumbledore? So it's for the headmaster? James interjected, his eyes lighting up. So, really, headmaster, you and Grindelwald are together? Lily quickly coughed twice, signaling James to cease his inquiries. Yet Riddle suddenly raised his voice. I always said they were my parents. You didn't believe me. They fight in bed every day? Yezhi furrowed his brow, pressing a hand to Riddle's mouth, effectively silencing him once more. In the scene, Wanda emitted a sharp, mocking laugh. This is not your concern. But you should understand, should you disobey. Your little schemes will find their way to your master's desk. A cruel smile curled at her lips. At that point, you won't even need us to intervene. Your suspicious master will personally send you to hell. I doubt your loyalty to him is so steadfast. Why put yourself through unnecessary suffering? Obedience is the only way to preserve your life. First, tell me, what task has Voldemort assigned you? Lucius recounted everything in meticulous detail, his tone laden with restraint. The Dark Lord harbors no trust in me, as you have all witnessed. I lack even the Dark Mark, rendering me unworthy of being a true Death Eater. My father met his demise in France due to incompetence, and the Malfoy family has long since fallen from grace. The tasks he assigns me are mere trifles of no consequence. Wanda twirled her wand, exchanging a meaningful glance with John, seemingly contemplating the veracity of his words. A heavy silence enveloped the air. At that moment, the figure of Isabella, who had remained as quiet as a shadow, suddenly spoke in a soft voice. My lord, I believe he is lying. No one could discern how Isabella had perceived the flaw in his statement. He had almost convinced me. Logically, there should have been no inconsistencies. James scratched his head. A look of confusion etched on his face. Just then, Lucius's collar was pulled aside, exposing his collarbone to the harsh light above. A series of bruised love bites blossomed on his pale skin, the deepest of which bore a purplish hue, starkly contrasting with his feigned calm demeanor. It turned out that Isabella had been standing behind him, allowing her to glimpse the marks concealed by his collar. Wanda's eyes narrowed, her wand tracing a silver arc in the air. Lucius, believing she was about to unleash her fury, instinctively turned his head away and closed his eyes. His neck arching in a fragile curve as cold sweat dripped from his chin into the hollow of his collarbone. Yet, the anticipated pain and blood did not come. Instead, there was the sharp sound of fabric tearing, the exquisite material of his suit being shredded by her spell, a chill spreading across his chest. The dark red fingerprints and the purplish bruises intermingled like venomous serpents coiling upon his pallid skin, the unhealed flesh contracting slightly in the cold air, every inch radiating an indescribable disarray. Oh, Lily exclaimed, hastily covering her eyes, her ears flushed with embarrassment. James whistled, arching an eyebrow. Not a bad physique, though those purplish marks are a bit ostentatious. Dumbledore cleared his throat twice, removing his half-moon spectacles to clean them, concealing his discomfort. Riddle tiptoed forward, eager to scrutinize the scene closely, only to be restrained by Yezhi, who covered his eyes with one hand and firmly pressed down on his shoulder with the other. The latter's ears flushed, clearly a mix of indignation and embarrassment. Meanwhile, Lucius, his cheeks flushed like they might bleed, abruptly reached for his collar, attempting to hide his disheveled appearance. However, the torn fabric could conceal nothing. The bite marks and fingerprints had been laid bare before all present. Such alarming marks, bearing an unmistakable brutality and wildness, could not possibly have been inflicted by a woman. The question remained, to whom had the proud head of the Malfoy family succumbed? The answer was evident in the minds of all present. To make a tyrant lower his guard, you possess greater capabilities than I had imagined, beauty. And the cunning to wield that beauty to such an extent, Wanda remarked, leaning against the ornate armrest, her wand lightly tapping the ground, conjuring a sofa beside her. Anyone who can persuade the Dark Lord to willingly break the rules is worth my effort in providing a chair. She tilted her chin slightly towards Isabella, who promptly retracted her wand and tossed Lucius's wand at his feet. Lucius grasped his wand tightly, and as he rose, his dark green wizarding robes cascaded around him like a tide, his platinum hair falling elegantly. The ever-graceful Malfoy had returned. He inhaled deeply, meeting the scrutinizing gazes of 3 pairs of eyes before slowly taking a seat. This time, Wanda regarded him with a hint of admiration. I can reveal another piece of information. Sending your father to France was your master's scheme to eliminate him, all to exert total control over the Malfoy family. You are, in essence, placing your trust in a father's murderer, seeking his protection. Lucius's eyes widened, his grip on his robe's fabric turning white with tension. I suspected as much. It appears to be true, but I had no other choice. You now have a choice, poor child. Join us and avenge your father. You cunning foxes, not a single truth escapes your lips. Each of you plays your part to perfection. What is the point of this charade? James scoffed, his tone rife with disdain. The scene shifted, and Lucius finally returned alive to Malfoy Manor, dragging his weary feet, forcing himself to convey the information about Augustine's exposure to his father, who was far away in France. He then fell into a deep sleep until nightfall. In the viewing room, Lucius dined while listening to Dobby read from a dubious history of Dumbledore. Why haven't I seen this book before? Lily inquired, leaning in closer to observe the pages. This was clearly a pirated copy from the black market. James snorted derisively, his face contorted with disdain. It's filled with nonsensical fabrications. What is so fascinating about it? Yet, despite his words, As Dobby recounted Dumbledore's tumultuous love story, James leaned in with rapt attention, occasionally sighing dramatically, utterly engrossed, his enthusiasm rivaling that of anyone else present. A few students nearby could hardly contain their curiosity, casting glances at the two elderly figures, neither daring to ask directly nor able to suppress their intrigue, convinced their subtle actions went unnoticed, unaware they were already observed. Dumbledore maintained his usual composure, betraying nothing of his thoughts. Grindelwald, however, appeared utterly unconcerned, his expression animated, a playful smile gracing his lips as he listened intently. They abandoned the vows they made under the starry sky of Godric's Hollow. Dobby suddenly choked on his words, sobbing uncontrollably. He was so good. Dobby sniffled, lifting his apron to wipe his tears, his large eyes brimming with droplets. Yet he was forsaken by his beloved, burdened with such a terrible reputation. Grindelwald clicked his tongue, casting a sidelong glance at Dumbledore, his tone laced with mockery. You've gained yet another admirer, and a house elf at that. That's quite the interspecies phenomenon. You truly are something, Abacus. Dumbledore looked up at him, a faint smile playing on his lips, his tone calm, yet tinged with a hint of rebuttal. Likewise. You have never lacked for followers, have you? Lucius snorted, forsaken? You underestimate that white wizard. His former lover is still covertly aiding him against the Dark Lord, even infiltrating the Ministry of Magic. The innocent little elf stared blankly at him. Dobby, imagine if Dumbledore knew that his estranged lover never truly let go. Lucius deliberately elongated his words, watching Dobby's eyes glisten with growing excitement. Wouldn't he be overjoyed? Dobby nodded vigorously. Isn't Dumbledore your hero? Wouldn't you want to make your hero happy? I do. I have always taken pleasure in granting wishes. Pursue what you desire. Dobby nodded understandingly, joyfully exclaiming, Dobby will tell Mr. Dumbledore. Let him know someone is watching over him. With that, he vanished with a pop. Lucius surveyed the empty room before him, a satisfied smirk gracing his features. Dumbledore, your former lover's minions caused me considerable distress yesterday. Don't expect to sleep tonight. Ha ha ha, you truly are something. Is this all just to annoy the headmaster? James laughed heartily, slapping his thigh, his eyes gleaming with mischief. I'm left with no other options, Yezhi shrugged, his tone tinged with resignation. I can't defeat them in battle, nor can I outwit them. Thus, I must enlist external aid. In the dead of night, Dobby indeed succeeded in startling Dumbledore, who reportedly rushed to Germany without delay. Ah, no wonder you claim I later ran out myself. Grindelwald's eyes gleamed with excitement at this turn of events. How could this be considered my own escape? It was clearly Albus who deliberately facilitated my release. I merely stated that I sought you, not that I liberated you. Dumbledore replied with a hint of indifference. You made the effort to come see me. Does that not imply forgiveness? Grindelwald countered, undeterred, his face radiating with pride as he turned to Yezhi, exclaiming, You're quite the clever one, full of cunning ideas. The narrative unfolded further, as Lucius led a relatively tranquil life, occasionally assisting Voldemort in orchestrating clandestine plans or divulging harmless details to the saints. However, come the weekend, he was summoned once more to a Death Eater meeting. This gathering took place not at Voldemort's estate, but within a serene woodland. That night, ominous clouds loomed low, shrouding a group of cloaked figures who stealthily congregated beneath the shadows of the trees, the rustle of their garments occasionally breaking the silence. In a clearing among the trees, two bodies lay crumpled upon the dry grass. Once all were assembled, Rodolphus Lestrange emerged, treading upon the brittle twigs. Another interrogation? Lupin furrowed his brow, his voice tinged with evident resistance. Is there no other method for you Death Eaters, forever resorting to violence? James scoffed, his tone laced with disdain, clearly apprehensive about the impending brutality. At that time, I was not within the inner circle of the Death Eaters. The weekly meetings did not involve me. Yezhi explained. Yet, when dealing with traitors and captives, all Death Eaters must attend, so I merely went to observe. Do you not feel a chill down your spine, mingling with those who have committed such acts? James remarked, casting a pointed glance at Riddle, his skepticism barely concealed. Hey, what nonsense are you spouting? Riddle erupted, his voice rising sharply. That is a personal attack. What have I done? I'm only 14. What could I possibly do? He held his neck defiantly, indignation written across his face. I've always been a good boy. My fathers can attest to that. All eyes involuntarily shifted towards Dumbledore and Grindelwald, who exchanged a glance before simultaneously pinching the bridge of their noses in exasperation. Under the relentless pressure of deceit and interrogation, the two captives finally succumbed, divulging all that they knew. One of them, in a panic, shrieked, I know more. I have crucial information. We have a traitor within our ranks. There's a traitor within the Ministry of Magic. Lucius, who had been keeping his head bowed, suddenly lifted it, his pupils narrowing beneath the shadow of his hood, his breath hitching. The onlookers' nerves tensed in unison. Surely, He must possess some evidence. Lily clenched her clothing, her voice laced with concern. Yet, in truth, Lucius had not disseminated much information at all, James noted, puzzled. Jack, gasping for breath, continued to scream. This person has access to core secrets, capable of leaking our Death Eater operations in advance. Lily gasped sharply, her complexion paling. This could only refer to Senior Lucius, indicating that his matters had indeed been exposed. Who is this individual? I don't know who exactly, Jack stuttered, his voice trembling uncontrollably. I only know that this person wields significant authority within the ministry. The collective tension among the audience dissipated as they simultaneously exhaled in relief. Lestrange turned to Voldemort, who, devoid of expression, cast a cruciatous curse upon Jack, who writhed in excruciating agony, his body twisting grotesquely on the ground, a piercing scream slicing through the night. Most onlookers averted their gazes, unwilling to witness such a brutal spectacle. It's utterly terrifying. I cannot fathom how you Death Eaters endure such things, James mumbled, his brow furrowed in distaste. Those who cannot endure typically meet their demise, Regulus remarked coolly, devoid of emotion. When pushed to the brink, one's potential is ignited, rendering them capable of withstanding such horrors. His Pomeranian promptly licked his brother's hand in an attempt to console him. After a moment, the Dark Lord suddenly spoke, his voice as chilling as a serpent's hiss. Lucius, Amelia, Barty, Riddle, step forward. The onlookers were startled by his unexpected command. Lucius, upon hearing his name, trembled involuntarily, his knees buckling as he nearly collapsed. Fortunately, he steadied himself at the last moment, staggering forward to maintain his stance as he approached Voldemort. Should you stumble, any semblance of innocence would be lost, James thought nervously, patting his chest in an effort to calm himself. Your complexion is rather ghastly, Lily remarked, equally anxious. Approaching him like this will surely raise suspicion. There's nothing to be done. I am inherently timid, Yezhi replied with a shrug, a hint of self-deprecation in his tone. Bella and Lestrange continued their grim work in the background, the screams echoing persistently. Voldemort regarded Lucius with a sneer. Lucius, why do you still exhibit such cowardice? The last time you fainted, Albus carried you to the study. This time, should you collapse in the woods, no one will bear you back. Voldemort's wand sliced through the air as he cast a silencing charm. Witnessing Voldemort's demeanor, Lucius felt a wave of relief wash over him. He quickly lowered his gaze, wiped the cold sweat from his brow, and forced a smile. My lord, you jest. I am naturally timid, but this time is an improvement. At least I did not faint and can still converse with you. Surprisingly, Voldemort did not press the matter further and began to assign tasks. He genuinely seemed to believe that Lucius' pallor was merely a sign of his fear. What a fool. James mused. It seems his intellect is rather lacking. What do you know? Riddle rolled his eyes, his tone laced with condescension. This is what love does to a person. Understand? I suspect your mouth has grown before your intellect has. Oh, love? What do you know of love? I hardly believe you felt any for him back then. James retorted. You. Riddle was taken aback, his face flushing with indignation. I was preoccupied with the arrangements for later. How could I focus on the meeting? I had meticulously planned a date, you know? As the blood-soaked Death Eater meeting drew to a close, Voldemort indeed retained Lucius, engaging him in conversation as they walked toward the edge of the woods. The crowd soon realized that just beyond the trees lay a lively Muggle gathering, the silhouette of Leeds Castle faintly illuminated by the moonlight. Today is November 5th, the Muggle bonfire night, Voldemort remarked, his tone nostalgic. It was my favorite day as a child. He appeared to reminisce, though his expression bore no hint of fondness, only a sinister smirk. Upon the highest wall of Leeds Castle, the Platinum Aristocrat sat alongside Voldemort. An invisible veil of neglect hung like a gossamer curtain, effectively shielding the Muggles from sight. The biting night wind howled past, tousling the boy's platinum locks in a wild dance. A star, trailing a golden-red tail, streaked across the night sky, its fiery plumes soaring towards the heavens. With a resounding boom, a multitude of luminous sparks cascaded down like a brilliant river of stars. In the chill of the winter night, Lucius nestled in Voldemort's embrace, gazing skyward at the fireworks. Voldemort's profile, illuminated by the interplay of darkness and the shimmering bursts of light, was breathtakingly beautiful. He lowered his gaze to meet Lucius's, then bent down to bestow a gentle kiss upon him. The fireworks above cascaded like the Milky Way, golden red and emerald streams of light flowing between their entwined silhouettes. The crackling campfire beneath them, accompanied by the laughter of Muggles, rose in a warm wave, fading into mere background noise. The night breeze entwined their platinum and dark tresses, rendering the kiss a surreal dream. Wow, how romantic! Lily exclaimed, tilting her head to admire the fireworks, her eyes reflecting the fragmented lights. Right. Riddle immediately puffed out his chest, striking a pose with his hands on his hips. casting a flirtatious glance at Yezhi. This date was meticulously planned, my dear. Do you love me a little more now? What meticulous planning is this? James scoffed, his expression dripping with disdain. You didn't spend a single penny. You merely mooched off the Muggle holiday fireworks. There's no sincerity to be found. I put so much thought into this. Riddle retorted, his frustration palpable. I don't have much money, but you own such a vast estate. How could you be broke? James raised an eyebrow, his disbelief evident. Riddle's cheeks flushed crimson, his voice dropping an octave. That estate was a gift from my followers, and the house elves were also provided by them. The expenses within the Death Eaters are shared among several pureblood families. I hardly have any personal savings. Suddenly, he shot a pointed look at Dumbledore, as if seizing an opportunity to strike back. Your Phoenix Order's leader must be broke too. Ask him. And he'll surely confirm he is as poor as a church mouse. Dumbledore, taken aback by this sudden thrust, cleared his throat awkwardly, his gaze wandering, his tone slightly ambiguous. To gather so many people does, indeed, require a considerable expenditure. As the dinner hour arrived, the surrounding space faded into a blank canvas. After dining, everyone retreated to their respective chambers for rest. Abraxas and Yezhi remained in a parlor exuding the quintessential style of the Malfoy family, quietly discussing matters pertaining to Australian minerals. The true Lucius listened intently, interjecting only occasionally, the atmosphere charged with focus. Riddle returned to his room first, bathing himself in a fragrant allure and donning a smooth silk robe. He waited patiently, but Yezhi's return was delayed, and his initially calm demeanor began to fray. Eventually, he huffed, clutching the hem of his robe, and stomped toward the parlor to disrupt their conversation. Upon entering, he immediately latched onto Yezhi's sleeve, and finding no response, plopped down on the carpet, wrapping his arms around the other's knees, rubbing his cheek against the dark fabric of his trousers like a pet seeking attention. You promised to keep me company. You've been chatting for so long. Yezhi looked down at him, feeling the little one's head rubbing against his knee, the robe's neckline slipping open to reveal the pale skin of his nape. With a resigned sigh, he proposed, shall we continue this tomorrow? I've shown you the mining rights contract. As long as the terms are satisfactory, the legal department can handle the rest. Upon seeing their conversation conclude, Riddle's face lit up, and he sprang to his feet, disregarding whether Yezhi had organized the documents, and seized his wrist, pulling him out with such force that it was nearly half-dragging. Yezhi stumbled a couple of steps, but resigned himself to being led back to the room. The door clicked shut behind them, and Riddle eagerly pushed him toward the bathroom. The bath was already prepared with steaming water. The marble tub was spacious enough for swimming, the surface adorned with rose petals, the fragrant steam enveloping them like a warm embrace. It was identical to the ancient tub in Malfoy Manor. Even the intricate floral carvings on the walls were replicated flawlessly. Just as Yezhi loosened his tie and hung his coat on a nearby rack, revealing a crisp white shirt, he was startled by a soft rustle behind him. Without needing to turn around, he recognized Riddle had slipped inside. The little one, barefoot, had his robe clinging more closely to him from the steam, accentuating his slender waist. The neckline was wide open, exposing a delicate expanse of skin, with hints of blush peeking through the mist, resembling buds blooming in the snow. He launched himself into the water like a torpedo, soaking Yezhi completely, then swam around to face him, gazing up with eyes sparkling like stars, droplets of water clinging to his damp lashes. Riddle leaned up, attempting to kiss his lips, but due to their height difference, he could only barely graze his chin. His soft lips, imbued with the coolness of the mist, brushed lightly against him like a feather. Yezhi chuckled softly, wrapping his arms around Riddle's waist and lifting him effortlessly. Riddle gasped, instinctively clutching his neck, his feet swinging slightly in the air, revealing a slim, pale calf beneath the hem of his robe. Yezhi seated him on the edge of the tub, the cool marble making Riddle shiver. Yet he tightened his grip around Yezhi's neck, leaning in to kiss him. Their lips met, and Yezhi's kiss gradually turned tender and lingering. He first pressed a gentle kiss on Riddle's forehead, treating him like a rare treasure, then moved to his eyes, where Riddle's lashes fluttered beneath his lips, followed by a delicate kiss on his petite nose, imbued with the scent of their bath, and finally, their lips intertwined in an embrace laden with possessiveness. The kiss traveled downward, traversing his elegantly sculpted jawline, leaving a trail of tingling sensations at his neck, gliding over the exquisite curve of his collarbone, finally resting on the warmth of his chest and abdomen. Riddle could not restrain himself from arching his neck, creating a beautiful curve, his sighs mingling with soft tremors, lightly brushing against the air like feathers. His fair cheeks were tinted with a rosy hue from steam and excitement, even the tips of his ears glowing with a translucent pink. He raised a hand, gently twirling Yezhi's platinum strands that fell over his shoulder, delighting in their softness, while his other hand pressed firmly atop Yezhi's head, compelling him downward with undeniable intent. Yezhi obediently bent down without a hint of resistance, allowing himself to be guided. Moments later, Riddle finally released him, slowly lifting his head. His eyes shimmering with an unfathomable tenderness, his lips still glistening with residual moisture. Unconcerned, Riddle leaned in eagerly, pressing his lips against Yezhi's once more, kissing fervently and urgently, as if striving to meld their breaths, heartbeats, and warmth into a singular essence, blurring the lines between them. A night filled with passion ensued. The following day, Yezhi and Riddle emerged from the same room, both wearing radiant smiles. Their vibrant demeanor standing in stark contrast to the weary faces of those who had been trapped in that space for days, creating an almost dissonant visual that evoked envy. Sirius and Snape, having reverted to their human forms after a night, exchanged mutual indifference. The viewing continued, and the narrative on screen evidently skipped ahead several days. In the Ministry of Magic's Grand Hall, Lucius, clad in an exquisitely tailored robe, was in the midst of an exclusive interview with the Daily Prophet. His tone was solemn, each word resonating with conviction. Human trafficking is a blatant violation of the foundational principles of human civilization. We shall devote all our strength to bringing these criminals, lurking in the shadows, to justice, restoring a tranquil and pure environment for both the wizarding world and the Muggle realm, allowing the light of justice to illuminate every inch of our land. His declaration was powerful, revealing his unwavering commitment to justice and his absolute intolerance for malevolent forces. What is happening? Have you changed? Sirius was taken aback, turning his gaze toward the stack of the Daily Prophet on the table. The newspaper boldly proclaimed, "Pure-blood leader calls for action. Justice will never be absent," accompanied by a striking image of the platinum nobleman gripping his wand, with a golden shield formed from case files hovering behind him, creating a visually arresting impact. After reading the article, Lupin explained, it concerns an illegal trade of alchemical materials, specifically using Muggle hearts, with the former Minister of Magic as the mastermind. Such a thing could happen? Lily's expression was one of astonishment. Perhaps it's all a self-scripted act. James scoffed, "I don't believe they would genuinely advocate for Muggles." The scene abruptly shifted to the drawing room of Malfoy Manor. The man, recently exalted by the public, now appeared far removed from the dignified demeanor depicted in the Daily Prophet. He knelt on the ground, his eyes reddened, hands raised high with a thick stack of letters. The top envelope marked with a vivid lipstick imprint. His outstretched arms trembled slightly, slowly descending, and by the time he realized, his elbows had already bent. "Lucius, what did you just promise me?" A difficult swallow passed through his throat. The young head of the Malfoy family gazed at the intricate patterns on the floor, responding softly. "To drink a glass of water when my arms fall. Then drink." A cup of tea was personally offered to his lips by Voldemort, and the platinum youth obediently tilted his head back to drink. "What is going on?" James was utterly confused. Grindelwald donned a knowing expression, remarking lightly, "He is being punished." "Just drinking water?" James frowned. "What kind of punishment is that?" "Child, if you don't understand, refrain from asking," Grindelwald dismissed with a wave of his hand. "Master, I was wrong." Lucius's voice trembled, a soft plea. Voldemort perused the day's Daily Prophet, his tone laced with mockery. "What did you do wrong?" He suddenly recited a passage from the newspaper, his deep voice draped in sarcasm. "The head of the Malfoy family possesses an exceptional stature and noble morals, serving as a paragon for us all. I was wrong, Master," he stammered, his ears burning as he listened to the Dark Lord recite those embarrassing praises. "I shouldn't have allowed Miss Barling to release the report without consulting you. My words were too extreme. Lower your arms, drink." "So those grandiloquent words were spoken behind your master's back. You have quite the audacity," James scoffed, "speaking against one who preaches equality and justice." No wonder he was looking for trouble. "You didn't truly believe that a few flattering words could alter that man's mindset, did you?" "I did it intentionally, to test whether he was connected to this Muggle trafficking case," Yezhi explained in a calm tone. "How could I do such a thing?" Riddle immediately adopted an indignant stance, glaring at Yezhi. "How dare you question me?" Yezhi, with a gentle demeanor, reached up to ruffle his hair, his tone carrying a hint of indulgence. "All right, it was my mistake to doubt you. But didn't you also take advantage of this situation to bully me a bit?" Riddle fidgeted, falling silent. "Do you know that Lestrange has been complaining about your achievements to me every day?" Voldemort tossed aside the Daily Prophet. "Lestrange? What does that family have to do with this?" The Dark Lord sipped his tea, responding indifferently. "Their family monopolizes most of the black market for alchemical materials. The smuggling line you were so publicly investigating was indeed a lead provided directly by Rodolphus. We had agreed to cease our inquiries once we reached the Jenkins family. Yet here you are," he said, tilting his wand to lift Riddle's chin, making an ostentatious declaration that forced them to relocate their goods overnight, severing the entire line. "Was that Lestrange's line?" Lucius looked into Voldemort's eyes, as if seeking confirmation of this statement, but Minister Jenkins herself said she was working on your behalf. Voldemort narrowed his eyes. Lucius contemplated for a moment, deliberately raising his voice. Are you suggesting that the Lestrange family is using your name to smuggle illegal goods? Voldemort cast a sidelong glance at him. Lucius recoiled slightly. Forgive me, Master, I shouldn't have spoken so freely about the Elder's matters. Voldemort did not respond, merely reminding him. Raise your arms. He then offered him another cup of tea. Did I guess right? It truly is a self-scripted act. James leaped up, exclaiming. What kind of charade are these villains putting on as good people? Yet Lucius had indeed conducted a thorough investigation into this case, doing a service for muggles. Lily couldn't help but retort. Look at that smirk of his, constantly sabotaging the Lestrange family. To put it plainly, it's a conflict among Death Eaters. They would never genuinely care about the lives of muggles, Sirius scoffed. Upon closer examination, the entire affair primarily stemmed from the wrongdoing of the Lestrange family. With Voldemort at most being aware yet not intervening, it cannot all be laid at his feet. Lupin endeavored to analyze dispassionately, maintaining a calm tone. Riddle immediately nodded in agreement, his voice brimming with evident approval. Exactly. In the viewing room, the Platinum youth was once again being forced to drink water, tilting his head back to swallow, tea spilling over his lips and soaking the embroidered collar. His arms began to tremble uncontrollably, sweat trickling down his jawline into his clothing. Master, I didn't mean to be so extreme. You initially said to use this matter to bolster my position. I thought the greater the spectacle, the better. You only saw the surface. Voldemort tapped the rim of his teacup with a finger. Fame is as fragile as thin ice. The higher you rise today, the more shattering the fall tomorrow. Continuing your inquiries like this means declaring war against the Lestrange family, severing their financial lifeline. Master, will this affect your financial interests? Lucius raised his face, damp strands of hair clinging to his forehead. Not at all. I have always looked down upon Muggle affairs, especially their flesh and blood. Even if offered to me, I would find it distasteful. Lucius seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, revealing a genuine smile. As long as it does not affect you. Master, I have no fear. He then looked at Voldemort. You wouldn't assist their family in dealing with me, would you? Naturally not. Voldemort's fingers suddenly brushed over his damp cheek, a smile blooming in his crimson eyes. If assistance is to be given, it shall be to my little white ferret. TSK. Sirius scoffed, disdain evident in his gaze. Two equally pretentious and hypocritical individuals. Master, I truly cannot hold my arms any longer, Lucius began to plead. Place the letters on the ground. Read them one by one. The top envelope bore a glaringly large red lip imprint. His trembling arms finally lowered, fingers no longer obeying his command. Struggling, he unfolded the letter and began to read haltingly. Dear Lucius, the charming young man. I fell deeply in love with you the first time I saw you in the newspaper. Ha ha ha. James's laughter was filled with schadenfreude. Was this truly a love letter? With such a thick stack, could they all be? He deliberately elongated his tone, his gaze flitting back and forth between Lucius and Voldemort. You truly excel, reciting such things in front of your master and lover. I fear today will not bode well for you. Your photograph with the white peacock is angelic. In just 6 months, you have become even more irresistibly charming. I am aware of your romantic entanglements with Parkinson and the daughter of the Black family, but no. My master, absolutely not. Lucius hastily clarified. Continue reading, Voldemort urged, his interest piqued, while Lucius felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation. He swallowed hard, his voice trembling as he read on. I do not seek any romantic feelings from you. I only desire a fleeting acquaintance. If you are interested, you may visit me at the Star Divination Shop. Yours affectionately, Bessie. Sirius suddenly leaned over to glance at the letter, breaking into laughter. No wonder fleeting acquaintance sounded so odd. It was originally a night of spring. You altered it last minute, fearing he'd become jealous, and now he might just torment you further. Ha ha, undoubtedly. James laughed even harder. Riddle's lips curled into a knowing smirk as he leisurely remarked, Bessie, is it? I shall remember that. Upon our return, I must meet this infatuated young lady. Yezhi observed the scene with exasperation, merely shrugging in silence. Having finished reading, Lucius was already flushed and mortified, as if he might spontaneously combust at any moment. His head bowed, so low it nearly touched his chest. Reply to her, Voldemort commanded. Reply? What should I say? A sheet of parchment and a self-writing quill floated beside him, awaiting his response. Well, it depends on what you wish to convey, Voldemort teased. Would you prefer a fleeting acquaintance, or... No, absolutely not. Lucius fervently protested. Look at him. Even after altering the words, he appears this way. Had he read the original, I fear he'd have overturned the jealousy pot right then and there. Ha ha. James laughed heartily, slapping his thigh. Kneeling on the carpet, Lucius awkwardly began to dictate a reply. Dear Miss Bessie. Voldemort interjected with a grunt. It's merely a formality, my master. Let me erase that previous line. Lucius replied helplessly. Under Voldemort's consecutive cold grunts, Lucius's letter was a disarray of errors, the language clumsy and crude, utterly disgraceful. Anyone receiving such a letter would undoubtedly see his reputation tarnished. I see through his intentions, Sirius scoffed. He aims to ruin your reputation, ensuring that the ladies' circle spreads word of your lack of gentlemanly conduct and manners, causing them to avoid you altogether. Quite clever. After a prolonged reading of the letter, the young Lucius, mustering his courage, turned to Voldemort with a pleading look. Master, I wish to. Cold sweat beaded on Lucius's forehead as he implored, his voice soft as water, brimming with desperation. Ah, James exclaimed, utterly taken aback. What is happening? Why not let him use the restroom? Sirius too found the atmosphere peculiar, his cheeks slightly flushed. What kind of cruel amusement is this? It's utterly bizarre. The true Lucius, unable to bear witnessing his doppelganger's expression in such a predicament with the Dark Lord, discreetly retreated to a corner, turning his back to the others. Grindelwald observed the scene, chuckling softly, saying nothing more. You are threatening him. Lily's face flushed with anger. To deprive him of even the most basic physiological need was simply excessive. Yet Riddle shrugged indifferently. He enjoys it, truly. Yezhi pretended not to hear, focusing on his wand, appearing detached from the situation. The platinum-haired youth hesitated, casting a timid glance at Voldemort. After a long pause, he bit his pale lip and muttered something. His eyes glistened with unshed tears, shimmering beneath his long lashes. As he nodded slowly, his voice strained and hoarse. Grindelwald suddenly broke into applause, exclaiming, "What a splendid tactic! You two are indeed a perfect match, one willing to strike, the other willing to endure." Dumbledore shot him a disapproving glare, prompting Grindelwald to fall silent. Now, continue reading the letter, Voldemort stated flatly. Lucius, stammering, persisted in reading the wretched missive, mechanically and laboriously crafting responses. After a while, he could no longer bear it. He cast a look of shame and helplessness at the malevolent red-eyed man. Again, Lily covered her eyes, unable to watch. This was too much. Voldemort's presence loomed again. This time, the platinum noble emitted a muffled sound, engulfed by profound embarrassment, curling into a trembling ball. His previously flushed face had turned pale, as he lay motionless on the ground. No, it can't be as I fear. Sirius's voice trembled, stuttering, his eyes wide with disbelief. The onlookers quickly discerned the turmoil within young Lucius, who was both struggling and nearing a breakdown. Even James, who often teased him, fell silent, a flicker of sympathy igniting within him. Yezhi too felt warmth creeping into his cheeks, shifting uncomfortably, seeking solace against a wall, avoiding eye contact. Please. He lifted his gaze, his eyes glistening with tears, long lashes dampened, his voice breaking with desperation. Voldemort lowered his eyes, quietly studying him for a moment. As if savoring this pitiful sight, his tear-streaked eyes and trembling lips curled in distress, resembling a drenched young beast, captivating all eyes upon him. Though both were impeccably attired and had uttered not a single indecent word, an unmistakable air of ambiguity and embarrassment enveloped the onlookers, causing their faces to flush. After a lengthy silence, Voldemort finally withdrew his foot, emitting a low chuckle that seemed casual yet concealed a hint of delight. As you wish, go ahead. The platinum noble's rabbit-like eyes cautiously looked up at Voldemort, uncertainty flickering within them, his lashes fluttering like frightened butterfly wings, full of trepidation. Only after confirming that his release was genuine did he hastily push himself off the ground, attempting to rise. Suddenly, a choked sob escaped his throat, muffled by the plush carpet, fragmented whimpers buried within the fibers. His platinum hair sprawled across the carpet, obscuring much of his face, leaving only his shoulders to betray his sorrow. Voldemort gazed at him, his heart heavy with the sight of such despair, letting out a soft sigh. In the next moment, he strode purposefully to the youth, bending down to scoop him up in his arms, striding toward the lavatory. The Dark Lord's steps were steady and assured, while the platinum noble curled into a ball, burying his head deeply in Voldemort's embrace, wholly reliant. Despite the embarrassment and pain he had caused, he found himself compelled to seek the man's assistance and forgiveness. The crackling of wood in the fireplace gradually faded, replaced by the sound of water emanating from the lavatory. The faint, suppressed sobs finally dissipated into the air, nearly inaudible. Everyone present felt their cheeks flush. Lily raised her hand to cover her burning face, uttering a quiet gasp. Oh my. End of viewing episode 32, Christmas Return. The scene shifts to the Ministry of Magic, where the platinum aristocrat is cornered by Lestrange in his office. The entire underground alchemy market has been thrown into disarray because of you, Lestrange exclaimed, his voice laced with fury. Indeed, this is entirely my fault, Lucius replied, casting his gaze downward, a look of contrition etched on his face. Just as the taut line of Lestrange's jaw began to relax, he caught sight of those silver-gray eyes lifting once more. It is all due to my youthful arrogance. I was too unreserved in my words during the interview. The Dark Lord merely instructed me to create a spectacle, and in my eagerness to demonstrate my loyalty, I ended up making excessive claims and even offering imprudent promises. The light flickered in his eyes, rendering his expression increasingly innocent. But now, the Dark Lord requires me to maintain a positive image, and I must stubbornly continue down this misguided path. Lucius's tone inexplicably reminded me of Hufflepuff's Lacia, thought Lily, frowning as she turned her face away in a display of unwillingness to listen. Sirius immediately nodded in agreement. Oh yes, I hadn't considered that until you mentioned it. It's that girl, the one who inundates me with love letters, always lamenting about how heartbroken she is over her brother. Her voice could loop around 3 corners. He mimicked her tone, causing Remus beside him to stifle a laugh, his shoulders trembling slightly. Yezhi shot them a disapproving glance. Mr. Lestrange, if our actions have disrupted the Dark Lord's plans, neither of us can bear the consequences. Why not take a step back and work together for the revival of pureblood glory? Work together? What have you contributed? Lestrange growled. You and your father are both treacherous wolves at heart. Do you think with your meager talents the Malfoy family can reclaim its place at the core of the Death Eaters? He leaned forward, scrutinizing the young Malfoy heir with a derisive tone. I recall the last time the Dark Lord summoned you. You couldn't even reach the table and had to kneel beneath it, wagging your tail in supplication. And now you dare speak to me of cooperation? The smile vanished from Yezhi's face, his eyes glinting with a cold, icy light. He rose to his feet, exuding an aura of authority unbefitting his age. If you believe my actions are inappropriate, you are welcome to report me directly to the Dark Lord. He met Lestrange's gaze unwaveringly, his voice void of warmth. Since we both serve our master, and you are my elder, I would appreciate your understanding regarding my shortcomings. I shall certainly commend your contributions and sacrifices to the Dark Lord. You are determined to bring down the Lestrange family, Sirius remarked, raising an eyebrow. James stroked his chin, suddenly slapping his thigh in realization. So you deliberately made those grandiose claims during the interview. Haven't I already stated it was intentional? Yezhi replied nonchalantly, adding that such tactics would hardly dismantle them, merely inflict some injuries. But you previously mentioned wanting to test whether Voldemort was involved in this matter, James pressed. Now, with public sentiment heating up, you're poised to dismantle the Lestrange family's black market operations entirely. With James's reminder, Lily's eyes brightened in understanding. You're so clever, senior. The Lestrange family quickly began to retaliate, with the Daily Prophet publishing a series of accusations and criticisms, directly targeting Lucius Malfoy, the director of the Department of Transportation, branding him a thief shouting to catch a thief. In Voldemort's manner, after breakfast, he set aside the Daily Prophet, his long fingers rhythmically tapping against the table as he asked in a low voice, Are you aware of the current direction of public opinion? The platinum-haired youth glanced at the newspaper, blinking before responding lightly. Yes, they claim I am incompetent in my oversight, exaggerating my responsibilities into monumental achievements while inflating my own merits. He shrugged, his tousled hair swaying gently. As his long fingers traced slow circles around the rim of his goblet, his tone laced with just the right amount of exasperation. Ever since Mr. Lestrange visited, these remarks have proliferated wildly. His voice suddenly shifted to a sigh, laced with sincere regret. It is entirely my fault for being so eager to achieve merit that the Lestrange family suffered such losses. It is only natural for them to want to vent their frustrations. I'm beginning to have visions of Lacia again, Lily groaned, her forehead in her hands. This feigned innocence and sense of grievance was utterly reminiscent of her. Voldemort snorted derisively. You are aware that you have brought this upon yourself. So how do you intend to resolve it? I plan to observe the situation unfold. I have only been in this position for half a year, regardless. It is unreasonable for a newcomer to bear all the blame. He suddenly raised his gaze, a calculating smile gracing his lips. Once the situation escalates, I can conveniently find a scapegoat. A scapegoat? Voldemort raised an eyebrow. An ideal candidate to absorb all the blame. Who is the ideal candidate? Sirius inquired. It should be his superior, the saint, Remus pondered. Oh, James exclaimed, his eyes lighting up as he clapped his hands. Of course. If there's an issue in the Department of Transportation, naturally, the director should take the fall. Regulus chimed in, so this is a three-pronged approach, testing the connection between Voldemort in this matter, undermining the Lestrange family's interests, and ultimately bringing down the director of the Department of Transportation. Once the director falls, there will be no more scrutiny from the saint, and he will also have the opportunity for promotion. Such a grand game indeed. Yezhi smiled lightly, his tone serene. You flatter me. Grindelwald mused, such tactics, in times past, would have compelled me to find ways to win you over. Dumbledore sighed softly. Fortunately, you do not entirely stand with Voldemort. The Malfoy family always stands only for itself, Yezhi replied with a smile. When public sentiment had sufficiently fermented, Lucius visited the Pearl Boutique, joining Winda for afternoon tea. Recently, the front page of the Daily Prophet has become your personal showcase, from elevation to downfall. The speed of its reversal is more fickle than London's weather, Winda remarked, her narrow eyes surveying him with scrutiny. So, you've come to us to ask for assistance? Lucius lowered his gaze, exhaling a soft sigh. The Dark Lord has instructed me to cooperate with the Aurors in investigating the illegal alchemical materials case. I initially thought it was a sign of trust, but in reality, it is a ploy to pit me against the Lestrange family. He interlaced his long fingers beneath his chin, his voice growing somber. Those old foxes are utilizing their family influence to tarnish my reputation, placing all the blame squarely on my shoulders. The parasites in the Ministry of Magic are all too eager to ride the wave, forcing me to step forward and take the fall. His chest heaved slightly, a hint of fatigue seeping into his tone. Now, I am fighting this battle alone, and it is exceedingly difficult to manage. He leaned forward earnestly. If the Dark Lord decides I am no longer of value and discards me like a worn-out object, he paused deliberately before continuing. The intelligence network you have painstakingly built within the Death Eaters will lose its most crucial eyes and ears. There he goes again, spinning his web of sweet talk. James scoffed. I've hardly heard a single truth from you. No wonder you can't find a partner, only pairing with Voldemort. Hey, what do you mean by pairing with me? Riddle exploded. Haven't you seen how many people have written him love letters? He chose me. Understand? Because I am more attractive than all of them. It seems you are aware that aside from your looks, you possess little else, Sirius mocked. Yezhi suddenly chuckled, drawing their attention. What is so funny? Riddle asked, eyebrow raised in discontent. Do you think he is right? No, not at all. Yezhi stifled his laughter. I mean, you are certainly good-looking, but that statement is quite fitting for him. Hearing this, Regulus couldn't help but laugh as well. Hey, Sirius, visibly irked, turned to his brother, shaking his shoulders. What are you laughing at? Am I truly nothing more than a pretty face? Regulus stifled his laughter, hastily waving his hands in protest. No. There's more, definitely more. The surrounding crowd erupted in laughter, prompting Sirius to sulkily avert his gaze and ignore them. The Dark Lord has given me a year's deadline to take the position of Director of the Department of Magical Transportation. Surely, assisting me in this task should be a trivial matter for you, Lucius ventured cautiously. Wanda, twirling a lighter between her fingers, scrutinized him for a moment, her gaze penetrating as if attempting to see through him. Very well, she finally replied with a soft chuckle, the sound of the cigarette case clinking against the table reverberating in the air. As she lit a mint cigarette, wisps of smoke wafted between them. The members of the Order of the Phoenix have been far too vigilant of late. We are preparing to withdraw to Germany in stages. Consider this a means to pave your way before our departure. No wonder Voldemort had been so brazen recently. It seemed the Order was preoccupied with combating the pureblood party. Sirius clicked his tongue in realization. Indeed, I am your primary concern, Grindelwald remarked, a smirk creeping onto his face, his tone laced with a hint of self-satisfaction. Thank you, Your Excellency. Should the need arise in the future, regardless, Lucius began, but was interrupted by Wanda. Lucius, she flicked her fingers lightly, ash cascading into a silver tray. Her expression icy. You've already entered our game, so do not expect to extricate yourself easily. She exhaled a puff of smoke, her voice imbued with an inexplicable pressure. After all, our intelligence network encompasses more than just you as a pawn. I shall be watching you closely. Her words hung heavily in the air, akin to an invisible net tightening silently. The following day, Lucius publicly issued an apology at the behest of the Director of Publicity. As the details of the Malfoy patriarch's mere 6 months since graduation were repeatedly emphasized, public opinion naturally shifted, leading many to realize that such long-standing issues ought to be attributed to John Wyndham, who had occupied the director's chair for years. Wyndham reacted swiftly, announcing an emergency press conference, publicly taking responsibility for the failures and even recommending Lucius Malfoy for the position. Subsequently, Lucius seized the opportunity presented by this change to thoroughly investigate the illegal enterprises of the Lestrange family, severing ties with them completely. Amidst the tense atmosphere generated by these developments, Christmas quietly approached. At the Christmas gala held at the Dark Lord's Manor, prominent figures from both the political and business realms gathered, the air thick with elegance and the clinking of glasses. As guests took turns to toast to Voldemort, seated regally upon his throne on the second floor, Abraxas Malfoy entered, accompanied by a striking blonde Frenchman. Abraxas approached the stairs with measured steps, bowing deeply to Voldemort. My lord, the French Ministry of Magic is now under our control. He gestured to the man beside him, This is Etienne Serra, the newly appointed minister of the French Ministry of Magic, here to extend his greetings. Etienne bowed slightly, his voice imbued with a French accent as he spoke clearly. Great Dark Lord, I wish you a Merry Christmas. As he raised his head, the brilliance of his cerulean eyes shimmered beneath his golden bangs. Dumbledore's eyelids flickered, adjusting his glasses. That tone, that expression, how does it seem so familiar? Do you know him? James asked, bewildered. Grindelwald, however, suddenly averted his gaze, his eyes roaming the ceiling and floor, deliberately avoiding the scrutiny of those beside him. Voldemort, rarely displaying mirth, descended the stairs slowly, shaking Etienne's hand. The French Ministry of Magic has finally freed itself from poor leadership. As a representative of the noble, pure-blood families of France, your discerning eye will undoubtedly guide the French magical community to new heights. Etienne grasped Voldemort's hand firmly, his blue eyes curving into a flattering smile. All thanks to your strategic prowess, my lord, he declared with reverence. The Serra family will forever remember this favor. Under your guidance, the French Ministry of Magic will expand its territories for the grand ambitions of the Dark Lord, seeking even greater benefits. Wait, that phrase sounds oddly familiar. Sirius frowned, deep in thought. That's Grindelwald's slogan, for the greater good. Regulus whispered softly. So, he is a saint, Snape observed flatly, concluding that France had, in fact, fallen under Grindelwald's influence, and Voldemort had been deceived. Dumbledore removed his glasses, slowly wiping them with a handkerchief, his voice low. It would indeed be ideal if he were a saint. In the accompanying side story, the peculiar French guest unceremoniously made himself at home in Malfoy Manor. Each day he either eavesdropped on the conversations of the Malfoy brothers or engaged in cryptic banter with Lucius, causing Lucius considerable vexation and annoyance. Even more bizarrely, he had engaged in a magical duel with Voldemort's notebook, showcasing a level of power that deepened Lucius's suspicions. It wasn't until he accompanied the Malfoy brothers to the Hog's Head pub to meet Dumbledore that Lucius began to grasp the nature of his identity. The youthful French minister leaned slightly forward, his tone fervent as if delivering a campaign speech. Etienne Serra, the current helm of the French Ministry of Magic. You may not know me, but I am quite fond of you. You are the person I admire most. You have no idea how much inspiration I've drawn from your teachings for my reform proposals at the ministry. As he spoke, the French youth brushed his hand against Dumbledore's wrist. In an instant, the elderly man's previously gentle demeanor shifted drastically. He swiftly withdrew his hand, his blue eyes, sharp as an eagle's behind his crescent-shaped glasses, fixated intently on the young man before him. Goodness, James gasped in shock. Professor, he just touched your hand? The scene was decidedly unsettling. After all, who would randomly wish to touch the withered hand of an elderly gentleman with a white beard? Dumbledore resumed polishing his glasses, feigning an inability to see clearly. This year's sponsorship fee, please sign. Abraxas pushed the parchment toward Dumbledore, his tone indifferent. Professor Dumbledore, are you in need of money? I have plenty I could share with you, Etienne cheerfully offered. Dumbledore appeared somewhat distracted since their handshake, his signature flowing elegantly across the parchment, which glowed with the blue light of contract magic. Abraxas, handling business matters, stated, very well, see you again at this time next year. As he neatly folded the parchment and turned to leave. Hold on, Abraxas, Dumbledore suddenly interjected, his crescent glasses slipping down his nose, his blue eyes glinting with profound significance behind the lenses. I wish to speak with this French guest alone. Professor, you indeed know him? Why didn't you recognize him earlier? James asked, his face a mask of confusion. Could it be he used Polyjuice Potion? Lupin speculated. But even if he had, surely a mere hand touch wouldn't be enough for recognition, Sirius thought, equally puzzled. Dumbledore cleared his throat discreetly, while Grindelwald's gaze wandered, entirely avoiding the conversation. Lily observed the peculiar behavior of the two elderly men, particularly Grindelwald, who had been quite talkative before but now resembled a closed book. An idea struck her, and she tentatively inquired, is that Frenchman Mr. Grindelwald? Ah, was it that obvious? Grindelwald chuckled heartily. You weren't even trying to hide it. Dumbledore replied with a hint of exasperation. The others finally grasped the situation. No wonder this Frenchman displayed such audacity at both the Dark Lord's manor and Malfoy Manor. It turned out he truly feared no one. In the scene, Lucius became aware of the identity of the Frenchman and cautiously inquired of Abraxas. Did you know his true identity all along? Perhaps, Abraxas replied, his expression unyielding. Before he could finish, he abruptly shifted the topic. I hear you've been frequently staying at the Dark Lord's manor lately? The youth's ears instantly flushed crimson, his hair trembling slightly with his flustered movements. Well, not frequently, it's just to handle some affairs. His defense grew increasingly feeble under his father's scrutinizing gaze, appearing particularly pallid. Look at you. Gallivanting with the Dark Lord every day. Your father is going to spank you, James remarked, relishing the moment. Abraxas observed his son's flushed cheeks with an inscrutable demeanor. Appearance is indeed a weapon. Utilizing one's advantages is perfectly acceptable. However, one must always remember the intention behind its use. If one becomes ensnared by it, that ceases to be the utilization of an advantage and becomes a descent into depravity. What? Wait, is this how you educate children? James was astounded, as if he had heard an outrageous fable. What is this? Sirius scoffed. My parents are preoccupied with how to package me off to Voldemort as a servant. Do not equate the Malfoy family with the Black family, the genuine Lucius interjected, furrowing his brow in rebuttal. We are merely compelled by survival. It is a matter of necessity, not the madness of your family. Just then, a tremendous commotion erupted from within the room, the floor trembling violently as if afflicted by a fever, with plaster cascading down, causing both men to stagger and brace themselves against the wall. A Bufus stormed in, cursing vehemently. You two settle down. If you bring my shop down, I'll make you both work here to repay the debt. The oak door burst open under the combined assault of magic and brute force, plunging the room into silence. Amidst the smoke, two figures stood like statues in confrontation. Dumbledore's white beard was entangled, his crescent-shaped glasses askew on his nose, while the French guest knelt on one knee, his left sleeve entirely torn asunder. The Frenchman smiled knowingly. Dumbledore's magic is indeed as renowned as they say. Thank you for looking after our French guest during this time. Dumbledore's blue eyes turned toward him. You have truly borne a burden. His gaze swept over Sayre's nonchalant profile. Do not forget the promise you made to me. Sayre followed up without even turning his head, casually waving his hand. How did you come to blows? James asked, his face a mask of confusion. Isn't it perfectly normal for a former Dark Lord and the current leader of the White Wizards to clash? They should be lifelong adversaries, Sirius interjected matter-of-factly. Grindelwald immediately protested. What nonsense is this lifelong enmity? I never accepted that notion, yet you all spread it about daily. When I was busy courting, your parents were likely not even a thought. So, this is a case of rekindled romance, where the kindling caught fire. Abraxas raised an eyebrow, his tone laced with mockery. Dumbledore began to cough incessantly, leading one to believe he had contracted dragonpox. Yet Grindelwald remained unfazed, brazenly stating, It's obvious, he told me not to stir trouble. And I only asked for a kiss in return, and before we knew it, we were at each other's throats. Dumbledore could no longer contain himself. If you remain silent, no one will mistake you for a mute. My mouth is my own. I will say whatever I please, Grindelwald retorted. Dumbledore, exasperated, shifted further away from him. Yet Grindelwald promptly followed suit, undeterred. Keep your distance from me, Dumbledore warned, his tone stern. I shan't. I will stay wherever I please. Grindelwald stood his ground. When I return, I will inform the guards at Nurmengard to deny you any fire whiskey. Dumbledore's tone was flat, yet carried an undeniable authority. Oh, do try? I will block you from leaving Nurmengard. Grindelwald remained utterly unconcerned. All around them, the onlookers were left agape, witnessing the two venerable elders trade barbs like schoolchildren. You know what this reminds me of? Sirius leaned closer to James, whispering. What? It's like what Riddle said earlier, that love makes one blind. Now it seems, love might also lower one's intelligence, Sirius mused with a TSK of admiration. After the Christmas holiday, Grindelwald and Abraxas returned to France, while the British Ministry of Magic prepared for a ministerial election, with Voldemort plotting to elevate Lestrange to the ministerial position. Why does the Master favor Lestrange to head the ministry? The man in the shadows slowly lifted his gaze. Is last year's destruction of their underground operations not enough excitement? His voice was languorous. What is it about Lestrange now that displeases you? Lucius blinked. A few days ago, he cornered me in my office and declared I lacked the right to attend meetings, only deserving to kneel like a stray dog. The tremor in his voice, paired with his misty eyes, truly painted a picture of profound grievance. You've truly mastered this tactic, James remarked. Your tone is becoming increasingly refined, Lily added, exasperated. That evening, during a meeting of the Death Eaters, as everyone bowed in unison, the dark-robed leader was seen cradling a bundle of pristine white fluff in his arms. The creature curled into a fluffy ball, occasionally shifting restlessly, shimmering like pearls in the candlelight. Master, is this your new pet? Bellatrix inquired. Voldemort lifted the small creature by its two front legs. The snow-white body instantly elongated into a line of over half a meter, its fluffy tail swaying side to side, with a pink bow at the end jingling merrily. Its damp, black eyes blinked, its pink nose flaring rapidly, revealing tiny, sharp teeth as it opened and closed its mouth. Isn't this your animagus form? James laughed heartily. Evidently, the other Death Eaters also recognized the identity of the white ferret, and no one dared to inquire further about the origins of the small, snowy creature. Thus, When the meeting reached its midpoint, the white ferret brazenly climbed onto Voldemort's shoulder and curled up, falling into a deep slumber, and no one dared to glance askance. After the meeting concluded, Voldemort conjured a pile of soft pillows on the table, then casually tossed the ferret into the mound. The creature stirred groggily, its nose twitching, quickly sensing something amiss, and attempted to burrow deeper into the pillows. However, Voldemort was prepared, seizing its tail's tip. The white creature immediately puffed up, resembling a round ball of fluff. "It appears you can finally take your place at the table," Sirius remarked, drawing closer with a teasing tone. "How adorable it is. What do you intend to do with it?" Lily could no longer contain herself. No girl could resist such a fluffy little being. "I merely wish for it to fulfill its promise," Riddle replied nonchalantly. "Little one, what did you promise today?" Voldemort gazed down at the ferret nestled among the pillows, a wicked smile playing on his lips. The white ferret lay atop the pillows, trembling slightly before abruptly freezing, playing dead. "What exactly did you promise?" Sirius leaned in, chuckling. "I shan't tell you," Yezhi responded. Extra Episode 34, After Graduation. Trying to renege on a promise? He lifted the white weasel's tail, revealing beneath it a plump, glutinous rice dumpling as the gentle tinkling of a bell echoed. The tender, pink pads flailed in a state of panic as it realized it was indecorously exposed beneath the gaze of scarlet-slit pupils. In a flurry, it desperately covered its rear with its front paws, only to inadvertently reveal more of its delicate fur and vulnerable areas. Utterly adorable, Lily was completely enchanted, her eyes sparkling with wonder, unable to tear her gaze away. "I shall buy you one just like it when I return," James eagerly chimed in, his tone laced with eagerness to please. "No buying identical ones," Riddle retorted, clearly displeased. "I see you have taken quite a liking to this form," Voldemort remarked, his fingertips delicately caressing the weasel's tail fur. "In truth, I wouldn't mind if you remained like this. It simply depends on whether you can endure it." The white weasel's ear tufts stood on end, resembling a dandelion gone to seed. With a sense of resignation, he closed his eyes, a shimmering azure aura radiating from him as his slender form rapidly elongated in the light. Before anyone could fully grasp the transformation, the surroundings blurred and shifted rapidly. "I know what you've promised. I knew you wouldn't be up to any good." Sirius crossed his arms, wearing a knowing expression. Indeed, those in love always seem to carry a distinct scent of sourness. As the plot progressed, Bellatrix Lestrange ascended to the position of Minister of Magic as she had desired. Upon taking office, she initiated a thunderous reform, elevating blood purity ideology to unprecedented heights, with pureblood wizards exalted while muggleborns and half-bloods were marginalized, subsequently being ousted from their positions. In no time, the wizarding world was engulfed in a state of anxiety, industries ground to a halt, and the economy plunged into a quagmire of recession. Meanwhile, Lucius's mining company in Australia seized the opportunity to expand, growing ever larger, with an increasing labor shortage. Under his direction, the company unleashed a deluge of recruitment advertisements across Britain and even all of Europe. The text painted a picture of Australia's free and open spirit, promising free passage and accommodation, enticing a multitude of unemployed European wizards to willingly embark on a long journey for meager wages. "Goodness, at this rate, won't I struggle to find employment by the time I graduate?" Lily furrowed her brow, her tone rife with anxiety. "What are you worried about?" "You can work at my family's company," James immediately replied, his tone imbued with unwavering certainty. "But my dream is to join the Ministry of Magic," Lily countered softly, clearly disinterested in a position at a shampoo manufacturing company, her face betraying her reluctance. In such a dire economic climate, they endured for another 2 years, and Snape graduated without hesitation. He promptly joined the Death Eaters and gradually became one of Lucius's closest associates. "Has the Dark Lord made any new demands recently?" Lucius leaned against the weathered doorframe, observing Snape as he stirred the liquid in the cauldron. "Yes," Snape replied, his gaze fixed on the bubbling emerald potion without lifting his eyelids. "I heard Miss Evans lives nearby. How is she faring?" "That is of no concern to me." Snape's voice was cold, though the motion of his wand hesitated for half a second. "I recall she used to enjoy your company. We have severed ties." Snape completed the stirring, tapping his wand against the cauldron's edge twice. "I had hoped that if that incident had not occurred, our relationship might have thawed." Lily shrugged, her tone tinged with an indescribable sadness. "Did you cut ties with Miss Evans because she did not support your joining the Death Eaters?" Lucius inquired. "You know well what the Death Eaters represent. Being too close to her would only drag her down," Snape replied plainly. "Oh, so you distanced yourself out of concern for me?" Lily was taken aback, a flicker of surprise flashing in her eyes as she stepped forward, wondering if it were truly the case. "Severus, why didn't you just tell me directly?" Snape was momentarily speechless, his fingers unconsciously rubbing against his knuckles. He opened his mouth, but uttered not a word. Observing this, James felt a surge of jealousy and interjected petulantly, "They're not even on the same timeline. Who knows what that snot-nosed brat is scheming? How do you know James Potter wouldn't drag her down?" To my knowledge, the Potter family has always been a core member of the Order of the Phoenix. I dare say Miss Evans may have already joined the Order. Snape's grip on the potion spoon faltered. Before he could speak, Lucius suddenly looked up. "Are you blaming me for dragging you down?" "I have indeed blamed you." Snape continued brewing the potion, but later I came to understand that there is no such thing as dragging down. I have always been in this mire. Without you, I would still have walked this path. See, he admits it. No matter what, he would join the Death Eaters. He's just not a good person. James immediately seized upon this, his tone growing agitated. "If you bring her into the Order of the Phoenix, does that make you a good person?" Snape shot him a piercing glance, his voice laced with coldness. If he truly cared for her, he should ensure her safety first. "I believe the choice of which organization I wish to join should be mine alone." Lily's clear voice interrupted their quarrel, standing tall with determination, "If I recall correctly. My grades in Charms class surpass those of both of you. Joining the Order of the Phoenix is undoubtedly my own decision, and no one can sway me." James gazed at Lily with admiration, his irritation evaporating as he found himself magnetically drawn to her, a smile bubbling beneath the surface, utterly captivated. Snape remained silent for a few seconds before letting out a soft sigh, his voice gentle. "Indeed, your choices have always been correct." In the scene, Snape was urgently summoned to leave in haste, and Lucius glanced at the unfinished potion in the cauldron, taking over leisurely to finish it. With nothing else to occupy him, he decided to wander near Snape's home. "He lives in a place like this?" James frowned, surveying the surroundings with disgust. Peeling walls of an old building, uneven cobblestones, litter piled beside a garbage bin, and a musty smell permeating the air. That was the house left by his father, Lily explained about her former friend. This area used to be quite desirable, but it has gradually fallen into disrepair. He had no say in where he was born. After navigating through 2 narrow alleys, the view suddenly opened up, revealing a broad asphalt road stretching into the distance, flanked by neat modern apartment buildings, with a small park at the corner. The lawn meticulously manicured, the slide and swings gleaming, exuding a clean and pleasant ambience. Lucius walked straight to the swings in the park and sat down, swaying leisurely. "What is he doing?" Sirius scratched his head, somewhat perplexed. "That building across is my home." Lily pointed to the nearby apartment. "He probably wants to see me." "So you live here?" James began to scan the area, diligently noting the street signs. "I'll definitely come to visit you next holiday." "What a coincidence, Miss Evans." The Platinum Noble smirked, his eyes curving into an attractive arc. "I never expected to run into you here. Mr. Malfoy, I suspect this is no mere coincidence." Lily crossed her arms, her tone laced with playful sarcasm. "You are deliberately sitting at my doorstep. I simply had to come down to see." "Ah, I do apologize." Lucius exaggeratedly raised his hand to his forehead, tilting his head to gaze at the warm-lit beige apartment across the street. "I had no idea this was your home. It was truly unintentional." He smiled amiably. "It seems my late-night appearance startled you. I sincerely apologize." "You're spinning your usual web of lies again," James commented, but genuinely. "But really, Lily, you've grown more beautiful." Mr. Potter never misses an opportunity to extol his admiration for his beloved. Lily has grown weary of his attention. "You have come to find Severus, Haven to you? How has he been lately?" Lucius swung gently on the swing, the iron chains emitting a monotonous clank in the night. "As usual, he is still concocting potions at home every day." "That's good." The evening breeze caressed the lake's surface, stirring a few strands of Lily's cascading red hair. She gazed at the distant lights of the apartment buildings, her voice tinged with a moonlit melancholy. "Back in school, I often clashed with him due to our house affiliations. In hindsight, I realize I was naively obstinate. Many times, one is merely swept along by circumstances, with little room for choice. I should not have imposed my views upon him." Standing nearby, Snape involuntarily lifted his gaze to Lily. At that moment, she turned her head, offering him a gentle smile. "These past few days, observing the tales of Senior Lucius has taught me to appreciate the Slytherin perspective. In truth, each of us wields but a minuscule influence. Perhaps, fate truly does exist." Snape's lips twitched slightly, as if he wished to articulate something, yet ultimately, no sound emerged, and he silently averted his gaze. "I am preparing to marry James Potter." Lily suddenly shattered the silence, her red hair billowing in the night breeze as she turned to face the platinum aristocrat, tucking a stray lock behind her ear, her features illuminated with a tender glow. "On the 17th of next month, would Mr. Malfoy care to attend my wedding?" "Ah!" James suddenly let out a deafening yell, leaping up in excitement, startling those around him. "What madness is this?" Snape rubbed his aching ears, glaring at him. "Lily is marrying me," James exclaimed, his words tumbling out in a flurry, his limbs flailing uncontrollably. You all used to say that she and I would have children. I thought it was a dream, but now she has said it herself. She is marrying me. I am so thrilled," he shouted, spinning in circles like a monkey possessed. Lily found his display utterly embarrassing, casting him an admonishing glance, though her cheeks betrayed a hint of crimson. "Congratulations. I wish you happiness, but I shall not attend," he said with a touch of self-deprecation. "I fear my presence would turn the wedding into a battlefield." As he spoke, a thought struck him. He rummaged through his belongings, ultimately producing a vial of Felix Felicis, which he had pilfered from Snape's stock. Embarrassed, he handed the crystal vial to Lily Evans, a wedding gift. "I apologize for not having procured something more suitable in advance." Lily's eyes sparkled as her slender fingers delicately cradled the crystal bottle. The clear liquid swirled in the moonlight, the label adorned with a serpentine flourish that read SS, standing out prominently. She chuckled softly. "You didn't just steal this from Severus's home, did you?" "Ahem." So quickly discovered, do not divulge this to him. They exchanged amused glances and shared a laugh. Meanwhile, Snape's expression darkened, his tone laced with frost. "I have long harbored a question. Why do all of you take such delight in pilfering my potions? At home, I am robbed by supposed friends. At school, I am besieged by that unruly bunch of students. Is there something about my belongings that possesses a peculiar allure, compelling others to steal?" Those present, including Yezhi, Lucius, Regulus, and Remus, who had all partaken in such mischief, awkwardly fiddled with their noses. In the backdrop of the wedding, Godric's Hollow lay nestled amidst verdant hills, the twilight casting a honeyed glow over the forest, a gentle mist enveloping the quaintly peaked homes. The familiar scene evoked a sense of nostalgia in the two elder figures present. "I live right here," James exclaimed to Lily, pride evident in his eyes. "Isn't it splendid?" Grindelwald sighed nearby. After all these years, Godric's Hollow remains unchanged. As the sky darkened, the entire path was adorned with festive cheer. Lanterns strung with delicate garlands, each card prominently declaring, "Welcome to our wedding, Lily James." "Ah, today is our wedding day." James's joy radiated from his face, as if he might float away in sheer bliss. The townsfolk, clad in crisply pressed attire, ambled from their homes, converging along the winding cobblestone path toward the little church. At that moment, Lucius abruptly pushed through the door of a nearby tavern, his Death Eater robes starkly contrasting the celebratory atmosphere, clearly not dressed to attend a wedding. "Are you truly here to ruin my wedding?" James seethed, fists clenched in fury. "In truth, this is but a trap set with the wedding as bait," Yezhi remarked coolly. "I cannot help but feel inadequate in the face of such audacity. If only you hadn't drawn me into this." "That sounds like something I would do." James scratched his head. Lucius appeared distracted, evidently reluctant to partake in such bloodshed, as he had not been summoned for previous endeavors of this nature. A faint rustling emanated from the nearby thicket, akin to fabric brushing against branches. Shadows loomed thickly among the trees, hooded Death Eaters silently awaiting, their numbers suggesting a full mobilization. "Is everyone present?" Remus furrowed his brow, quietly inquiring. "Indeed." Yezhi nodded. "Dumbledore will surely come to officiate, and the Dark Lord aims to ensnare all. He just did not anticipate your preparedness. Lily informed you of the wedding date. Did you divulge this to Voldemort?" James fixed him with a piercing gaze, filled with accusation. "Not I, but Wormtail." Yezhi replied bluntly. "Damn it." Sirius cursed softly. "I've already heard of enough of his future misdeeds. Then we must swiftly deal with him." Yezhi stated nonchalantly, as if addressing a trivial matter. James's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at him. "He is our friend. Moreover, he has done nothing wrong. Do you suppose we are like you Death Eaters, willing to kill indiscriminately? But when he was attacking you, he showed no mercy." Snape interjected coldly. "The Dark Lord's resurrection is entirely due to him." James and Sirius exchanged glances, both revealing uncertainty on their faces. "We could compel him to make an unbreakable vow," Lily suggested, "if he is merely cowardice-driven in his betrayal. He will also fear for his life enough to uphold the vow." Yezhi shrugged, appearing indifferent. "This is your affair, you decide." As the melody of the wedding march began to ripple through the air, a thick, inky black mist suddenly descended, abruptly staining the floral-adorned archway a sinister shade. Guest screams pierced the air, shattering the warm atmosphere. A throng of Death Eaters surged into the wedding venue, transforming into swirling columns of black smoke, their bodies entwined with screeching curses. Panic ensued as guests fled, the elegant champagne tower crashing to the ground, shards of crystal and spilled liquid scattering everywhere. Amidst the chaos, Lucius seized the opportunity to blend into the fray. He narrowly dodged a knife aimed at his face, crushing a champagne flute beneath his boot, nearly losing his footing. Maneuvering through the tumult, he edged closer to the church entrance. "What are you doing?" James called out, questioning him. Taking advantage of the confusion, working half-heartedly, Lucius replied. Guya's words were assertive and unembellished. Why can't I see myself? James inquired, peering around, searching through the chaotic crowd. In truth, neither he nor Dumbledore had yet made an appearance. Perhaps they are being kept safe, Lily murmured. A searing red curse grazed Lucius's ear, followed swiftly by a barrage of spells. He pivoted, casting a protective charm, the thunderous clash of magic reverberating painfully through the air. It's me. I'm quite impressive, Sirius exclaimed with exhilaration. His lethal move mirrored that of Bella, as Lucius engaged him in a fierce exchange. At that moment, an invisible ripple erupted from the heavens, and the non-Death Eater guests were tossed about like ants overturned by a colossal hand, staggering under the onslaught of magical force. It's him. He's here. A scream pierced the night. Above, the dark green dark mark writhed incessantly. A figure in flowing black robes hovered above, with Nagini, hissing and coiling around his arm, exuding an oppressive aura that felt almost tangible, causing many guests to buckle at the knees and collapse. The Death Eaters erupted into frenzied cries, transforming the scene into their realm of revelry. Having witnessed Voldemort in romantic entanglements, I found myself surprisingly untroubled by his presence now. James raked his fingers through his hair, his tone oddly lighthearted, especially as he struck poses during battle, in stark contrast to his usual carefree demeanor, which bordered on pretentious. I feel the same way. Regulus quietly concurred. Suddenly, a curse shot skyward, aimed at Voldemort, only to be effortlessly dispelled by him. An eerie silence enveloped the battlefield, every gaze following the dissipating traces of magic towards the figure in the northwestern corner, leaning on a cane. Alastair Moody stood crookedly amidst the ruins, his perpetually open magical eye spinning rapidly. "Ah, Moody, my old friend," Dumbledore softly remarked. "He hadn't yet lost his leg in my time. After you departed." Moody led the Order of the Phoenix in its continued fight against Voldemort until his passing last summer, Lupin added. "He was a man who abhorred evil," Dumbledore mused. "I always placed my utmost trust in him." Lucius, sensing the dire turn of events, sought to discreetly withdraw but found it too late. The oak doors of the church behind him exploded, and Dumbledore's white magic surged forth like a tide, instantly sweeping the surroundings. Voldemort caught sight of Dumbledore and swooped down. The killing curse clashed violently with the shimmering shield charm, a blinding flash of lightning erupting from their collision, transforming the entire area into a hellscape of magic. Lucius attempted to find an opportunity to escape, yet Sirius clung to him tenaciously. In the midst of their struggle, a disarming curse suddenly struck him, and Sirius seized the chance to render him unconscious. "I finally made my entrance," James shouted with enthusiasm. "It seems you all prefer 2 against 1. And you take great pride in it," Snape mocked. "Is this not a battle?" Sirius retorted. "Should I bow to him first? By that logic, your unauthorized use of magic against me at school was also a form of battle?" Snape feigned realization. "It appears you are perpetually in combat. Though I wonder what you are truly fighting against. Your own foolishness, perhaps?" His final words were delivered in a smooth, languid tone, laced with provocation. "You," Sirius seethed, nearly lunging forward, but Lupin swiftly restrained him, urging calm. "Be careful not to transform into a dog." Snape regarded Sirius with a growing disdain. "With so many chaotic dark wizards to confront, yet you do not charge at the Dark Lord right before you, but instead pursue someone clearly slacking off. I had thought you were deliberately avoiding confrontation." Unable to contain himself, Sirius snapped. "You cowardly sniveler. Where have you been hiding?" In a flash of white light, he found himself replaced by a Pomeranian barking furiously at nothing. In an instant, another flash of white light appeared, and a muzzle materialized around the dog's mouth. Silence enveloped the world. Only then did Snape, satisfied, close his mouth. Regulus stepped forward, resigned, and picked up his brother, who had transformed into a dog for the 3rd time. Lucius was confined in the dungeons of Hogwarts. "You mean to tell me the Order of the Phoenix has its headquarters in Hogwarts?" Abeth suddenly interjected, scanning the surroundings. "This dungeon's location must be right next to the Slytherin common room." Then, Dumbledore quickly clarified, "In truth, we rarely bring prisoners here. So, my son has been sleeping just a wall away from several Death Eaters for the past 7 years?" Abeth nodded, his tone calm yet resolute. "Next year's funding will be halved." "Oh, please don't do that," Dumbledore quickly replied. "As if I care about your money," Grindelwald interjected, grasping Dumbledore's hand with fervor. "I have wealth to spare. All of it is yours." Dumbledore forcefully withdrew his hand, rubbing his forehead in exasperation. In the dungeon, Lucius handled the 2 freshly graduated Gryffindors with ease, leading them in circles. "I did not join the Death Eaters," Lucius stated nonchalantly. "What? You're still lying. We caught you red-handed," Sirius exclaimed, hopping with frustration. Lucius leisurely rolled up his left sleeve, revealing a smooth forearm. Sirius's wand clattered against the stone floor. "Impossible. You were clearly wearing Death Eater robes." The two recent graduates were evidently far easier to deceive than the German wizards, their eyes wide with disbelief as they gazed at him. Then why were you at the wedding? And why were you fighting me? Sirius pressed. What an injustice. Lucius spread his hands in feigned innocence. I was merely passing through, wanting to join in the festivities. Who knew I would stumble upon a throng of people in black cloaks hurling curses? I was terrified, and when Sirius yelled for the Death Eaters to die, I couldn't just stand there and take a beating, could I? James's lips twitched, but before he could speak, Sirius relentlessly pursued. Then what about the black robes you were wearing? They looked exactly like Death Eater attire. Lucius blinked innocently. At first, I thought it was some Halloween event or something. I couldn't very well be the odd one out, could I? So, when Dumbledore hurriedly arrived in the dungeon, the platinum aristocrat lay languidly upon a stone bed draped with Persian velvet. James and Sirius stood by the platinum aristocrat like house elves, the former pouring amber-hued tea from a silver pot, while the latter meticulously sliced a strawberry cake into perfect diamonds. I'm not saying this, James, but don't you find his excuse utterly ridiculous? Lily questioned, her face a picture of incredulity. James, clearly struggling to accept how foolish he appeared, flushed and retorted. How could I possibly believe that? This is a blatant smear against me. Snape interjected coolly from the side, his tone dripping with his usual sarcasm. I find it quite believable. From an observer's perspective, you both seem perpetually foolish and impulsive. The viewing experience, a side story featuring the Black brothers, saw Dumbledore personally descend into the dungeon to impart a heartfelt lecture to Lucius. Lucius, going along with the charade, played the part of the tragic figure trapped in darkness yearning for the light. After reclaiming his wand, he comfortably settled down to await Voldemort's return the following day. After the headmaster bared his soul to you, you remained utterly unmoved? James, witnessing the nonchalant manner in which he fell asleep, felt an irritable surge within him. You truly have no conscience. The surrounding Slytherins cast him incredulous glances, as if he were a fool. What kind of look is that? James furrowed his brow, his tone increasingly displeased. He finally comprehended the reason why the Order of the Phoenix only recruited students from Gryffindor. The genuine Lucius leisurely spoke. The headmaster's rhetoric will only incite disdain among Slytherins. Grindelwald scoffed, I understand. You nobles simply cannot be made to listen unless you are brought to your knees. You. Lucius's expression contorted in an instant. To be honest, when Professor Dumbledore imposed his moral authority upon me, I felt nothing particularly striking, Guyi, as the party involved interjected to ease the tension. People are accustomed to standing in their own positions to play their roles. The headmaster possesses a noble character. He would never force my allegiance, but rather attempts to probe indirectly. I can comprehend that, and I have taken advantage of his benevolence, never providing a definitive answer. In my view, this game has reached a stalemate. In the depths of the dungeon, a faint rustling sound emerged at midnight. Lucius immediately raised his wand, causing the bed linens to vanish in an instant. He deftly concealed his wand within his sleeve and tousled his hair, creating the appearance of someone just roused from slumber. In the next moment, the torches on the walls blazed to life, casting an orange glow across the stone walls, and Regulus's figure suddenly appeared at the dungeon door. Senior Malfoy. The boy's exclamation trembled with disbelief. He lunged toward the metal bars. Observing this scene, Regulus himself displayed a flicker of surprise, not expecting to see such a version of himself in the dungeon. Wait, the door wasn't locked just now, was it? James interjected suddenly. As the boy was about to push the door open, Lucius rushed forward, pressing his body against the cold iron gate, forcefully holding it shut while grasping the boy's hand. Regulus, what are you doing here? Senior Malfoy, I've come to rescue you. Regulus whispered, I heard you have a compact animagus form. I can conceal you in my pocket and take you out. This plan was far too reckless and utterly unwise. The adult Regulus calmly assessed, knowing that such actions under the watchful eyes of the Order would undoubtedly lead to their discovery. This idea isn't your own, is it? Lucius gripped the boy's wrist through the iron bars. It's far too dangerous. The Order's spies are everywhere in Hogwarts. You must leave. Don't put yourself at risk for my sake. Before he could finish, a sinister voice shattered the stillness of the dungeon. It's already too late. Neither of you is leaving today. Sirius Black's silhouette loomed in the flickering torchlight, his wand aimed directly at the two. His eyes blazed with an inferno of rage, as if he were on the verge of consuming them both. Lucius Malfoy, you cunning fox, you've finally revealed your true self. This little Death Eater has risked coming to save you. What justification do you have left? The authentic Lucius rubbed his ears, finding the noise unbearable. The one outside the story had finally quieted down, while the one inside began to shout again. The Pomeranian in Regulus's arms growled ominously in its throat. Sirius Black, one must speak with evidence. Regulus is my junior. He merely noticed something amiss in the dungeon and came to check out of camaraderie. Lucius in the dungeon spoke calmly. Stop feigning innocence. Sirius took a step forward, the ethereal blue light at the tip of his wand illuminating his twisted visage. Am I not aware of his identity? With a swift movement, Sirius's wand traced a fierce arc in the air, sending the unsuspecting Regulus flying like a kite with its string severed. The boy's head struck the protruding stones, blood instantly trickling down his pale cheek, creating a shocking stain on the ground. Ah, Sirius, how could you treat your brother like this? Lily exclaimed in disapproval. The Pomeranian in her arms suddenly appeared very guilty, gently nudging its furry head against Regulus's cheek. It is only natural for a brother to discipline his sibling, Sirius stated, his wand angled towards the ground. Have you not already forsaken your identity as a black? Regulus, gripping his wand and leaning against the wall, stood up. What gives you the right to claim brotherhood now? He glared fiercely at his sibling. Wiping the blood from his face, his voice hoarse yet resolute. I have no brother like you. Disloyal and unfilial. Evading responsibility. Abandoning family. Lacking integrity. The Pomeranian was utterly stunned. This time, it was Regulus who felt awkward, vigorously rubbing the dog's head, quietly explaining, I suppose I was just angry when I said that. In truth, I have always liked my brother. But immediately after, Sirius's furious voice resonated. I also have no brother like you. Ignorant and cowardly. Aiding the wicked. Unable to distinguish right from wrong. I do not need a family that only seeks to sell itself for glory. The Pomeranian immediately began to frantically burrow into Regulus's embrace, nuzzling his neck, as if desperately trying to express its sincerity. Regulus sighed in resignation. All right. I suppose we're even now. The two brothers in the scene began to fight in the dungeon, or rather, it was Sirius unilaterally pummeling his brother. As Regulus's prowess in combat paled in comparison to Sirius's. As Regulus was knocked to the ground, Sirius showed no mercy, bringing his wand down with each strike like a whip against Regulus's form. Regulus had lost the capacity to resist, curled up on the floor, convulsing under the lashes. Muffled groans escaping his throat. Sirius was taking things too far. Remus couldn't help but remark. This is abuse. Lily exclaimed in anger. If Regulus never forgives you, I would completely understand. Lucius in the dungeon growled. Is abusing your own brother what you call justice? Sirius, in my eyes, compared to your brother, you are merely a selfish and dissolute waste. Sirius turned to him in a fury, casting a spell that struck Yezhi's fingers gripping the iron door like a lightning bolt. The excruciating pain erupted instantly, and Lucius recoiled with a muffled groan. Deep purple welts appearing on his pale skin. Sirius's wand hand froze in midair. He hadn't expected to hit him, feeling somewhat at a loss, and paused his actions. I once envied your fearlessness, Sirius Black, Lucius stated, pressing down on his trembling fingers, looking at him with a hoarse voice. You could effortlessly sever familial ties, charging towards so-called justice without a glance back. Those curses, disownments, and breakages seemed inconsequential to you. It appears you are never afraid of anything. He suddenly chuckled softly, a hint of self-deprecation lacing his laughter. But I have always been afraid. Afraid of making mistakes, of facing punishment, of having my family branded as traitors, of waking up one day to find myself a corpse in the Thames. I have lived like walking on thin ice, every step taken with caution. As he spoke, he raised his head, his eyes ablaze with a cold light. But eventually, I ceased to be afraid, and finally understood that courage is never born of fearlessness, but rather the willingness to pay a price. The price you pay is family, while I pay with myself. Hence, I no longer admire you. I look down upon you. Suddenly, a round of applause erupted from the side. Grindelwald lowered his hand, approvingly remarking, well said, lad. He tapped his fingertips against the armrest of his chair, his tone imbued with the clarity of someone who has been through it all. Often, those who appear fearless are merely ignorant. In this world, where exists a choice devoid of cost, when an individual begins to hesitate and is filled with trepidation, it may not simply be a sign of weakness. Rather, it indicates that they have come to cherish something more significant than themselves, something they find difficult to relinquish. At this, Dumbledore chuckled lightly, his gaze resting upon him. I never anticipated hearing such words from you, Gellert. I had always believed you to be one who knows not the meaning of fear. Grindelwald met his gaze, a tumult of emotions swirling in his eyes, ultimately manifesting as a soft sigh. When it comes to courage, you surpass me by far. Lily, observing the exchange between the two, softly remarked, what is most enchanting in love is the mutual understanding and appreciation. In the scene, Sirius was once again shouting in despair. You know nothing. You have no idea how malevolent that family is. How vile. You cannot fathom how they treated me. On what grounds do you speak to me thus, Malfoy? He trembled, tears streaming down his cheeks involuntarily. They all deserve to die. They all deserve to perish. I want them dead. His voice rang out, a portrait of both madness and sorrow. The adult Regulus, cradling his dog, exhaled deeply, his eyes swirling with complex emotions. Meanwhile, the youthful Regulus in the dungeon choked back sobs. "But I have always supported you. I have been waiting for you." The words faltered through his tears. "Yet you left without a glance back. Why did you abandon me, leaving me alone? Do you wish for my demise as well?" "No, I do not," Sirius stammered, extending a trembling hand, only to freeze midair. "It was my folly to think you would hate me." Before the last syllable was uttered, the two were enveloped in a tight embrace amidst the swirling dust, their long-repressed cries shattering the night, tears cleansing their wounds along with the unspoken regrets and concerns. All present stood in stunned silence. Perhaps the Black family possessed their own unique form of communication. Snape raised an eyebrow. The iron bars emitted a faint sound, and the young Lupin was leaning against them, seemingly unaware of when he had arrived. "The two brothers have not spoken properly for several years," he noted. Lucius replied coolly. "The world is never merely a black and white chessboard. Not all adversaries deserve obliteration, nor does divergence from family equate to justice. Sirius's actions are ultimately too extreme. In the twisted environment of the Black family, only the sharpest edges can protect one's true self." "You seem to understand him well," Lucius remarked, turning his gaze. "I am akin to him," Lupin replied with a self-deprecating smile, a somber light gleaming in his eyes. "A discarded pawn, stripped of my name by family. A werewolf viewed as a monster by society. We are both forsaken by this world." He gazed into the night beyond the bars, his voice mingling with the night breeze. "Look at those normal people. Their paths are already paved, while we must navigate our way through darkness." James, feeling a surge of warmth, clapped a reassuring hand on Lupin's shoulder. "Brother, do not be so pessimistic. It is but a furry little problem." Lupin, now with a few strands of white in his hair, looked at his youthful friend, a gentle smile gracing his face. "Whether at school or in the Order, everyone has treated me kindly. But the outside world is different. Werewolves are not regarded as human, unable to find employment or reside in wizarding towns. Treated like refuse and pushed around." His voice softened, imbued with genuine gratitude. "I truly thank you, James and Sirius. It is your acceptance and companionship that afforded me a period of solid happiness during my school years." As he spoke, he opened his arms wide, embracing James tightly. Regulus's Pomeranian, too, nimbly leapt down, joyfully circling the two, its tail wagging like a flower in bloom. Lupin bent down to gather the little dog into his arms. The three friends enveloped in a warm embrace, their spirits lifted. Snape displayed a grimace, a cold snort escaping his lips. In the side story of the viewing experience, Lupin heard Snape's icy scoff, turning first to him and then to Dumbledore, his face overtaken by profound shame. The headmaster had initially appointed him as the year leader, hoping he would restrain James and Sirius. His voice faltered, "But I am a thorough coward. I feared losing my friends. I knew they committed many wrongs. Yet I lacked the courage to intervene. I was terrified they would tire of me, withdraw their benevolent acceptance and care. I am sorry, Severus." Later, while working with the Order, I was constantly preoccupied with the desire to make amends. Snape issued another cold snort, his tone laced with ice. "No need." Yezhi pondered for a moment before speaking. "I recall that after Professor Snape killed Headmaster Dumbledore, suspicion arose within the Order. Yet only Professor Lupin chose to believe he remained within their ranks." "What?" Grindelwald abruptly turned to fixate on Snape, his eyes ablaze with a fierce light. "You killed Albus?" Snape's complexion drained of color, becoming as pale as a sheet. Nearly everyone around him wore expressions of disbelief, their gazes converging upon him, laden with shock, confusion, and scrutiny. Trapped in the center of this multitude of stares, Snape clenched his jaw tightly, his throat working to articulate a defense. Yet he remained silent. Yezhi raised an eyebrow, his tone unapologetic. "Ah, my apologies. I assumed you were already privy to this information." He turned to Lupin. "Professor Lupin, you arrived in 1997, correct?" Lupin offered a bitter smile, explaining, "I did not disclose this to them. I always believed that Severus must have had compelling reasons. However, I found no evidence before coming here and did not wish for them to misunderstand him unnecessarily. It was Dumbledore himself who ordered him to carry out the act." Yezhi nodded. "You have indeed wronged him." Upon hearing this, the crowd's gaze once again shifted to Dumbledore, filled with astonishment. Yet Dumbledore remained cheerful, a look of feigned innocence on his face. "I knew nothing." He had succumbed to the curse placed upon the resurrection stone by Voldemort. Grindelwald's eyes widened in shock. The resurrection stone, leaving him with but a year to live. He utilized that year to arrange subsequent matters and then instructed Snape to kill him, thereby solidifying his position among the Death Eaters to facilitate greater assistance to the Order. Yezhi recounted the circumstances of Dumbledore's demise in one breath, simultaneously exonerating Snape. The information was overwhelming. James cradled his head, feeling dizzy. "Thank goodness the true Voldemort is no longer here," Otherwise, he would have learned everything. Lily remarked. Wait. Voldemort was here before? Yezhi's surprise was palpable. Where is he now? All eyes turned toward Riddle. James pointed. He became him. Riddle languidly tapped his temple. Oh, you mean that irascible fire lizard? He shrugged nonchalantly. I locked him up in my head, preventing him from causing any mischief. Then he must have heard everything. James sprang to his feet, his voice cracking. How many secrets did we just discuss? The Order's plans, and the matters regarding Albus. Riddle leisurely raised his hands, and the fiery lizard appeared in his palm. He dangled its slender tail in the air, the little creature flailing in his grasp, yet unable to escape. Isn't this simple? He tilted his head in contemplation, a glimmer of mischief flashing in his eyes. Before I let him out, I could just make him forget everything, couldn't I? The fire lizard seemed to comprehend his words, suddenly arching its back, emitting a hissing threat from its throat, and opened its mouth to unleash sparks. Riddle, swift and agile, deftly flicked his wrist, unleashing a stream of pure, crystalline water that accurately surged down the creature's throat. The fire lizard, taken by surprise, gasped and rolled its eyes in distress, its claws flailing futilely as the sparks within its mouth extinguished, leaving only a series of awkward coughs. Yezhi, observing this scene, suddenly appeared to recollect something, his expression shifting dramatically, a suspicious flush creeping up to his ears. He grasped the hem of Riddle's robe, his voice barely above a whisper. He couldn't have seen what transpired last night, could he? Rest assured, Riddle replied, casually toying with the now-dazed fire lizard, winking at him. I rendered it unconscious long before. Yezhi exhaled in relief, and the viewing continued. How's the negotiation progressing? Lucius inquired from within the dungeon. We intend to use you as leverage to force Lestrange to step down, subsequently conducting a fair election for the new Minister of Magic. We have yet to receive a response from Voldemort. Have you considered that such a fair election might not be fair at all? The Dark Lord could easily install another Death Eater in the position. Lucius frowned as he spoke. Lupin suddenly chuckled softly, his gaze laden with meaning. Who do you think Voldemort would most likely position as Minister of Magic in a fair election? Ah, James exclaimed, clapping his hands as if struck by inspiration. With your good reputation now, you would undoubtedly be the chosen one. Regulus interjected. If they exploit this opportunity to compel Senior Lucius to make an unbreakable vow, even if he ascends to power, he would be obligated to assist the Order of the Phoenix. In truth, Dumbledore, the headmaster, was a man of principle who scorned such tactics. Yezhi interjected at an opportune moment, his tone laced with admiration. He did nothing, yet he allowed me to return. As his words faded, the scene abruptly shifted. On the bustling Muggle street, during the morning rush hour, cars and pedestrians jostled for space. A tall man, pushing an enormous suitcase, sauntered leisurely along. This man was extraordinarily handsome, clad in a British-style trench coat that accentuated his graceful stride and distinguished demeanor. It was Voldemort. James recognized him immediately. Yet confusion soon followed. Where was Malfoy? Before he could finish his thought, the suitcase emitted a series of peculiar sounds. Voldemort halted, bending down to gently pat the suitcase lid, even shushing it as if to soothe its contents. Is it an animal inside? Lily furrowed her brow, perplexed. The suitcase quieted momentarily before erupting into commotion once more. Voldemort attempted to calm it again, but upon seeing no results, he chose to ignore it and continued pushing forward. Such commotion, could it be a large creature? James speculated. We have consistently followed Senior Lucius throughout this scene, Regulus said thoughtfully. There must be something to do with him in this scenario. Grindelwald scoffed quietly, his tone tinged with mockery. Your esteemed senior is indeed within that suitcase. What? The group of young men turned in disbelief toward the nondescript suitcase. The strange noises emanating from within were evidently unnoticed by the surrounding pedestrians, who paid no heed, clearly under the influence of Voldemort's concealment charm. He even seemed to do so deliberately, bumping the suitcase along the uneven cobblestones, creating a rhythmic thud. Eventually, the occupant within appeared to tire from the jostling. Ceasing their struggles. How malicious of you, James remarked, glancing at Riddle. Voldemort maneuvered the suitcase from the main road into a narrow alley, then onto a woodland path, before waving his hand to disperse the surrounding enchantments and fog, entering a foreboding and grand manner, his Dark Lord estate. He levitated the suitcase into the bedroom and opened the lid. Indeed, Lucius was curled up inside, his eyes covered with a black cloth, a gag stuffed in his mouth, and his hands bound behind him. The interior of the suitcase was lined with soft fabric, presumably to prevent injury, but it evidently caused him discomfort, drenched in sweat. His platinum hair disheveled around him, a few strands clinging to his flushed cheeks. He was panting heavily, a pitiful sight. Riddle shook the fire lizard in his hand, proudly exclaiming, "Isn't my wife just splendid?" The lizard, disoriented from the shaking, rolled its eyes in response. In the scene, Voldemort admired Lucius's disheveled appearance for a moment before lifting him from the suitcase and casually tossing him onto the bed. Lucius gasped, startled by the sudden movement. Voldemort, however, wore a look of delight, reaching into Lucius's garments, his fingers brushing lightly against his waist. Lucius stiffened in fear, abruptly lifting his leg to kick at the villain, only to have his ankle seized by a hand as strong as iron. Muffled sounds escaped his gagged mouth as his calf was forcefully pressed down, his knee sinking heavily into the mattress. The scene abruptly blurred, as if fast-forwarded. "How can you all behave so shamelessly?" James muttered under his breath. As clarity returned, they found themselves in the Dark Lord's manor bathhouse. Amidst the hazy steam, two men reclined intimately in the bath, their naked forms entwined. Though much of their skin was submerged, the bubbles and ripples obscured their figures. The closeness of their bodies and the satisfaction evident on their faces caused the young onlookers to flush crimson. "Why are you still so cozy together?" Lily exclaimed, her cheeks aflame as she shyly raised her hand to shield her eyes, though her fingers inadvertently parted, allowing her to steal glances. On the silver tray beside the bath, 2 glasses of red wine sat empty, save for a shallow layer of deep crimson liquid clinging to the bottoms, casting an air of suggestiveness amidst the surrounding mist. "Have the rabble of the Order of the Phoenix been bothering you these past few days?" Voldemort queried. Lucius instinctively glanced at his right hand, where faint bruises marred his pale skin at the joints of his fingers. Voldemort grasped his fingers, inspecting them closely. "Did they hurt you?" His hoarse inquiry dripped with chilling anger, the crimson slits of his eyes gleaming ominously in the dim light. Lucius withdrew his hand. "It was just a careless blow from Sirius. It's nearly healed." Voldemort seized his hand once more, bringing it to his lips to caress. "Next time, I will ensure he pays with his entire arm." Little Pomfrey shrank back, while Regulus, observing, gently patted his brother's head. "Do you know what I exchanged for your return? I heard they want to force Lestrange out. Why do you tell him everything?" James couldn't help but furrow his brow in perplexity. Snape, who had been squinting, suddenly spoke, his gaze sharp as he focused on Lucius's eyes in the scene. "He has been given Veritaserum." "What?" The others gasped in shock, their expressions turning tense. "I truly cannot comprehend how you could develop feelings for such a terrifying villain." James turned to Yezhi, his expression one of utter confusion. Riddle immediately bristled, glaring fiercely at James, his voice laced with irritation. "What business is it of yours?" Viewing experience extra 38. "I love you." In the vast bath, shrouded in steam, Voldemort embraced Lucius, his pale fingers gently resting against the side of his neck, his raspy voice whispering in his ear. "Was it you who proposed this exchange?" Lucius's spine stiffened suddenly, the color draining from his face. He had clearly grasped the gravity of his predicament, having been administered Veritaserum. His lashes trembled with anxiety as he softly uttered, "No." Jealousy creeps like a silent vine, subtly entwining itself within the humid air. He had clearly been the one to initiate the request to retrieve Senior Lucius, so why now resort to secretly administering Veritaserum to pose such questions? Lily furrowed her brow, her tone suffused with perplexity. Lupin explained in a low voice. Once captured, he could become a pivotal point for seduction. Voldemort harbors suspicions about him. The Dark Lord's inherent distrust is ingrained to the core. Regulus interjected, his gaze fixed intently on the figure in the bath. His concern for Senior Lucius was genuine. Yet his innate suspicion compelled him to doubt the possibility of betrayal. The genuine Lucius shook his head. "What you are discussing merely grazes the surface. The crux lies in who stands to gain the most from this situation. That individual is the most suspect. Should a fair election for the new minister occur, the Dark Lord would have no choice but to elevate him to that position, thus rendering him the prime suspect in Voldemort's eyes, a notion entirely reasonable." A fleeting silence enveloped the bath, the swirling steam obscuring the contours of both figures. After a moment, Voldemort's chilling voice pierced the stillness once more, laced with a barely perceptible tension. "Do you love me?" Lucius was utterly taken aback, his pupils contracting in surprise. The question was so abrupt, it transcended all his expectations. The onlookers were equally stunned, the air around them seemingly suspended. "Tom, I never imagined you would ponder the nature of love," came Dumbledore's voice, imbued with a complex lament, his blue-gray eyes brimming with emotion. James let out a low whistle, a hint of knowing mockery in his tone. "When you use Veritaserum, and the first thing you ask is this question, brother, you are already ensnared." In the scene, Lucius's lips trembled, fear evident of the answer he was about to utter. Grindelwald observed him with a raised brow, his voice tinged with amusement. "Your reaction? Do you not believe you love him, or are you afraid he will discover your feelings?" Yezhi seemed oblivious to this remark, ignoring him. "Love," Lucius's voice was as soft as a sigh, yet resounded clearly in the misty bathroom, tinged with a tremor even he was unaware of. A collective sigh escaped the onlookers, their faces reflecting a profound sense of witnessing a historical moment, their gazes softening. Yezhi's lips twitched slightly, clearly struggling to adapt to the unfolding drama. Riddle cupped his face with both hands, unconsciously pressing a fire lizard against his cheek, causing it to stick out its tongue as he exclaimed with glee and excitement. "This is the first time my dear has confessed to me. I will never forget this moment." Yet, Lucius, the one who uttered this confession, seemed as if paralyzed by a binding curse, his entire being frozen, his expression vacant with the terror of his own answer. Grindelwald, observing this, smirked knowingly. "So you are unaware of your love for him. How intriguing. What do you mean you don't know you love me?" Riddle abruptly turned, grasping Yezhi's arm, his tone filled with grievance and confusion. "How could you not know you love me?" Yezhi lazily glanced at him, his tone flat, yet piercingly sharp. "That's still better than you. You didn't love me at all back then." "Impossible," Riddle instinctively retorted. Yet as he spoke halfway, seemingly recalling subsequent events, his voice faltered, the words caught in his throat, his expression stiffening. Yezhi shot him a sidelong glance, letting out a cold snort. "Have you ever betrayed me?" Voldemort's breath brushed against Lucius's ear, his gentle tone laced with a chilling edge. The onlookers held their breath, tension mounting. "This is bad. Why ask this all of a sudden? Weren't you just pleased with the confession?" Lily covered her mouth, her voice thick with fear. "Surely he wouldn't kill Senior Lucius?" "Clearly not. I am still sitting here." Yezhi's tone was flat as he reminded them. In the bath, the youthful Lucius bit down on his jaw, his lips pressed into a pale line. Even the corners of his eyes tinged with tension. He dared not look at Voldemort, trembling as he shut his eyes tightly, shaking his head desperately as though that would allow him to evade the piercing question. In the next instant, Voldemort's cold lips descended with an irresistible aggression, prying open his tightly shut mouth. The tongue forcefully swept through, reducing all resistance to a broken whimper, rippling through the humid steam. As the kiss ended, Lucius felt utterly drained, slumping into Voldemort's embrace, delicate eyelashes adorned with fine droplets of mist, his pale lips slightly parted, breaths quick and unsteady. Just as the onlookers believed this interrogation would conclude, ready to exhale in relief, that hoarse question echoed once more, hauntingly entwined with their hearts. "Have you ever betrayed me? This is ridiculous. It's toxic." James couldn't help but exclaim. "Riddle, are you insane? Who feeds their lover Veritaserum and then asks if they betrayed them? I'm truly baffled. Why on earth would someone like you have a partner? It's utterly unbelievable." Strangely, this time Riddle did not react as he usually would, engaging in a verbal spat with James. Instead, he stood there, eyes glazed, staring into the void as if lost in thought, pondering something intensely. Yezhi glanced at him, a smirk playing on his lips. In the scene, Lucius, under the influence of Veritaserum, struggled to respond. "Master, my body and soul belong to you. You possess all of me. Before you, I am nothing. My body and soul will never betray you." "How can this be? Didn't he just take Veritaserum?" James frowned, confusion etched across his face. "Very clever," Grindelwald chuckled softly, applauding Lucius, having just recognized his true feelings. He immediately leveraged this insight to firmly frame betrayal within the realm of love. Thus, it was not a lie in any sense. Quick-witted, meticulous, bold yet attentive, truly. "I believe he is unworthy of you. Thank you for the compliment. Worthiness does not require external validation." Yezhi smiled faintly in response. Voldemort was clearly shaken by this confession, his crimson eyes locked onto the one in his arms, a tumultuous surge of possessiveness and satisfaction bubbling within him, nearly spilling over. A nearly greedy contentment graced his face, his long arms tightening around Lucius as if to crush their very bones together, merging them into one. "If it weren't for the Veritaserum, would you have ever uttered these words to me?" Lucius quietly exhaled, gazing at Voldemort's rare display of vulnerability, his eyes drifting to the remnants of wine on the table. With a tentative quiver in his voice, he ventured, "Then do you love me?" Voldemort's gaze bore into him, his scarlet pupils flickering with an unusual hint of confusion. "I do not know." "Ah." Voldemort also drank Veritaserum. Lily suddenly realized, her voice laced with astonishment. "He cannot lie either. So he genuinely does not know if he loves him." James furrowed his brow, an expression akin to toothache crossing his face. The others cast sympathetic glances at Yezhi, who would not feel disheartened upon receiving such a response after a heartfelt confession. Yet Yezhi bore no displeasure. Rather, he poked Riddle playfully on the back of the head, nudging him incrementally, lost in thought for so long. "Have you figured out how to wriggle your way out of this?" Riddle jolted, snapping back to reality. He seemed to have pondered for quite some time, taking a deep breath before launching into a rapid and fluid discourse, his tone exaggeratedly emphatic as he declared with righteous fervor, "Allow me to explain, my dear. What I meant by that statement was nothing less than an expression of love for you. It is the absolute truth. The heavens and the earth bear witness. It is entirely my fault for being inept at articulating my feelings, for my irresponsible parents failing to set a proper example, for the heartless teachers and classmates at the orphanage being overly harsh on me, and for my own foolishness, akin to that of a dim-witted fire lizard, slicing through my own thoughts. As he spoke, he shook the fire lizard in his hand, provoking the little creature to angrily open its mouth to bite him, only to be restrained by his 2 fingers pinching its mouth shut. In summary, my love for you is genuine, deep indeed. It's just that I lack the words to express it, dear. No sooner had he finished speaking than he fell to his knees before Yezhi, tightly embracing his legs, his restless hands seizing the opportunity to caress his lover's thighs. Yezhi merely nodded indifferently. After all that contemplation, this is the best you could come up with? Riddle's alarm bells rang immediately, and he hurriedly added, I haven't finished yet. I've improved. I can express myself now, thanks to my father's influence. At this, Dumbledore and Grindelwald exchanged uncomfortable coughs. And also thanks to my darling, who grew up alongside me. I love you, my dear. No one can change that. If you are willing to listen, I could say it 1,000 times. I love you. 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 Enough, enough, Yezhi interjected, rubbing his flushed ears, which were now tinged with a faint pink hue. I have heard more than enough. All right, Riddle exclaimed, his face lighting up as he sprang to his feet, rising on tiptoe to plant a kiss on Yezhi's chin. The onlookers, who initially felt sympathy for Yezhi, were now overwhelmed by the saccharine stench of their unabashed romance, turning away disinterestedly to avoid witnessing the couple's affectionate display. In stark contrast to the self-satisfied Yezhi, Lucius appeared particularly despondent in the scene. Eager to shift the subject, he casually inquired, What is your favorite thing? You, came the swift and decisive response, devoid of hesitation. Voldemort pulled him closer, his hot breath whispering in his ear, laced with unmistakable possessiveness. Lucius widened his eyes in surprise. What? You are my favorite thing, Voldemort asserted, pressing him firmly into his embrace, resting his chin atop Lucius's head, his tone revealing a childlike stubbornness akin to proclaiming a cherished treasure. Riddle interjected, Let me clarify. What he means is, I love you, dear. I truly believe you never understood love before, James remarked, unabashedly teasing. But, I am a person, Lucius murmured, blinking vigorously as he tilted his head back, desperately suppressing the moisture threatening to spill from his eyes. Master, what is your dream? To rule the world, to have everyone grovel at my feet, Voldemort replied, his eyes igniting with a mad flame, his arms tightening around Lucius as if he were the most fragile piece of glass in existence. And if you had to choose between me and ruling the world, you belong to the world, and the world belongs to me. Voldemort pressed a gentle kiss to the top of his head, his voice deep and authoritative. This has never been a matter of choice. Riddle's fire lizard nodded in satisfaction, only to be seized by the neck. What are you nodding for? I am different from you. He then turned to Yezhi, flattering him. What kind of complete world would it be without a wife? I would undoubtedly choose my darling wife. Lily pondered. I finally grasp a bit of what Senior Lucius is about. It's that kind of love that makes one feel as if they are the only one in the whole world, which is quite charming. Yezhi felt that Lily might have mistaken it for a melodramatic soap opera. Subsequently, the contest for the position of Minister of Magic formally commenced. With Dumbledore's intentional retreat and the full support of the Death Eaters, Lucius Malfoy was elected without contest as the next Minister of Magic. However, as Minister Malfoy stepped off the stage to accept the congratulations of the crowd, a large hand seized the back of his neck. He was abruptly pressed against the cold wall, the applause outside resonating like thunder, while in the darkness behind the curtain, the newly appointed minister could only lean helplessly against the wall, at the mercy of others. An impressive performance, Minister Malfoy. Congratulations, Voldemort whispered in his ear, his tone seeming congratulatory but underpinned by an unmistakable dominance. The thunderous applause pierced through the velvet curtain, intertwining with the hurried breaths within the room, creating a disconcerting duet. The scene abruptly fast-forwarded. Your discordant activities always come about so unexpectedly, James lamented, filled with randomness and uncertainty. Riddle shot him a fierce glare. The echoes of the newly inaugurated British Minister of Magic Lucius Malfoy's speech were still resonating when, the following morning, countless owls surged toward the magical ministries of various countries like a dark cloud. Grindelwald had escaped from prison. Even more unsettling was his public declaration, I have returned. My faithful disciples, where are you? All eyes in the room turned toward Grindelwald, who merely shrugged. This is not my concern. I have done nothing. The scene shifted to the meeting room of the Dark Lord's manor, where candlelight flickered ominously. Voldemort had summoned the core members of the Death Eaters, and the atmosphere was tense. Grindelwald's return presents both an opportunity and a challenge for us, Lucius stated, seated at Voldemort's right hand, his voice low and composed, scanning the faces of those gathered. We shall allow him to gather dark wizards, and when the time is ripe, we will strike with thunderous force, incorporating his followers and power into our own. If we can bring Grindelwald's strength under our master's command, the entire wizarding world of Europe will grovel at our feet." After finishing, he inclined his head slightly to Voldemort. Voldemort, seated in the principal position, remained silent. Lestrange observed Voldemort's expression and spoke up. "Malfoy, you are daydreaming. Our power is still in the expansion phase. We must proceed with caution. Provoking Grindelwald at this juncture would undoubtedly be courting disaster. Dumbledore's past friendship with Grindelwald is well known. Who can guarantee they won't join forces again? Friendship? Alliance?" Grindelwald scoffed. "Uncle Lestrange, are you taking the tabloid gossip in the Daily Prophet seriously?" Lucius replied slowly. If Dumbledore truly cherished that fleeting romance, would he have allowed Grindelwald to languish in Nurmengard for half a century? Fleeting romance, what a clever term, Grindelwald mused with amusement. Dumbledore shot him an exasperated glance. Or perhaps, Lucius elongated his words, deliberately glancing toward the silent shadow on the throne. "Uncle thinks our master's power is such that he must fear even a pair of antiquated souls who have parted ways." He lifted his chin, his tone brimming with undisguised sharpness. "Such speculation, which undermines the morale of our ranks, is merely a way to embolden others while diminishing one's own might." "Your eloquence is truly commendable," James thought, astonished. After such a speech, who would dare claim they were unwilling to fight? Voldemort disregarded the dispute and turned his attention to Bella for her opinion. After hearing her out, he did not provide a definitive answer, but the conversation suddenly shifted to affairs in France. "Abraxas has lingered in France long enough. It is time for his return," Voldemort announced, his voice icy. "Lestrange has been forced to resign from the Minister of Magic position, and I sympathize with him. Let Abraxas return to report in. Henceforth, Lestrange will handle the matters of France. Abraxas will return to rest for a while." He paused, his tone leaving no room for argument. "This matter is settled. The meeting is adjourned. Lestrange, stay behind." The others dared not speak further, bowing and quietly retreating. What is he planning to do? James was utterly perplexed. "This is a restriction on the power of the Malfoy family," Regulus calmly analyzed. "With Lucius becoming the Minister of Magic in the UK, his public esteem is exceedingly high, granting him substantial control over Britain, while Mr. Malfoy commands the Death Eater activities in France. Consequently, both England and France would be under the Malfoy family's influence, potentially overshadowing the Dark Lord's authority. Thus, he intends to reclaim power in France and bestow it upon the Lestrange family, who stand in opposition to the Malfoys, thereby curtailing their advancement. Have you not already confessed your feelings? You are clearly in love. Why engage in such mutual suspicion?" Lily simply could not comprehend this mode of interaction. Grindelwald interjected with a sardonic tone. "For some, love and ambition have always been two separate matters. No matter how profound their affection, it does not impede their progress towards their aspirations." Upon hearing this, Dumbledore remarked, "I suddenly find myself thinking that perhaps love is merely that. I may have already ceased to love." Grindelwald immediately shot him a glare. "You are deceiving." Dumbledore maintained his calm demeanor, a subtle smile gracing his lips. "Indeed, I am deceiving." Grindelwald felt satisfaction wash over him, choosing to refrain from further provocation. The scene abruptly transitioned to the Three Broomsticks, where the crooked sign creaked in the cold wind, and a sudden knock echoed from the back door. A figure clad in black robes stood at the entrance, their breath forming clouds of white mist beneath the hood. Aberforth opened the door, cursing as he kicked an empty barrel aside, while making his way back to the counter, vigorously scrubbing a glass, the sound grating on the ears. As the black-robed figure entered, they froze, their breath quickening in surprise at the sight of so many people. 3 individuals sat at the table, gazing intently at him. Besides Dumbledore, the other 2 were familiar faces, Snape and Delacour. The figure slowly removed his hood, revealing a cascade of dazzling platinum hair. Lucius Malfoy, the newly appointed Minister of Magic. Dumbledore intervened to prevent any potential conflict, his azure eyes curving into crescent moons. "Children, since you have entrusted your faith in me, I too place my trust in you. In light of this, we ought to be candid with one another." It was Lucius who fervently recommended, "I invite both of you to join." The middle-aged Snape cast a glance at Yezhi, who smiled in return. "There is no need for doubts. Your nature is not malevolent. Even if Lily had not encountered her misfortune, you would have eventually aligned with Dumbledore. Thus, I introduced you ahead of time. What exactly does Grindelwald intend? What are your plans?" Lucius inquired directly. However, Dumbledore did not address his question, but instead presented their recent findings on the soul, including the array for separating souls and a potion capable of granting a soul a corporeal form. "What are you implying?" Lucius asked. "The diary from your estate, the crown in my office, the golden cup from the Lestrange family vault, and that inseparable snake. Dumbledore's blue eyes pierced through his half-moon glasses, the hem of his robe billowing without wind. All of Tom Riddle's secrets have surfaced. He no longer stands invincible. The fiery lizard screeched in anger, and Riddle firmly grasped its mouth. Your secrets have long been common knowledge. Frankly, based on past experiences, being sliced is rather dull and will only lead to ugliness. I sincerely suggest you seek a new life goal. The fiery lizard scales on its neck flared up in frustration, resembling a comical collar. Yet, Lucius's visit to Hogsmeade today was not to inquire about their progress against Voldemort. His greater concern lay with his father's safety. The Dark Lord has summoned my father back. Professor Dumbledore, you are aware of the current situation in France. He clasped his fingers beneath his chin, his silver-gray eyes brimming with suppressed discontent. Is your old lover planning to turn against his own? Or will he betray his allies on the spot? If that happens, how will my father fare? Remaining close to the Dark Lord? If my father were still in France, at least he could avoid the storm. However, if he is recalled to the Dark Lord's side and France betrays during the conflict with Germany, he, as one who once managed French affairs, would undoubtedly be the prime suspect, leading to his certain demise. Now it made sense. James realized. No wonder you were eager to seek out Dumbledore. I thought you had turned over a new leaf and were voluntarily cooperating. Lupin pondered for a moment before adding. Voldemort clearly intends for England and France to join forces against Germany. If Mr. Malfoy returns, and France's front lines betray, he could easily be thrust into the forefront as a scapegoat. Otherwise, it would be difficult to quell dissent. However, should Mr. Malfoy refuse to return, he would solidify his status as a traitor, putting Lucius's life in jeopardy. In fact, we have long reached a consensus with Aberforth. The recall plan was endorsed by him personally. Remaining in France may seem safe, yet it is akin to being trapped in a powder keg that could ignite at any moment. Returning to the Dark Lord's side may allow him to defend his position and navigate the chaos as it unfolds. Dumbledore's gentle voice carried an air of reassurance. Lucius remained silent for a long while, the tension in his jawline finally softening slightly as he nodded slowly, indicating his reluctant acquiescence. As lunchtime arrived, everyone casually consumed some food before diving back into the viewing. The scene shifted to the Tower of Nurmengard, its peak piercing the heavy night sky, cold moonlight cascading down. Grindelwald stood atop the tower, his black robe billowing in the fierce wind, silver strands of hair entwined with the frigid moonlight, resembling a solitary wolf in the dark night. He stood over the bodies of those who once guarded this place, leaning against the railing, gazing down at the thrumming tide of black robes in the square below, where faces turned upward in a blend of fervor and reverence, coalescing into a totem of faith. My faithful followers, his voice, imbued with irresistible allure, resonated deep within every soul present. Wanda Larizier stood at his side, head bowed, while the tips of countless wands flickered with a ghostly light below. Once, our ideals were ruthlessly shattered, but now, the time has come. Let us reclaim our glory and forge a brand new world. A deafening roar of response echoed, causing the snow atop the tower to cascade down, the scarlet banner of the Deathly Hallows fluttering violently in the night wind, assertive and unyielding. Grindelwald adjusted his windswept white hair, a triumphant smile playing on his lips. Nonchalantly, he tossed a lemon sweet into the air, catching it in his mouth. The crisp sound echoing in the night, only to be jolted by its sourness a moment later. What is so delightful about this? He pressed his tongue against his cheek, pouting in displeasure, raising a hand to wipe the sugar from the corner of his mouth. If you don't like it, then don't eat it, Dumbledore remarked. No one is forcing you. My mouth is on my body. I shall eat whatever I desire, Grindelwald retorted. TSK. I predict that Voldemort is destined to lose this time, James remarked, his tone brimming with certainty. This is not even a contest. Look at them. This is what it means to summon the masses. Look at you, with so few followers, while his saints could drown you with but a spit. The fiery lizard screeched in fury once more, yet Riddle feigned ignorance, maintaining an impassive expression, disregarding James's remarks. As the situation in Germany grew increasingly dire, during a Death Eater meeting, the head of the Black family proposed seizing the opportunity before Grindelwald fully consolidated his power. I concur with Mr. Black's assessment. Lucius concurred. War never waits for everything to be perfectly prepared. One must strike first to seize the initiative. Voldemort's fingers glided over the mark of New Mongard on the map. Let Abraxas and Lestrange jointly oversee the French horrors, while Leo assists Lucius in commanding the British forces. His wand tip jabbed forcefully at the German territory. Tomorrow night, we shall directly assault New Mongard. All Death Eaters must mobilize to breach the defenses of the Anglo-French coalition. The Death Eaters rose in unison, bowing deeply as they declared, "At your command, Master. Must we truly engage in battle?" Lily's voice was tinged with melancholy. "It will soon come to an end," Yezhi replied. The scene shifted. revealing Lucius hastily returning to Malfoy Manor, striding directly into the study. "Have you received any news from father?" The portrait nodded. "Uncle Bertrand has just departed. He mentioned that Lestrange has assumed most of the responsibilities and has shown no signs of weakness. Abraxas is expected to return next week. He need not return." Lucius spoke rapidly. "He will soon receive the Dark Lord's orders. We will launch an assault on Germany tomorrow night. He and Lestrange must jointly oversee the deployment of the French forces. Once the conflict begins, he must seize the opportunity to create the illusion of an ambush, allowing him to feign death and escape." "That is a splendid plan," James exclaimed. "This way, Voldemort will not suspect that Abraxas has betrayed France. If he is presumed dead, he will naturally be beyond suspicion, ensuring your safety." However, the following day, the Death Eater's ambush plan was thrown into disarray as Germany unexpectedly struck the British border at dawn, ahead of the Anglo-French coalition. Voldemort was furious. The results of last night's deliberations had been disclosed to the Germans by morning, indicating that there must be a traitor among the upper ranks of the Death Eaters. "The traitor is among you." Voldemort's voice was laced with chilling menace as he pointed his wand at the crowd, causing the accused Death Eaters to tremble in fear. The Dark Lord descended the obsidian steps, with Nagini winding around his feet. "Who has whispered lies in my ear? Who has sold information to Grindelwald?" His inquiries echoed in the vast hall, his scarlet slit pupils swirling with unbridled fury as he prowled among the throng. Lucius stood at the forefront, his black robe sharp as a blade. When Voldemort's shadow enveloped him, he remained still, his gaze fixed on the intricate emblem etched into the marble floor. Concealing all emotions beneath his handsome facade, Voldemort's gaze lingered momentarily on his imperturbable visage, then seemingly carelessly shifted away. "Look at you. I have no desire to speak of you," James mocked. "Grindelwald has languished in prison for half his life, yet upon his release, he commands legions. Meanwhile, you, ever vigilant against your subordinates, engage in a game of who is the traitor before battle. TSK, the disparity is quite stark." Dumbledore interjected. "Those who are righteous gain assistance, while those who stray lose support. Though Gellert is equally ruthless, his ultimate aim, to some extent, considers the welfare of the wizarding world. He seeks to abolish the statute of secrecy, elevate the status of wizards, and allow all to wield magic openly, even to subjugate muggles. Voldemort, in contrast, is driven solely by his selfish desires, bent on achieving his ambition of world domination, seeking to wield unchecked power at the pinnacle of authority. This is their fundamental distinction." Grindelwald raised an eyebrow. "Are you complimenting me, Albus?" "Not quite," Dumbledore replied coolly. "Merely suggesting that among two rotten fruits, you are the less decayed." Grindelwald scoffed, choosing to remain silent. "Now, everyone." Voldemort's magic reverberated, causing dust to cascade from the ceiling. "Immediately proceed to the border and prove your loyalty with the blood of the pureblood party. The one who brings me the fewest heads will be the first to face my reckoning." "Yes, master." The ranks of Death Eaters transformed into a swirling vortex of darkness, thundering across the English Channel. Several dark marks exploded in the clouds, staining the sky a putrid shade of violet. The magical battlefield at the British border had descended into a hellish inferno, with the curses of unforgivable spells and flames illuminating the sky, leaving it riddled with wounds. As injury and death unfolded upon this land, war is truly terrifying. "I wish there would never be war," Lily sighed softly as she gazed upon the scene. Meanwhile, across the sea at the French border, the stationed Auror forces remained inexplicably dormant, showing no signs of mobilization. Suddenly, unrest surged within the ranks of the French Aurors. On the high platform at the French border, Lestrange's figure appeared sharply defined in the midday sun. Opposite him, Abraxas Malfoy's pale visage darkened with anger, while Minister Sarah of the French Ministry of Magic passionately articulated something. Though the howling winds swallowed their voices, their body language conveyed a palpable tension. The upheaval occurred in an instant. Lestrange's wand pivoted unexpectedly toward Abraxas, the tip erupting with blinding green light. Abraxas fell in shock, and Minister Sarah's protective shield spell ignited, only to shatter upon contact with the green light. Two lifeless bodies were hurled from the platform, crashing heavily to the ground. This was the prearranged feigned death. "Was it not?" James remarked, observing the scene. "What a convincing performance. I almost believed it myself." "No." Lucius involuntarily took a few steps toward the distant direction of his fallen father. Voldemort's hand grasped his shoulder, yanking him back with formidable strength. "I must find my father." Lucius struggled frantically. "Lestrange has betrayed us. All of France has sided with Grindelwald." The Dark Lord barked in his ear. "If you go now, you are merely offering yourself as a sacrifice to the enemy." Lucius lifted his gaze, tears blurring his vision. "I have no father left, master." Two streams of clear tears traced down his flawless cheekbones. Subsequently, his body completely lost its support, collapsing helplessly into Voldemort's embrace, a sight both tragic and heart-wrenching. James lamented. "You performed splendidly as well," Snape coldly replied. "Failing to perform well would mean your family pays the price. Under similar circumstances, you would have done just as well." Lily, witnessing Lucius's state, felt her eyes welling with tears, on the verge of crying. "Though I know it is a ruse, I still feel so sorry for him." "You seem quite engrossed," Yezhi remarked nearby. Viewing experience extra 41, self-sacrifice. Outside the camp, the ground was littered with rubble, the dire state of the battle weighing heavily on every heart. Voldemort's dark red slit pupils burned with obsessive flames. "I will not fail, they will not comprehend. They will all perish before me, while I have attained immortality." To be honest, I have always found it perplexing that his Horcruxes were discovered, moved, or even destroyed. Yet he remained entirely oblivious? "That is a fragment of his very soul," James questioned, furrowing his brow. Yezhi explained. "We speculate it is because he has fragmented his soul too finely. A shattered soul has long since grown numb, devoid of any sensation, and thus feels nothing." Riddle shook the fire lizard in his hand. "Did you hear that, you foolish lizard? Hurry back and gather all your soul pieces. Only then can you pursue your wife with dignity and flair." The fire lizard rolled its eyes in exasperation. "Master," Lucius stepped forward, treading over the debris. Voldemort raised a hand to caress the boy's hair, softening his tone for once. "It is good that you have awakened." Unexpectedly, Lucius suddenly extended his arms, tightly encircling the Dark Lord's waist, burying his chin deeper into the crook of the other's shoulder, his voice tinged with a distinct sob. "Master, you are all I have." This scene left those present, both within and outside the arena, utterly astonished. "What a sudden transformation," James gasped, recalling how Lucius had previously feigned the role of the victim. Severus astutely remarked, "Flattery without cause is either treachery or theft." Grindelwald, stroking his chin, mused. "Even heroes struggle at the hands of beauty," casting a sidelong glance at Dumbledore. Voldemort clearly relished this unexpected dependency from the little white ferret. Resting his chin against Lucius's hairline, his voice low and soothing. "Do not fear, I shall always stand by your side." His arms instinctively tightened, savoring the warmth of the body nestled within his embrace, reveling in the sensation of being relied upon. Lucius gently spoke within his hold. "Master, I wish to bring my father home." The plot thickened. James interjected immediately. "There must be a trap behind this." Abraxas's lifeless form still leaned against the shadow of the cliffside command post, resembling a frozen statue. Under Lucius's nearly obstinate insistence, Voldemort ultimately decided to accompany him to the rear of the French forces to transport Abraxas's remains. The two transformed into tendrils of dense, dark smoke, silently flanking the battle line, swiftly gliding along the contours of the English Channel towards the French border. Just as they reached the center of the channel, two deafening explosions suddenly resonated in midair. As the air twisted violently, Grindelwald and Dumbledore descended upon them like celestial warriors, launching a coordinated assault. The scarlet curse fire erupting from Dumbledore's wand collided violently with the deep blue flames emitted from Grindelwald's wand, intertwining and illuminating the entire maritime expanse. At last, the battle was upon them. Grindelwald's tone was charged with combative excitement, dismissing their opposition as mere fledglings, easily incinerated by a single incendio. "Objectively speaking, Tom's magical prowess surpasses yours," Dumbledore assessed calmly. "Your advantage lies in your mastery of numerous forbidden and obscure dark arts, allowing you to catch your opponents off guard. Whereas Tom, though he often resorts to a few unforgivable curses, relies on a natural reservoir of magical power that far exceeds that of ordinary wizards, maintaining an upper hand through sheer magical force." Indeed, the battlefield unfolded as Dumbledore had predicted. Voldemort's spells, while lacking the flamboyant variety of Dumbledore and Grindelwald, summoned waves of frost that swiftly spread, freezing the entire channel into a vast expanse of ice. The spectacle of their duel was magnificent. The sight of such celestial combat left the young spectators dumbfounded. "No wonder he is the headmaster," the Gryffindor students exclaimed in admiration. "No wonder he is the Dark Lord," echoed sentiments from the ranks of Death Eaters. "No wonder I am who I am." Grindelwald seized the moment to boast. At that instant, the ice beneath Voldemort began to tremble violently. A massive magical circle, several yards in diameter, abruptly materialized. As the runes shimmered, it resembled a giant troll slowly awakening, erupting with blinding light. Voldemort's pupils constricted sharply. Amidst the blue light, the diary, Hufflepuff's golden cup, Ravenclaw's diadem, and the unconscious Nagini simultaneously floated at the circle's center. Ensnared by an invisible force, they exuded wisps of black smoke, twisting in the air into anguished faces. A piercing scream shattered the heavens. the sound reminiscent of the deepest pits of hell, mingled with the wails of countless souls, sending shivers down the spine. Impossible. Voldemort finally realized that he had stepped into a meticulously woven trap, and the traitor had always been at his side. He abruptly turned, fixing a furious gaze upon the platinum aristocrat beside him, his eyes flashing with shock, disappointment, and disbelief, all coalescing into a tempest of rage. He lunged forward, gripping Lucius by the throat, lifting him high into the air. He is going to kill Senior Lucius. Lily gasped, instinctively covering her mouth. I did not. I could never. Lucius pleaded, his tone frantic. I assure you, even if you wish to kill me, I shall never resist. He added defensively, as long as you obediently comply, I shall spare you. Yezhi gestured meaningfully, lightly tapping his chest. Lucius nodded vigorously, his head bobbing like a garlic pounder. It's you. You have always been the one to betray me. Voldemort's furious roar shook the ice. Do you even comprehend the gravity of your actions? Dumbledore suddenly intervened, casting a spell enveloped in white light that struck Voldemort's wrist, freeing Lucius from his grip. Within the magical circle, four twisted black soul fragments emitted sharp wails, soaring into the sky like arrows released from a bow, coalescing into a massive vortex of darkness. Voldemort clutched his left hand, the ring embedded with the resurrection stone seeping forth a tar-like black smoke, the fifth Horcrux. Grindelwald's silver eyes suddenly brightened, exclaiming, the resurrection stone. The former Dark Lord's eyes glimmered with fervor, his figure gliding closer like a specter. What? The resurrection stone? Grindelwald outside the scene immediately leaned in, eager to glimpse its appearance. Albus, Dumbledore shouted, do not forget what you promised me. Within the scene, Grindelwald hesitated, begrudgingly retracting his hand. Outside the scene, Grindelwald took a half-step forward, then silently retreated, muttering under Dumbledore's watchful gaze, I shall only take a brief look. Upon witnessing this, Voldemort threw back his head in a piercing, mocking laugh, the madness igniting within his serpent-like eyes. The first Dark Lord? Merely a cowardly old man. I have already surpassed you by far. I shall never lose. Grindelwald's silver hair swirled without wind, his aged visage exuding a chilling aura that transcended time and space. Tom Riddle, you will never obtain what you seek. For there are too many things you have never understood. This world shall never belong to you. No sooner had he spoken than he waved his hand, a golden magic circle striking Voldemort's back. Voldemort spun to evade, only to find 5 wisps of black mist, shrieking with anguish, drawn towards his back. The very soul fragments that had just fragmented. Yet unexpectedly, these soul fragments were violently repelled upon nearing Voldemort, swirling around him without being able to enter his body or return to their original forms. Dumbledore observed this scene, sighing. He does not accept his own soul. His soul is repulsed by him. Who would cherish a being that slices their own soul? James interjected. Lupin nodded in agreement. To his soul, he himself is the murderer. In an instant, the swirling soul fragments collectively shifted direction, diving like arrows towards a specific point on the ice where Lucius lay, gasping for breath, his platinum hair tousled, obscuring his pale face. Without any resistance, the soul fragments surged into Yezhi's body. No. Voldemort's howl was drowned by the thunderous clash of ice and fire. Blue and red fire dragons entwined, weaving an impenetrable cage around him. Voldemort could only watch helplessly as that familiar figure struggled on the ice. My goodness. His soul has chosen the one he loves. Lily felt tears welling in her eyes, realizing the depth of their true love, which had gone unnoticed, a poignant revelation. Yezhi helplessly facepalmed. Lucius on the ice let out a harrowing scream, his body completely losing control as the souls within him battled for dominance. A cauldron silently materialized upon the icy surface, yet at this moment, it went unnoticed by all. Snape raised an eyebrow. So the original plan was to draw all the soul fragments back into the Dark Lord's body and then cast him entirely into this potion? Yezhi nodded. This potion can dissolve all flesh and spirit, subsequently reconstructing him a new body. As long as all of it is poured into the sea when the potion's reaction reaches its midpoint, he will transform into countless minuscule particles, merging with the ocean. Riddle shivered and quickly reiterated, I am currently behaving. The fire lizard in his hand appeared equally frightened, staring at the cauldron emanating an eerie aura with wide eyes. However, everything had deviated from the predetermined course. All the soul fragments had inexplicably converged upon Lucius. Grindelwald's wand pointed menacingly at the convulsing Lucius, his icy gaze hidden beneath silvery hair. Dumbledore interjected, Stop. Are you truly intent on killing him? Grindelwald responded, Now is the perfect moment to rid ourselves of all the soul fragments. Your compassion now will only lead to greater troubles later. I knew it, Grindelwald muttered. At that moment of confrontation, Lucius slowly rose to his feet. He straightened his back, his previously pallid skin taking on a sickly gray hue, and his crimson-slit pupils shimmered with a serpent's characteristic cold glint, clearly under the complete control of the soul fragments. Be careful. Dumbledore's warning was abruptly severed by a piercing shriek. Lucius waved his wand lightly, dark magic surging forth like a tidal wave from his entire being. The ice shattered with a thunderous explosion, shards of ice mixed with dark purple magic shooting towards all present like a torrential downpour. Lucius. Abraxas stumbled forth from the shadow of the cliff, fixating intently on the boy controlled by the soul fragments. The flying ice blades sliced through the air with a frigid gleam, several hurtling directly toward Abraxas's body. Lucius's raised wrist suddenly froze. Just as the ice blades were about to pierce his father's chest, in that fleeting moment, he regained control of his body. Without hesitation, he twisted his wrist, the wand spinning in his palm, pointing directly at his own throat. No! On the icy expanse, two anguished screams tore through the air simultaneously. Outside the scene, Lily covered her mouth in shock, while Abraxas instinctively took a step forward. The genuine Lucius grasped him suddenly, pleading, "Dad, I am right here. Look at me. I am fine. I am not that vixen." Abraxas snapped back to reality, casting him a disdainful glance. Warm blood gushed forth like a fountain, splattering onto the pristine ice. A shocking sight. Lucius's body swayed, his platinum hair stained dark red by the spurting blood. The wand clattered to the ground, leaving a long trail of crimson on the ice. In the distance, a figure encircled by red and blue fire dragons broke free from their grasp, reaching out to him. Lucius too extended his hand with his last ounce of strength, his fingertips nearly brushing against that hand, but ultimately, he fell powerless. Lily could no longer contain herself. Bursting into tears, James stared in disbelief at Yezhi beside him. "This can't be real. You're still alive, aren't you?" Regulus exhibited concern, his Pomeranian staring wide-eyed at Yezhi, as if trying to discern whether he was human or ghost. In the supplementary chapter of the viewing experience, Voldemort, ensnared by the red and blue fire dragons, emitted a frenzied roar, his skin erupting with black arcs of electricity that slithered like venomous snakes. Every inch of him exuding a tumultuous black mist. The mist writhed violently, each tendril infused with the overwhelming energy born of burning life, as if it sought to devour everything in its vicinity. His dark robe rustled in the magical tempest, the hem torn by the currents, resembling the frayed wings of a great bird in its death throes. With a bestial howl, the surrounding red and blue fire dragons shattered inch by inch, and as the scattered sparks fell into the black mist, they hissed as if star fire had plunged into a cauldron of oil. Grindelwald and Dumbledore simultaneously cast defensive spells, yet were pushed back repeatedly by the violent surge of magic. The ice cracked like a spider's web around Voldemort, the black-robed figure darting forth like an arrow, lunging toward Yezhi, who lay in a pool of blood. The urgency in that movement bordered on madness, as if the gradually cooling body in his arms was the final piece of a shattered heart that could restore his wholeness. When skeletal fingers finally touched the still warm body, the swirling black mist abruptly stilled, followed by a release of a beastly whimper. He slowly knelt, clutching the boy tightly to his chest, his back beneath the dark robe heaving violently, as if it were about to shatter. "Oh my God!" Lily raised her hand to wipe her tears, her voice choked. Snape's gaze fell upon Voldemort's collapsed figure, a complex pain flickering in his eyes, as if he glimpsed distant memories through the scene before him. All were silent, witnessing the utter collapse of this once mighty Dark Lord in the wake of losing his beloved. In a corner, Riddle, unbeknownst to Wynne, had reddened eyes, clutching his shirt tightly, desperately holding back tears that swirled in his eyes. Observing this, Yezhi sighed softly and drew the boy into his embrace. Riddle immediately tightened his arms, burying his face in the other's collar, clinging to his waist. Meanwhile, Voldemort cradled the increasingly cold body in his arms, his crimson eyes devoid of tears, only veins of blood coursing with madness and determination. Before anyone could react, his dark robe billowed dramatically, and the platinum-haired body was hurled into the boiling cauldron of potion. "What is he doing?" Gasps of shock arose in chorus. "No, stop him." Abraxas's heart-rending scream shattered the icy silence, his voice laden with despair. As the platinum-haired body touched the potion, it rapidly dissolved amidst the violent bubbling, leaving only strange bubbles rising and exploding. Abraxas's vision darkened, collapsing to the ground in despair. Yet Voldemort knelt almost reverently before the roiling cauldron, his pale lips moving rapidly, obscure ancient incantations bursting forth from his throat, overwhelming magic flooding into the cauldron, stirring up an even greater vortex. As the final incantation fell, he cast a glance at the gathered crowd, his eyes devoid of any lingering attachment, and then leapt unhesitatingly into the boiling potion. Lily let out another sob, Is he going to sacrifice himself? Snape furrowed his brow, speaking solemnly. Perhaps he wishes to resurrect Lucius using this potion. Resurrect? James's eyes widened in disbelief. Is there truly a method to bring someone back to life? Based on the earlier description of the potion, Dumbledore slowly began, his gaze falling upon the still-boiling cauldron, to restore the bones, flesh, blood, and soul within. Was meant for Voldemort to recreate his corporeal form. However, at this moment, the cauldron holds the complete souls of both Lucius and himself, along with their own flesh and blood. So he intends to use this potion to simultaneously recreate both their bodies? Lily exclaimed in shock. But the quantity of this potion was prepared for him alone. Lupin frowned with concern. Suddenly, James raised an eyebrow, suggesting, what if they end up as two little dwarfs? Gnomes. No, they are babies. They are babies. Riddle's face flushed with anger, poking his head out from Yezhi's embrace to retort, you are the dwarf. Your whole family are dwarfs. As dawn pierced the clouds and spilled upon the sea, in the orange-hued light, two exquisitely crafted infants lay quietly in the hollow of the ice. They resembled treasures inadvertently cast aside by the divine. Their soft cheeks tinged with the distinctive blush of infancy, while their tender fingers intertwined unconsciously. A resurrection stone nestled amidst them, its ethereal glow flickering and fading. Indeed, such a stone exists in this world, Grindelwald mused as he gazed at it, contemplating that under specific conditions, it could truly bring someone back to life. Suddenly, Dumbledore fixed him with a serious glare. I do not consider this to be true resurrection, but rather an alchemical creation, devoid of genuine life. In the scene, Dumbledore's voice rang out in exasperation. Gellert, how dare you point your wand at an infant? Grindelwald sighed in resignation, irritation lacing his tone. What constitutes an infant? Merely an alchemical imitation of one. Did you not previously assert that such a creation cannot be deemed true life? Yet he presently resembles an infant. Dumbledore stood his ground, his voice unwavering and his expression grave. The viewing Dumbledore observed quietly. The viewing Grindelwald cleared his throat. This time, I have said nothing. On the icy expanse, Abracadabra had already wrapped the platinum-haired infant in his cloak, hastily departing, while the two elders carefully cradled the remaining dark-haired boy, their figures gradually vanishing into the morning light. How delightful it was, a perfect conclusion. Lily raised her hand to dab at her eyes, her voice brimming with contentment. They would grow up together, love once more, with no regrets left behind. James, unable to contain his excitement, rubbed his hands together and inquired, is it over now? Can we go back? Unexpectedly, the colors around them abruptly faded, and they found themselves back in the previous pure white hall, still facing the same white marble long table accompanied by several chairs. The screen above flickered to life, displaying a message. Thank you for watching. Now please take your places for the final activity. Riddle and Yezhi found their seats, with Yezhi sitting beside Abracadabra, while Riddle took a position next to Grindelwald. Even the fire lizard and Pomeranian were placed on their designated stools, promptly reverting to their original forms. At that moment, Voldemort's countenance was as grim as a block of ancient ice, and none of the Death Eaters dared to lift their eyes to him, fearing that a suppressed laugh might lead to a swift return to the Avada Kedavra. The text on the screen shifted quietly. The final section is a Q&A, where anyone may pose a question, and I shall provide the answers. Voldemort was the first to speak, his voice cold and hard. Was what we just watched a prophecy? No. The screen displayed 2 words. Voldemort's expression softened slightly. Then he pressed on. So, I may not fall in love like that fool? Riddle immediately exploded. You are the fool. Indeed, the screen confirmed. Voldemort visibly relaxed, a slight curve appearing at the corner of his mouth. Then I shall conquer the world? No. His mood darkened once more. What reason do I have to believe you? The screen flickered twice before presenting a 1-minute clip of Voldemort's ultimate demise. His face turned ashen, his voice trembling. I will die? Yes, and very soon. Voldemort's expression turned a deep shade of anger. Lupin suddenly interjected. Can we use the information we know to change events on our timeline? Yes. Voldemort instantly inquired. What must I do to rewrite the ending? Obey the law, respect your elders and youth, resist superstition, find love, and lead an ordinary life. Voldemort's gaze darkened as if ink had spilled within. I despise the mundane. Then die. Those 2 short words rendered Voldemort speechless. Riddle abruptly raised his hand. Having struggled to formulate a question, I want to know about having children. Why must I be the one to give birth? Yezhi shot him a glance, and Riddle shrank his neck, muttering softly. I was just curious. The screen flickered, the scene shifting to Snape angrily pouring something into the pipes of Malfoy Manor, revealing a large barrel of childbirth potion. Lily couldn't help but laugh at Snape's appearance. I knew there was something off. You were the culprit. Riddle pointed at Snape, trembling with rage. Yet, Snape remained unfazed. I did not do anything. If you seek retribution, consult those from your own timeline. In the viewing, an auxiliary chapter unfolded, another future. Lucius hesitantly raised his hand. Will my father improve after returning? Originally with less than 2 months to live, he has now obtained a miraculous cure. Lucius exhaled in relief, his tense shoulders finally relaxing. Abracadabra glanced at Voldemort beside him and asked, will the Dark Lord seek revenge on us? Voldemort glared fiercely at him, while the other Death Eaters held their breath, all eager to know if they could erase the Dark Lord's memory, yet none dared to ask him directly. Do not worry. All present here, Voldemort cannot directly or indirectly harm or retaliate against you. Otherwise, he shall perish. As those words materialized, crimson threads entwined around Voldemort's frame like chains. He struggled momentarily, but found himself utterly powerless. In the hall, everyone collectively released a sigh of relief, their taut nerves finally unwinding. Grindelwald suddenly spoke, his tone laced with a barely perceptible hope. Will Albus and I reconcile? The screen paused for an unusual moment before slowly revealing the words, you never truly parted. Grindelwald's brow relaxed, the previous gloom dissipating, and he appeared as if bathed in spring's warmth, unable to suppress a smile. Dumbledore regarded him with a wry smile, then inquired, when does the war conclude? May 2nd, 1998. Lupin and Snape's eyes brightened simultaneously, exchanging glances filled with newfound hope. Dumbledore looked at them, his expression gentle. It seems victory is within reach. Lily suddenly spoke, her voice earnest. Could you offer each person present a piece of advice to avoid death? The screen flickered several times before sequentially displaying the content. Lily and James, do not trust Peter Pettigrew. Dumbledore, do not touch the resurrection stone. Dumbledore, gazing at the text, chuckled ruefully. It appears I cannot overcome my own weaknesses. Grindelwald, flatter Dumbledore to be released and live happily together. Grindelwald smiled wryly, a hint of regret in his voice. It seems I could not escape from there until the very end, to see you once more. I will consider this upon my return, Dumbledore replied, and Grindelwald looked at him with surprise. Riddle, obey your wife. All right, Riddle exclaimed. Lupin, drink Felix Felicis with Tonks in the final battle. Lupin chuckled wryly. Where am I supposed to procure Felix Felicis? You all sneak into my place to steal potions for mischief, and now that you need it for something serious, you ask where to find it, Snape scoffed, his tone dripping with sarcasm. The potion storage room. Aren't you all aware? Lupin's eyes brightened instantly, sincerely saying, thank you, Severus. Sirius, do not go to the Department of Mysteries, stay away from Bellatrix, and avoid the Veil of Death. Sirius exclaimed in frustration. What? I didn't defeat Bella. And what on earth is that veil supposed to be? That death is far too uncool. Regulus, when setting out with creature, bring along a living creature and some drinking water. Regulus nodded with sudden realization, so that's the case. What peculiar ways to meet one's demise. James scratched his head, utterly bewildered. Voldemort, abide by the law, respect the elderly and cherish the young, resist superstition, engage in romance, and lead an ordinary life. Voldemort, who had hoped to receive some novel suggestions, let out a cold snort upon hearing this. Lucius, best in the field, a life of peace, maintain the status quo. Lucius blinked in surprise. Abracadabra, take your medicine on time. Yezhi, keep an eye on Riddle. Snape, always carry Burmese python antivenin. Snape fixated on the final line, lost in contemplation. Grindelwald cleared his throat. How can one please Albus? Dumbledore raised an eyebrow. Shouldn't you be asking me directly about such matters? Grindelwald huffed. Ask you? You would never speak the truth. No sooner had he spoken than the screen flickered to life, revealing an old manor familiar to both, the very home of Dumbledore. The camera focused on the ornate staircase, where a young man with blonde hair and blue eyes clung to the banister, descending in a manner that suggested he had lost all his bones, yet wore a sly expression of triumph. Who is this? Sirius peered forward, his face a mask of confusion. Why have we never encountered this character before? Just then, a younger Riddle entered the room, glanced at the figure on the staircase, and blandly remarked, Dad, are we doing this again? Grindelwald's face flushed. Oh, could it be? The others exchanged glances, their expressions unified in astonishment. Lily hesitantly spoke. Have you, perhaps, consumed a youth potion? What youth potion? It's merely transfiguration. Riddle retorted mercilessly. Every time he causes trouble, he transforms back to his younger self, trying to evade responsibility. The assembly was left in utter shock by this revelation. On the screen, that youthful, handsome face was now contorted in discomfort, the collar of his white shirt askew, revealing fresh red marks along his collarbone. It was evident to all that this tactic had proven remarkably effective, to the point where even descending the staircase seemed arduous, clearly besotted. Dumbledore averted his gaze, feeling somewhat uneasy. Grindelwald, conversely, appeared to awaken to a sudden epiphany, the previous confusion swept away, his demeanor radiating enlightenment. Observing this, Dumbledore could only helplessly purse his lips. After some scattered inquiries from the group, everyone returned to their respective timelines in chronological order. Dumbledore and Voldemort found themselves back in the headmaster's office. Everything as if they had never left. Voldemort paused for a moment, a flicker of complex emotion crossing his darkened gaze, before turning sharply and striding out without a backward glance. Dumbledore, following the directions given by Yezhi, sought the diadem of Ravenclaw in the room of requirement, but found nothing. It remained unclear whether Voldemort had taken it or if it had never been placed there in the first place. On a weekend morning, Dumbledore, clutching a bottle of amber-hued fire whiskey, appeared outside the imposing walls of Nurmengard. The iron gate creaked open, and Grindelwald, having transformed into his younger self, peered through the bars. His golden hair fluttering in the breeze, the rebellious glint in his eyes softened by time, yet his affection remained intact. The two clinked their bottles against the iron bars, the fiery liquid mingling with a sigh of nostalgia as it slid down their throats. Though few words were exchanged, it felt as though decades had been consumed in that moment. Come September of the following year, the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom at Hogwarts welcomed a new professor. A silver-haired wizard standing at the lectern while the students whispered amongst themselves, noting the professor's peculiar gaze directed at Headmaster Dumbledore during breakfast. As the days rolled forward, the Death Eater organization, once menacing in the darkness, shed its black robes and skull insignia, gradually rehabilitating its image to establish itself as a corporate group and political party within the wizarding community. When James and Sirius were unexpectedly thrown back into the classroom by time, they could scarcely believe their eyes. The Defense Against the Dark Arts professor was none other than Grindelwald. To their further dismay, Dumbledore seemed to always pass by just as they were about to engage in mischief. The two elderly men exchanged glances, seeming to see right through the boys' schemes of skipping class and causing trouble. Punishments of rewriting school rules and detention became routine, and the two were finally worn down into submission. As for Peter Pettigrew, he was subjected to a barrage of ideological education from the pair, his ears filled with incessant reminders of loyalty and camaraderie. Ultimately, with Lily's insistence, he trembled as he swore an unbreakable vow to James, promising never to betray them. Lily earnestly listened to Severus's apology outside the Gryffindor Tower. "Let us be friends again, Severus." Lily's smile radiated like the spring sun, dispelling all shadows. When Regulus returned home, he pondered the suggestion of bringing a living creature and drinking water, only to turn and find Creature polishing silverware, grumbling about how the young master had once again spilled owl food on the carpet. He was taken aback. Had Creature not been borrowed by Voldemort? Even more perplexing was the fact that during the Death Eater meeting at the manor, he had not heard anyone shout for the Dark Lord, but rather a group was gathered around a table arguing over how to adjust the import and export tax rates on magical ingredients and whether to provide benefits to the werewolf community to secure votes. Witnessing those once merciless individuals now embroiled in heated discussions over a few galleons left him utterly baffled. Abracadabra took his medicine regularly, his cough gradually subsiding, allowing him to sit in the garden for an entire afternoon. Unbeknownst to him, the Malfoy family had quietly been extricated from the inner circle of Death Eaters. Yet they had found solace, for a peaceful and harmonious family life outweighed any thirst for power. Moreover, Lucius genuinely feared that the Dark Lord might be swayed by Yezhi's narrative and come to him for advice on romance. Now, whenever he beheld Voldemort, his mind involuntarily conjured images of the two embracing in that scene, leaving him profoundly uncomfortable. He even speculated that Voldemort might be avoiding him for this very reason. Thus, Lucius joyfully immersed himself in investments, the numbers of galleons in his ledger soaring, leading to a life both stable and prosperous. When Snape returned to his timeline, he was preparing to don his black robe for the final battle, only to be rendered speechless by the scene before him. Laughter and joy echoed through the school, and in the bustling crowd during the break, Grindelwald was leaning against the doorframe of the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom, conversing with Dumbledore. Their gazes entwined in an intimate exchange that sent shivers down his spine. An owl suddenly landed on his shoulder, clutching a letter from Lily, filled with concerns over Harry's potion grades, concluding with a note asking if he could help him out, saying, "You understand him best." What does that mean? Utterly nonsensical. Snape crumpled the letter in hand as he made his way to the cellar. Upon turning a corner, he stumbled upon Harry and Draco huddled in a corner, locked in an impassioned kiss. Snape's expression darkened instantly, deducting 20 points from both, causing the two boys to spring apart, heads bowed in silence. Snape turned to leave, his lips twitching in suppressed amusement. When Lupin awoke, he found himself lying in a sun-drenched little room, scattered with baby toys on the wooden floor. While Teddy diligently smeared drool on each toy, Tonks hummed a cheerful tune as she emerged from the kitchen, flour dusting her apron, announcing her departure for work at the Ministry of Magic, reminding him not to forget to submit his article to the Daily Prophet in the afternoon. He leafed through the newspaper, momentarily taken aback. The world was at peace, devoid of war. Not only had he secured a stable editorial position at the newspaper, but he also received an additional 100 galleons monthly as part of a minority support grant. It was said that this policy had been devised by Voldemort in Parliament to garner the votes of werewolves. Truly astonishing. Months later, by the shores of the Black Lake at Hogwarts, Harry and his friends donned their graduation robes, smiling as they crowded together for a photograph. The sunlight danced upon the lake's surface, shimmering like 1,000 diamonds. Ron had his arm around Hermione's waist, while Harry embraced Draco, each face glowing with dreams of the future. Everything seemed perfect. "It would be even better if your father could agree to our marriage," Harry remarked resignedly to Draco, holding the remnants of Lucius's furious letter. A gentle breeze swept across the lake, carrying the scents of grass and water, while in the distance, the castle spires glimmered in the sunlight. All past sufferings had transformed into mere memories, and the futures glimpsed through the cracks of time had ultimately been reshaped by their own hands into the gentlest of forms. As for the other side, Yezhi and Riddle continued to live their unabashedly blissful lives. The end. If you enjoyed this, please like, comment, and subscribe. Thank you for your support.